Yay!
Okay, wow. So there's gonna be a slight delay because Axe was yammering at me about pinning stuff, and I was completely clicked off Audacity. Usually we're more in sync than that. Okay.
I did do the I'm pushing the button and did it, so
Yeah.
that's also kind of me.
Also, yes, for people who are wondering at home, I did in fact set my. I haven't fucked with my audio settings at all since Let's Talk FGO, so we're fine. Okay, so, I mean, I guess it's going up on the channel. I should usually do a Patreon read. This is session 0 of the Sprawl, so this is gonna be a little more loosey-goosey than sometimes we do.
We're just roundtabling, really.
With our stuff.
Oh no,
this is
I
gonna
think
be
there's
much
like
more
30
talking through.
Sorry, I think there's like 30 seconds of Final Fantasy XIV music in the opening. Oops. I turned it off, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It's fine.
There was constant talking, so it shouldn't. But it was just one of those moments like, wait, why am I picking up desktop audio?
Rip.
Rip.
But yeah, so the Sprawl is a Powered by the Apocalypse game, which beautifully means I don't have to roll dice ever.
Nope. You just make decisions.
And
yeah,
keep clocks.
and I got my Google Doc notes out. So the thing is, though, that with these games, they're very open-ended, right?
Very.
Like they are based to emulate a genre, not a necessarily even a specific setting.
No.
Like the game we take the name from, Apocalypse World, emulates post-APOC movies, TV shows, etc. How it does this is by playing the like TV drama tropes, but the actual context of the setting is completely up in the air.
It's also very focused, so when you go outside of the framework it gives, it can be kind of
there are tools to write your own moves, but in general, it's, and I've done that before. I've done custom moves both for world shit and just in generic, like, oh, we need a move for this. But it is very focused on like, no, you're in a post-APOC TV drama, right? Like this is not like, it's supposed to be like a brutal, gory action movie like a Mad Max, but also it's like, it's about dramatic relationships with characters and stakes and stuff and really fucked up world shit.
To be fair, we usually play our tabletops usually as a TV drama or something. We constantly lampshade that, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that
For
has
Star
to do with
Wars,
a lot
yeah.
of games we've played. Like, we're playing a Clone Wars game of Star Wars right now in our off time. We're taking a couple weeks off so I can refresh and rejuvenate and maybe scratch some other itches, because we've been playing Star Wars for 62 sessions.
And Mega here just to be facilitating instead of game mastering, so...
Yeah. But, when we talk about that, we obviously very often name check both the Star Wars movies and the Clone Wars animated show, which gave us a lot of our source material. So, like,
and I
it's
usually
pretty obvious.
go for that kind of tone, so it works out.
Yeah. And with Star Wars, you can do some different stuff, but so we need to set some setting ground rules before you guys make characters, and we do session 0 because with the Sprawl, there are actual elements of this is a step in your character selection is the, where is it? You've got your you're working out your history with other characters,
Right.
and you got to figure out your you got to figure out your directives, and then you got to figure out how to hook everybody together.
Yeah.
Where
I think we start with your questions, or at
And
least
also because it's cyberpunk, a lot of what is motivation is going to be very interesting in terms of morality.
Yeah,
What
and
did I say
the
for
same
my-
with your directives, because I believe you pick your directives, right?
Yes.
It's
Can
been a
we-
hot second.
can
to
we
look at
start
the
with what
characters.
You choose to.
don't want to have in the
Well,
thing?
okay, so I built some questions out here, right? So, I have the last thing. I just need to choose playbook moves, background, choose this links. Here we go. Okay, I was just trying to find that later. Describe, tell everybody. So, okay, yeah, I was just double checking. I'm like, where is that description of the background thing? Links. Okay, I had to find it. We'll do that later, though. But how I wanted to start this is, obviously, we need to figure out what our tone of Cyberpunk is, because you can do some very, very different tiers of stuff, right? Like, you can go from, like, a Snow Crash, which is almost a tongue-in-cheek parody of a Cyberpunk world where literally everything is, like, franchised, corporate, standalone. Literally, you have franchise nations. Like, you go down a fucking highway strip, and you're like, oh, that's Little Sicily. Oh, that's Mr. Lee's Greater Hong Kong, you know. Like,
Yeah.
there's that. Two, something like we can even go, because the Sprawl allows it, you could even go post Cyberpunk. You could do something like a Ghost in the Shell, where you guys are like possibly on, government, whether that's,
Like terraforming stations. And shit.
still stuff. No, you go into space.
Oh, okay.
We're not in space.
Things like
Maybe we go to the moon, but like there's you got to keep it together. Remember, if you watch Blade Runner, you never see what those off-world colonies are like.
They're just there.
In Cyberpunk 2077, you don't really get to see the moon, the space station that Arasaka has. They just talk about it a lot.
Okay, then I have an idea. Then.
Yeah.
But anyway, what I was
feel
going to
like
say was that you can do what they call post-Cyberpunk, where it's like, okay, we're in a Cyberpunk world, but we're not necessarily playing to all the Cyberpunk themes. You guys could work for a government agency and like be part of the system, man.
Think Psychopaths. That's another good one too.
Yeah.
Psychopaths is another good post-Cyberpunk where, like, yeah, you guys are those characters would be cops in a Cyberpunk world, also using Cyberpunk themes, but even they get to challenge authority occasionally. But there are I've isolated. Go ahead.
I'm guessing we're not gonna go quite as dark as like something like Akira.
I was gonna ask
Probably
if we
not,
actually
but
avoid
also
going.
and
okay.
to be fair, Akira has like mutants and psychic powers and stuff.
That's more like actually an
Sure.
apocalypse world game.
No,
No,
Akira's
no,
if
No,
you read Akira, it's purely cyberpunk. almost.
Kira's what I would like to call Gonzo Cyberpunk, is where there's like, let's go fuck. It's like Shadowrun.
Yeah, Shadowrun has two tones. This is important language to keep in mind when
Mhm.
people they talk about your pink mohawk games versus your black trench coat.
Yeah.
Whereas black trench coat is like the Matrix. We're all cool dudes. We're super tactical. We're operating seriously. Pink mohawk is look at a freaking Shadowrun cover. You see an elf with dual wielding automatic shotguns with a pink mohawk.
I
With
like
an
going
orc who's got like 5 tattoos throwing fireballs. That's
I like going
Yeah.
Technicolor trench coat, but that's one weird
Because
thing.
as silly as Akira's like powers and stuff might be, the world they built in that is fucking messed up.
also Akira's just beautiful. I just
okay.
watched the Corridor crew react to.
It's
Anyway.
I was
sorry,
trying
we're
to
getting ahead of
ask
ourselves.
this.
They're getting ahead of themselves. Everybody shush. I need to get through my 3 things before I forget.
Right.
Everybody shush for a second.
Sorry.
Say it.
It's okay. I know. We're very excited. We're trying to build the world. We got a lot of. I know. Obviously, everybody's here because they're excited to play this. But there's 3 things when we're doing our world building and character selection we can't get rid of because of the hard-coded rules of the game. Number 1, it's pretty obvious it's a cyberpunk setting, but cyberware will be a thing.
Yeah.
I believe if every playbook doesn't start with cyber gear, which I believe it does, you have the option to pick it. So you guys will all, as player characters, probably be chromed up.
Yeah.
People in the world will be chromed up. Cyberware exists and is a thing that we will be seeing a lot of from the player facing. Now, there are actually a couple of choices when you take cyberware. You got to figure out how you got it. That kind of helps move our notes, set up people in the background, stuff like that. So we can kind of adjust like how common that is. Like, one guy was like, "Oh, I got an experimental cyber tech that's fucking broke," or I was a corpo wage slave and I'm now 60,000 new yen euros in
Mine
debt.
was a welcome to your new desk job gift after getting shot in the
stuff
face.
like that. So like, we can figure out kind of how that plays in, but there will be cyberware. It is a cyberpunk game. Second, the Matrix exists. Not like the movie The Matrix, but the thing they call the Matrix. There are hacking
Hacking is a
rules,
thing.
there are computer networks. Now, if none of you plays a hacker or takes the hacking the Matrix moves, we don't have to interact with it, but there is some kind of overarching future internet protocol that you can like go in, and if you're in it, you can do the moves that the game outlines for the Matrix, which is, so what do they call it? Like, where are your basic moves? Well, you
Net
got stuff like
running?
ice, Matrix moves, yeah. So log in, compromise security, manipulate systems, melt ice, jack out. Yeah, so like you have to jack into the Matrix because you got to jack out, that kind of stuff. There's deadly protocols, etc. So like that's a thing. Again, we can't get around in the world building. If any of you ends up taking a character who can jack into the Matrix, we got to accept that there's future internet. The third thing,
Alright.
even though I said we can be post cyberpunk, there's still corpos. So literally in my principles, the guiding rules as the MC, I'm supposed to take in to like work through everything. One of them is called make everything corporate with a capital C.
Oof.
So no matter what we do, there will be corps involved somewhere. Are they good corps? Are they bad corps? Don't know. But corporations are part of the makeup of the Sprawl. So you'll see this when we do stuff like links, like you'll have to name previous jobs you've done. That will name corporations who are, part of the world. They will have, clocks associated with them. When you get your cyberware, you may be naming corporations there, So corporations exist in the background and will be part of the setting. And so, like I said, we will have to deal with them in that sense. So we can't do like it would not make sense to do like a super post-apoc cyberpunk where like everything is collapsed and there's no corporations. Like we can't be full-blown anarchy. That doesn't really work for the way this game is set up. We will be constantly name-checking corporations, etc. So those are my 3 things. So I have a lot of different like guiding questions I can ask. They're not really written down. I got them in my brain though. But I think a good point would be to kind of go around and I think Axe mentioned this earlier. We can talk about what we definitely don't want in our cyberpunk. Like if there's any tropes anybody here definitely wants to avoid.
So
And then also I would flip that to the other side and say if there's any cyberpunk tropes as well, you definitely want to include.
okay, so I was kind of hoping if we avoid doing like the whole like grunge, everyone owns you, you're just a sack of meat kind of tone. I'd like to actually have like there's some hope in humanity in this world kind of thing.
I can understand that, but I also don't want to kind of make everything kind of hope.
No.
like-
Yeah.
I'm more just I don't want the negative.
I want
angle.
to bring up one of my principles. One of the principles of the game is chrome everything, then make it dirty. So
Yeah.
what they mean by that is at their heart, there's a lot of shiny, cool stuff, but also life is dirty. Now we don't have to go grimdark.
No.
'cause-
I just don't want
That's how it is,
grunge,
but-
if that's fair.
Well, what do you mean
Alright,
by
well, I don't know what you mean
again?
by grunge.
Yeah, what do you mean by grunge, my dude?
I mean,
Grunge is a
okay,
mu-
Axe,
is a music thing.
I won't sing Nirvana, I promise.
No, you ain't gonna stop me
If
from
you
singing
if you
Nirvana.
don't want to do 90s cyberpunk, I can skip that. We can go wireless. Or we can do retro future. You have to
I mean, yes, I would prefer not to do retropunk. It has its thing, but I'm like,
that's
Well,
that's
I
right. We
don't
really do
want
it.
us to be in this cyberpunk. No, what I mean by that is I don't want us to be in this cyberpunk world and still be using like
Brick
corded
phone-
phones
brick
and
phones.
stuff.
Or-
Well, again,
yeah.
Axe.
Yeah, I was-
like give Axe a minute to speak. But what did you mean by grungy?
Like the whole thing of the corps only exists to fuck over everyone and they're hitting the planet and they're fucking everything and they don't care about the future or their own future plans. They only try to fuck
Oh,
over
that is
everyone.
that is very 90s, 80s, 90s cyberpunk.
Yeah, I'd rather have like they
I-
actually have a few. They actually have a
that's what I-
plan for the future.
I get what you're getting at. I think you're saying we should avoid the nihilistic cyberpunk that was
Yeah.
definitely in the
Yes.
80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
definitely agree with Axe. Like that's for me as the guy who
Yeah.
has to write the motivations for these
It's
corps.
exhausting.
Yeah, that would be a real pain in the ass because that's not
It's not
not
fun.
a motivation to fuck
Yeah.
over everybody every second. Like
Well,
I didn't like an
corps
idea.
should have long-term plans and they shouldn't be afraid to fuck you over because you guys are individuals. You're nobody. But
It's why like I had
the
an idea
thing
for,
the thing I always like with like cyberpunks is like it's kind of like how they like pulling inspiration from Final Fantasy VII. Like they have the lower tier and higher tier. Like when you get up like top side, things are nice and they're okay, and people are on your side, but there's always that seedy underbelly, and sometimes that's an actual fucking whole district.
like an idea that
Okay.
I had like in my head for like a week or two was a corporation that like is noticing how the planet is losing resources, so they're trying to make space programs and like pick out
Well,
meritocracy kind of people to
X,
like
X, X,
send
X,
to other
X,
places.
X, X, X,
But
X,
that's the
X.
That's not
like that kind of
cyberpunk.
tone where it's
Like
like
you can have that kind of tone, but also like remember one of the things about this system is sometimes you just build your like the players built their own corpse and
no, I get you. I just
and
more,
the thing, so like you don't have to necessarily sell that to the group. That could just be part of your backstory.
Oh no,
if you
of course.
Yeah,
I was more
no,
just
but
saying like
I get it. Axe likes to work in specific
Yeah.
ideas, so he had a specific idea that is an example of his tone, and I see what he's getting at.
Yeah.
So we can avoid what I've written in my notes as cyber nihilism. We don't need to just be here that just like
Yeah.
the machine is a machine, man. It feeds itself.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that is a little reductive, I think, for what we're going at.
It's like because in my opinion, and maybe this is just me, I think the best cyberpunk like downfall scenarios to me are the ones that are started by mistake. Like that's what I like about, even though a lot of people might not consider it cyberpunk, that's what I love about Terminator. Is they didn't mean for any of that shit to happen in the
Sky-
future. They
actually,
just
Sky's-
fucked up.
Skynet's kind of cyberpunk. Now I think about it.
Terminator is an interesting.
Yeah, I would
case.
consider
It's a time travel movie, but there are certainly cyberpunk
Yeah.
principles, and you can't say that Terminator hasn't influenced cyberpunk aesthetics.
Yeah.
Oh god, no. Well, he's wearing basically 70s cyberpunk garb in his movie, and I think Cameron even said like, "No, I read a bunch of old cyberpunk novels, and I thought the like black biker chic jacket with on a giant robot man was cool."
Yeah, no.
That's actually that's a hybrid of black trench coat and fucking pink mohawk. The more I think about it, it's kind of.
I think that's where the black trench coat came from. I feel like with the Matrix
Well,
and stuff.
To be fair, the past parts of Terminator are very gritty for the most part.
Yeah.
Until you get into some of the later movies where they got a little weird with it. But for the most part, like Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 are very gritty past shit. And then there's also a weird future shit with like plasma guns and stuff.
Well, that's my piece, so there's that.
Accidents. That's a good thing to keep in mind for like for like setting tone and figuring out jobs, because normally there's supposed to be a little bit of flexibility, but I'm going to use this session 0 not only as a character and world building, but also to be like, let's make plot hooks I can turn into jobs like next week.
Well,
or a
okay,
job.
so if no one has any objections, the class I was looking at the most, and this should probably surprise no one that knows me, is Pusher. Would anyone have an objection to me being that kind of a character?
No.
Well, not necessarily, but the thing I want to ask is, what are you trying to push, and what is that, and how does that affect the world?
Basically, the idea I had was a person who embraces the idea of cyber collectivism.
Ooh.
He embraces the idea that the reason for cybernetics and the reason that cybernetics should continue is to push humanity into a collective intelligence.
So he's pushing some extreme form of transhumanism.
Basically, yes.
Okay.
Like a very extreme dogmatized, like basically like social networking should turn into collective unconsciousness. It's like that's where he kind of sees the world going.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I think I can work with that with some ideas for job stuff. Go ahead, like.
So his entire goal is making connections. Like he wants connections everywhere.
Okay.
Because he just wants to further the idea of communication specifically. Because that's just something I find personally interesting, is with how fast communication technology is developing, how far are we going to go before humans go, maybe we shouldn't like go further. You know what I mean?
Okay, so this brings up a good world building tech level question. Like obviously we've talked a little bit about some of the different, like we don't want to go full blown into, you know, the Ouroboros of the corpse eating their own tail kind of stuff. You know, unintentional consequences should maybe play into like how some of the things we deal with happen. So let's ask some broad guiding questions. We can start with a tech one there. So, you know, Dallas is talking about like networking, getting people together. So, and this kind of greater collective thing going on. So, like, how transhuman is our cyberpunk? Like, obviously, we're still dealing with Chrome, which can be faulty, right? So, we're not to the, say, kind of like Eclipse phase level, like near perfect implantation future. But if Dallas ends up playing this pusher character, right? Is he trying to, say, emulate something that people have done in the past? Like, are we talking about where people have tried to, like, plug a bunch of minds together to unionize or whatever, to collectivize before? Is that just his, like
a Deus
special
Ex
idea? And what's the tech level to, like, support it? Do we have, like, full-blown brain scanning? Oops, excuse me. Sorry. Very burpy.
I was
full-blown brain
definitely...
scanning technology?
Sorry.
Good.
I was definitely viewing it of more of a, like, not there yet. Like, I don't necessarily envision the tech level to be there, but he just views, like, basically what I was thinking is, like, we probably have basically the ability to have a cell phone built into our head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
no,
not
definitely...
we're always connected, but, like, you can touch your ear and call your friend.
Are we up to inbuilt AR interfaces though?
I was hoping so, yeah. I wanted like hard constructs.
So that probably still depends on where you've got. Because, like, for instance, some people can have cyber eyes,
cyber ears, cyber comms,
which can have various elements like that. Cyber comms is another thing. So that's definitely tech that is possible. And you guys will kind of decide how you're laid out. But so, yeah, it is definitely possible to have that technology. Does everybody have it? Probably not yet, Actually, okay.
So
here's
are
another
we like immediate post, like what do I want to call it?
Singularity.
Not singularity, but basically, you know how we had our our industrial revolution, our modern revolution, and our information revolution. Like, what
is this the cyber? Okay, so actually, I was going to get to that because I was going to ask, how common do you guys?
The
Chrome
revolution?
has to be here, right?
Yes.
Part of the thing. How common is it? Like, because think about it this way: you get Cyber Eyes installed, that means that like a guy has to scoop your eyes out, kind of. But so like, how common are cybernetics? How expensive or inexpensive are they? Like, obviously, you guys are getting the good stuff, so you
Two
have
things.
to deal with the kind of mechanical balance behind it.
Well,
but...
I want to say,
Okay,
I want to put them common, and I want to say they're common because we are in a post-war system where they have the explosion of technology.
Good. Cyberpunk loves post-war timeline.
Yeah.
I like the idea of we have like hard light input surfaces, so it's like we can project like surfaces and things. So like usually it's so we can conserve a lot of space on like screens and shit. But
Okay.
you also have like
Progression
I-
of
I don't-
holographic materials is a very common element.
On a little to Lucky, what basically what I would this be correct in saying like cybernetics is common, but it's not quite common for someone to have maybe like a whole body kit done.
Yeah, no,
Nah.
because like as I said, like
No,
if we're post-war, that means probably we put a lot of like whatever we have for nations, whatever, put a lot of work into developing cybernetics, and as usually does with post-war is things have trickled down to civilian markets at more reasonable prices. But because of that, other certain industries have decided to say, hey, how actual far can we go with cybernetics? And are now starting to experiment with the weird shit.
I see it as like think of it like the prices of like cars or pharmaceuticals, where there is like commercial like low grade common shit, but then you get more expensive, you get more unique.
Well,
and
this is
actually,
when
like,
we can.
long-lasting
This is
shit.
when we
So,
actually start pulling in fucking corps, because one of the big thing is you can get corporate loans, sponsorships,
Yeah.
do jobs and whatnot,
Well,
and that's how
also
we.
there's different tiers of like stuff like corporate marketing is really interesting.
Mhm.
Like, this is a real life fact. Both say major like computer manufacturers outsource to other countries to build, right?
Yes.
But Apple didn't do that for a little bit, and when they did, they kept their price at that higher level. And they produce a quote unquote more premium product. You can have your own opinions on how premium iPhones and iMacs and whatever are, but that is their brand. They produce shiny, higher quality tech, whereas a lot of like something like a Windows or an Android operating system, which are just, basically open source. Anybody can get the license to put this on your anything. You've got various levels of tech, so consumers might be like buying a Pair Tech Cybercom and putting them in their ear, and you don't have to get planned obsolescence for like 5 years, or you might buy yourself a Macrosoft Cyber Eye, and it's
I just had an
something
idea.
low quality and gotta cycle back. Go ahead, X.
In response to what Dallas mentioned earlier about mistakes, I wonder if there's actually maybe a bit too many protection laws involving having AR chips in your brain, because stuff has actually happened. It became public, so they actually had to make a lot of laws about that stuff.
Well, do we have laws? We haven't gotten to some of the nitty gritty stuff. We started getting into the tech because
Yeah.
that seemed where people were going. We can talk about setup. One thing I did want to mention though, also about post-war, not just like the economic turndown, but war gives a perfect excuse for prosthetics to advance because soldiers.
Yes.
You've got. So what I think we're talking about here, like Lucky mentioned it, where there's different specs basically, right?
Mhm.
Like different tiers of cyberware. They probably started with mil spec, medical spec, right? Like we need to keep our soldiers fighting. Let's give them, oh, this guy lost his leg. Let's give him a fucking better leg. And then it goes to, wait, if we can build a better leg, why don't we give all of our soldiers better leg? Like,
Or we start making some dermal plating or embedded
yeah,
weaponry.
stuff like that. We start like, hey, we can put cybercoms in all these guys' ears so they can have encrypted radio without needing to speak. That makes them more tactical. And then it kind of filters down into first industrial, like, hey, we can build cars as good as robot arms if we have people with literal robot arms. And then it gets to consumer. So we are at like I said, we're in the middle of a cybernetic revolution. We have reached consumer tech level cyberware, but it's not necessarily ultra common because people are still kind of working out what they're doing.
This
also
is not
expensive.
Ghost in the Shell where people are just mostly cyborgs.
Yes. And I do actually think the rules don't really have a good way for like player characters to do full body prosthesis. Like I think eventually you could acquire literally all the cyberware and like make a way to say, well, I've got literally every piece of cyberware. I'm all cybernetic, but that's not like
Also, by that point, you could retire your character.
there's that too. But also like it's not a fast thing. This is not like unlike as we said Eclipse Phase where it's like I'm just a robot.
I'm robot now.
I'm just a robot man.
Yeah.
Put my brain in robot, me robot.
I'm a
So,
stupid
but
AI.
you will-
But does that still make you a robot then? Because
Well, that's an Eclipse Phase question.
The,
But
the ship of Theseus.
of
To
Theseus,
go
yeah.
back. Okay, so I just want to mention this. Yeah, no, the ship of Theseus is a very interesting problem when it comes to cybernetics and cyborgs, and I've always found it fascinating.
Well, the question
It's
is,
a great
like,
question.
Well, this is the great question. Well, actually, we probably shouldn't get into debating the philosophy.
We should worry about that later.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about it.
Later.
that sounds like a character building note to think about how your characters think about this thing. So we've got like different tech levels. I'm writing some high level bullet points. You know, we got post-war, we got the cybernetic revolution. Axe talking about holographic hard life interfaces, which can make your tech very space compact, which is important in Cyberpunk, right? Like Dallas said, he doesn't want to do retro stuff, so we should avoid like I'm carrying 30 pounds of computers on my body kind of stuff, right?
And all you need is like the Metal Gear Solid 5 thing of like it just makes a projection screen for you to interact
It's
with.
like one of those things. It's like what I mean by retropunk is avoid stuff like Star Trek, because like as much as I love Star Trek, it's really funny to watch them have teleporters and stuff, but then be like, you can't have a mobile communication device with a video screen. That's crazy.
This is the problem
Yeah,
we also have with Star
that's too
Wars.
That's too low.
Star Wars and Alien, the franchise, are my go-to examples of what they call cassette futurism. Like, if you ever watch Alien or Aliens or play Alien Isolation, everything's on fucking data tapes, just like Star Wars. They've got those big blocky CRT monitors with the wireframe displays. And to be fair, there's something to be said for, like, NASA's using technology that's ancient because they know it works, right?
Yeah.
But those are still, like, so far in the future that it isn't... Yeah, so we're not going to, like... If you jack into the Matrix, you don't need to, like, pull out your fucking modem cable. You may want to do a hardline connection because that might be more secure. That's something I think we can cycle back to in a second. But you don't... It's not like, literally, we're all on modems dialing up. So...
I would like a future of what we see as our future, not the future of the past.
Yeah, that's a fair thing. And that's something that not a lot of Cyberpunk does very well.
Yeah, like I said, like us as humans, we are constantly posting miniaturization, constantly.
Yeah, so like
Well, because like you said, that's a war thing.
Yeah.
Because when you think about building tech, if you build 100-pound supercomputer bank, you're like, okay, but
It's 100 pounds.
I need
When the
an
fuck are we hitting
infantryman to
this?
haul this. That's not gonna work.
So yeah, like
We can power everything with super batteries. It weighs 200 pounds. Well, that's fucking useless then.
Like,
Put it in a tank. Go home. That's it.
As much of a guilty pleasure and not great as the anime was, I think the world alone in the world with a smartphone had a point of like, if you went to the Middle Ages with a smartphone, you could just take over the fucking world.
With a functional smartphone, anyway.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
Yeah, because that would give you all kinds of tools and things that would be very wild. Okay,
I
so
love the world God only knows.
Oh, that's such a good.
I didn't finish that series.
You should.
So let's talk about kind of our high level, right? Like we talked about, like, okay, so cyberware's cutting edge. People are getting it for job requirements. They got to keep their jobs.
Keep the
'Cause-
gerbs.
This is a thing that also happens when you get a war buildup. You get a lot of people involved, and then when war is over, you don't have the budget to pay all the soldiers anymore, so they got to go home. We've seen this in our modern time period. You see this before. You get that kind of like post-war boom bust kind of a thing going on.
So here's a question.
there
Wait, let me
are
finish talking.
Yes, sir.
there will be these comments of like, okay, so what are these people doing? Is there a big urban homeless problem? Are we like, did we bring back manufacturing jobs with humans to avoid like, joblessness riots kind of a thing? Because if we're thinking about our future right now, this is a thing that we're gonna have to contend with. you don't need people to do a lot of stuff. Build a car, robots can do that. Order fast food, robots can do that. Make fast food, probably, robots can do that. So we should think about this. But I think the thing I want to cycle back to before we go too far down that is, because this will probably affect it, is talking about what's our society like. So like I said, you can go full-blown, snow crash, like literally everything is corporate franchises, like corporations are our only government. You can go to more of a middle ground, like argument like Cyberpunk 2077 classically, like, yes, Night City is technically corporate owned, but it's still run like a city with corporate influencers, and there is still governments out there. Just the story is set in a setting that is supposed to be less government influenced. And then, like I said, you can go so far as to go to like a Psycho-Pass or like a Ghost in the Shell, or even some other classic cyberpunks where like, no, government's still going strong. They work closely with corporate partners, but there's still like big G-men out there who will, flip your shit if you start breaking real boy laws.
What's the term? Oligarchy?
Oligarchy.
Oligarchy, yeah. That's
I'm
still...
up for either like the second or the third there. Also, can as a question for everyone, if anyone else wants to really do it, can we not have like a full Chrome movement or a full Flesh movement kind of thing of people?
No, totally. We need to have those. We need to have those in there. Those are.
okay.
Well, we don't need to have those, but
Well, Dallas has already said he's talking
that's
about
literally
it.
part of my character.
No, I meant as in
change
like
his
full
mind.
roboticism kind of thing.
I mean, that is literally part of my character.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
I
Like
want
I'm
to
saying-
turn
actually, I was
humanity
gonna mention
into
this
a
earlier.
collective
So-
intelligence.
We are not at a point where everybody's doing full body prosthetic,
No.
but full body prosthesis should be possible. You should be able to pull
yeah.
your brain out and put it in a
more,
robot body.
can we?
oh no, finish what you're saying, Axe.
I just don't want to deal with like weird like full flesh cults.
I mean, that is literally my character.
And
Yeah,
well, the
no.
opposite. The opposite.
Okay, let me
Opposite,
phrase it
but
this way.
yes.
Let me phrase it this way.
Ah.
Axe. What you don't want to deal with is you don't want to deal with cybernetics as a metaphor for racism.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't want to deal with the whole like mankind divided Deus Ex thing of being the whole anti-aug movement bullshit thing.
I mean, my character is literally. I'll say this. My character is literally called Father. Is part of their name.
Oh, you're going with
They are a
father. That's
religious
great. I love
leader.
it. Yeah.
It's its
I'm
father
more talking
Samuel.
about. I'm more talking about
but,
the opposite.
Yeah,
end for you.
I can see what X is saying. That is
Right.
the thing that occasionally is done in Cyberpunk, which I don't know if we're.
I think some do it better than others.
Yeah, some do it better than others.
I just don't feel like touching it.
Honestly, I think that
I
the
mean,
way that we've talked about this, it
probably
sounds
not.
like we're going to use cybernetics as more of a metaphor for classism,
Yeah.
wealth sphere.
Yeah,
you
that's fair.
can't- I don't think you can do cyberpunk without discussing classism. That just
Well,
doesn't
no,
work. to me.
that is one of the core themes of why the genre exists, is talking about different class and wealth levels.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can avoid that. Marth said down there in the thing, which the video people have caught, he's okay for more of a full corpo setup. So,
Like I said, I think I want.
Axe said he kind of wanted to go more towards the middle leaning.
Well,
What
let me
about you
look
two?
up the definition
guys,
of
go ahead,
oligarchy
Nate.
real quick.
Oligarchy, the
It's
loose
very
form
much
is government by.
The
Is
few,
it just
like,
authority figures? Yeah, I think
yeah,
it's just
small
by the
group
few.
of small by yeah.
well,
And I think we can probably do something like that. Have a small a small group of government, but maybe they're particularly backed by certain corporations to represent their interests in.
Like
Yeah.
the current corporation is the main sponsor of the country.
So the U.S. government.
Yeah, I was about to say. So basically, lobbyism
We're
taken
open.
to its logical extreme. Perhaps
Yeah.
it's illogical extreme if we really want that to be a theme.
But like I said, instead of like how we have in the U.S. where you have all this pomp and circus campaign, obviously, and people are just like, no, it's like I am the elected representative of fucking this corporation to represent the interests in our government.
yeah.
Basically, just what is really happening in the real world governments, but with no subtlety or
Yeah.
trying to hide it. Just
There's no hiding because that's supposedly maybe in the fiction it helps increase their PR
Yeah.
if they're honest about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
President-
like transparency is a thing.
Coca-Cola. This is like I'm trying to think of a fake politician name, but something
President
like John
Mountain Dew
Smith,
Camacho.
Coca-Cola's presidential candidate,
Yeah.
as he just holds up a can of Coke.
And honestly, I personally think that's interesting because at the same time, while we still have the strong corporate influence, at the same time, it's not just 100% corporate influence. It's like no.
It also kind of means that public opinion of your product is also a very big deal in this.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I've always kind of been more interested of the corporations winning by legally, basically, instead of the corporations like taking over by force. I'm always more interested when it's like, no, they did this the legit by the book way.
Oh,
It kind of
through-
sucked, but they did it.
Oh, you mean sort of through like the wormy sort of way of using the laws against what's
Yeah.
there?
Corporations have more rights than governments.
Like this didn't happen because like they came out with guns and robots with lasers. This happened just through legal
By
bullshit.
by pressing their politicians to pass certain movements that gave the corporations more power, and they
Yeah.
just consolidated until the corporations were able to get officials elected that was literally in their same company.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it just
And
escalated
I
from
think
there.
I see the through line for kind of how we got here, because we've talked about this, right? We got a big war situation, right? You have war buildup. That means loads and loads of government spending, mobilization of the populace. You know, you get a lot of your population involved. We're far enough in the future that like you could, especially if this was, maybe there was a pre-war job crisis, right?
Yeah.
Pre-war employment crisis. Because again, automation.
China got
truck
blown up.
driving is automated, manufacturing's automated, lots of service jobs get automated, right? That's the thing we're looking at right now. Amazon's launching, personless stores. We're talking about self-driving cars and all that. So like we bump that up a little. You have a lot of people who are unemployed. That drives political unrest. We should probably talk about why the war happened, but give me a second to finish my thought before we do that, because that will
I have an
probably
idea
help
there.
set our tone, right?
Mhm.
So we get this pre-war like depression, low jobs, everybody's antsy. What do you do when you've got an antsy populace? You maybe get some people talking about some shit, you get some feistiness, you fight some wars. Government, balloons up, government spending, you get a lot of people in the military. You can probably evenly spread that between, men and women. Nobody needs to stay at home and do work. We've got robots for that.
If we're thinking about
Kind of-
that, instead of like maybe like thinking that, maybe we just like well, first off, I'm assuming that we are on Earth.
Yes, because I was
Probably.
gonna say we should at some point figure out like, because we have to build locations.
Mhm.
We should figure out a general like geographic area, what it's like,
Well,
and that
like,
helps us drill down to specifics of our corporations, government, etc.
well, like, well, I want to say, like I said, like, but, just because it's the idea is so alien to U.S. soil, but what if we had actually a fucking another civil war and the U.S. just fractured into various nation states? They don't have to be they don't have to be one for one, but like fucking we can take fucking Oregon, Washington, and California and turn it into the nation of Pacifica or something.
Yeah.
No,
That's not that uncommon in cyberpunk
Yeah.
stories.
I think
Especially
like
with-
doing something similar to that with what Lucky was going to run.
One idea is that China got blown up because they started it.
I mean,
I can see that. I can all.
lazy.
Okay. So
because
we're
it's
looking at
wrong.
Actually, this is another good point. We've talked about, right, like our kind of corporate lobby government, our oligarchy. Where government and corporations at the toppest levels are intertwined, right?
Yes.
Is that universal? Is that just how the world is, right?
I think
or
it
at
should
least
be
how the
the
first world
I
is.
think it should be how the majority is, but there would be exceptions. Like
Well,
most
yeah, well,
things.
because like, I would like to say that's all how all first world nations is, but like second and third world are still in states of unrest.
Democracy, military juntaism, collapse, rise.
Maybe the
etc.
better.
Well,
maybe a
because I
better
want
way
to say that because I would like to say in our post-war society there's still a big need for there has been a rise of PMC organizations.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I understand why. So we can figure out exactly like why. Was it like a research war, an ideological war? Was it a civil war? We can decide that for sure. Like I kind of like your idea about everybody splitting. But let's say that so we have, like I said, we have our pre-war depression. We build up to the war, fragmentation, conflict. If we assume that happens in most places, government sizes shrink down because they are physically smaller, right?
Yes.
Like the US implodes, China implodes again. That kind of stuff. You get kind of like territorial recession. Like even in Japan, they've got a couple different islands. You could have like, say, this has been done in anime a
The
lot. Like
EU
Okinawa
collapses.
Okinawa becomes an independent nation. And so on from the main islands, kind of a thing. That kind of stuff has happened before. So governments kind of shrink down. This is where the corporates step in because the big boy collective governments spent a lot of this money, and then suddenly they're like, wait, shit, we lost half our tax base, we lost half our constituents and
Yeah.
our politicians.
And in the
corporations
case-
swoop in.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if we're going with the U.S. politics, in the case of everywhere that didn't get California, it's like shit, now what do we do for food?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, if you didn't get the Midwest,
Yeah, if you didn't get
food-
if you're the South, you're just like shit. All of
Yeah,
our
if you're the
farming
Southwest
bases
where
in the
it's
Midwest
dry.
and California.
Actually,
I
now
mean,
that I think
Texas
about
and Florida would keep real beef. Texas should absolutely, by the way, be its own state.
Yeah,
No, wait,
not at
I've
all.
got it. It's even funnier. Texas is 2 states.
No,
I was more thinking
No.
they get swallowed by Mexico.
Texas is a state, and then Austin is just an
So,
is
yeah,
a
there's
state.
like
An independent
obviously
independent
states
city-state?
inside of the Republic of Texas.
Yeah, it's like an unofficial city state. It's like they're technically still a part of Texas, but Texas doesn't want to bother with it.
Actually, now the more I think about it, yeah, no, actually, I think Washington, Oregon, and California would band together.
Oh no, definitely. Like,
Yeah. I mean,
like
uh,
I mean,
Same,
Washington.
same with New England.
Yeah.
Like that a lot of those states would be culturally close enough to just be like, whoop.
My inability to know, like,
Lucky. Let's be honest. Other than like Hollywood and climate, like Washington and California are basically the same place.
Yeah.
so, I had this weird idea of like how all this happened is that China basically lobbied themselves into like government positions everywhere, and then they started chokeholding the all the economies of the entire world. And
You
it
mean that's
basically-
what they're doing right now?
Yeah,
I'm
but
about to say,
okay, let me finish the thing.
that's not necessarily fixing
That's
it,
a
actually.
bit
Or, but
too.
they actually chokehold it to the point they then used it to basically then take over the world, and then they all got fucking nuked to shit.
No, I think
Well,
that,
okay, actually, like maybe not that specific, but those are good questions. Like, was it a nuclear war that happened?
No.
If it was
No,
Probably
no,
probably
no,
not.
China
No,
is
that
still
would be
war.
bad.
No, I think
Or-
I would like to say there was nuclear. There's definitely nuclear posturing though, because Korea
So,
likes North Korea likes to do that on occasion.
Yeah.
I had an idea.
Mhm.
So my idea for if we wanted to do a starting point in a war is the war starting point was Japan,
Really?
and it wasn't they didn't do anything on purpose. Is that some research base in Japan basically discovered AI
Oh.
and went shit.
Eh.
So discovered smart AI,
Like, yes,
actual
like actual
okay, but-
functional.
Okay, so
intelligence.
is this an AI war then against like? Is this a war against the machine?
No, this was basically a war to control the AI and like figure out what it is.
ah,
And
Ah.
in the process, they basically broke it. They blew it up.
Well, again, but why would this like basically destroy society? Why did all these nations fight?
Because everyone wanted basically the research notes and the data on how to create it.
Okay, so that means like that's
I mean,
the word.
I can see that as an inciting incident, and then it's like,
Yeah.
well, and to be fair, there's
Well,
something to
actually,
say about
like,
entrenchment.
here's the thing,
Like,
here's the
think
thing.
about this, right?
Oh, sorry.
I was
have an
gonna say,
idea.
like, think about like the Vietnam War. That went on for like 10 years overall between France, us, etc. It might even have been like more like 20. It was a long time. Once your government gets entrenched, like the AI thing could be kind of an inciting incident, and then once everybody starts to get to fight and gets entrenched, you start building these connections, and then at some point you have your people who are like for instance, let's say our hypothetical, you know,
The Singularity.
Oh wait, I have an
Pacific,
idea. I have an idea. I like to spring off of Dallas's idea. Is Japan did discover an idea, an AI, but they decided to use that AI to actually start maybe considering space projects like asteroid mining and whatnot. Since the using AI would remove the use for manned manned units.
Sustaining tech, yeah.
And because of but Japan was not very forthright with sharing the technology, and so a few incidences went since, and Japan might have had. Japan was the victim of a attack of aggression by someone. We can say China. Why not?
I mean, they're right
it
there.
would probably be China. They're
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
yeah.
and then
And that turns into the World War I problem because we've got the U.S. has bases in Japan.
mhm.
Which then leads
Yeah.
to like full-scale invasions in China's government. Probably.
and then things would just devolve because everyone secretly actually wants the technology, and then there's espionage, finger pointing, eventual collapse.
it is
And-
basically
because
even-
that's one of the things that like you can definitely say about Earth is we have a very finite amount of fucking resources. So anything that can be done to expand our territory or resources, everyone's gonna be fucking fighting over.
And that
And if-
plays to something that Axe brought up earlier, talking about like corporations and these nebulous entities having strict goals. Like
Yeah.
we could be in the asteroid mining Cold War. Like
Well,
there are a lot of heavy metals and rare earth metals in the asteroid belt, and like We've talked about this in real life. We have a semiconductor shortage right now, right?
Mhm.
Like, there's a lot of things. So what we're talking about is basically, I was gonna ask. So basically, this is a post World War III, a very common cyberpunk.
It's supposed to be- I think.
Yeah,
I
but
think
Dallas, does that seem okay to you? That like
Yeah,
that's been
that's
on-
basically kind of what I was going at.
okay.
I think it'd be fun if we called it like the Singularity War or something.
I mean-
Most would call it World War III though.
Fair
Like,
enough.
that's
And
what-
why would we not?
We'll call
Like,
it
'cause,
World War
like,
III, but it'll have the fucking colon, the Singularity.
yeah, the Singularity War.
Because it is basically it was basically the key to
Yeah.
asteroid mining, which is like the key to getting
Latch
off
key.
this fucking planet. So yeah.
Yeah, because again, that's one of the things. Is like there is space things happening that we can reference,
Yep.
but we're not actually going to space.
Wait, can I make another request to the setting?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Forgot to say this one, the things you do not want. Please no aliens.
Yeah, we can skip alien tech.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah,
no.
definitely skip alien tech.
That's more of a sci-fi.
That's
thing.
not a cyberpunk thing. Like, every time a cyberpunk was like, and then aliens happened, I roll my eyes. I'm just like, that's a different genre.
Actually, on the topic of that, is it okay if we have like if we don't have to deal with like the whole fear of China taking over the world kind of thing? If this is the
Well, okay, yeah. So I was gonna talk about this. That's a thing that flows differently in different time periods.
Um,
But cyberpunk historically has had a lot of these like, oh, X will have the economy that will take over the world. Like first it was Japan because everybody thought that was going to happen, and there was a very real risk of that happening.
Yeah.
And then it didn't because Japan's economy super collapsed,
bubble
super
it popped.
imploded.
Yeah, bubble.
Now, similarly, a lot of people are like, oh, China's got all our manufacturing and blah, blah, blah. They're going to take it. Well,
And
I mean,
spoiler,
talking about our
China-
principles, right? If in our setting backstory, somewhere in the past 20 or 30 years, we got really into automation, 3D printing. We should totally have 3D printing. I think 3D printing is super cool.
Fabricators.
Yeah, 3D printers should be
Yeah.
should have reached the point of a consumer level technology
Yeah.
where it's not even like a hobby thing. Like
No.
most households, if you're middle class, you own a 3D printer to print certain things. that you
Basically,
need.
everything short of organic.
Yeah. Do you
is-
need a new shirt? Well, you can order a designer, bespoke shirt, or you can just print a piece of shit shirt in your house and just order the fabric coils. But if you do that, then the fact that places like China, Malaysia, Thailand, whatever, have cheap labor doesn't matter anymore because you don't have to pay robots.
Well,
I
actually,
personally-
yeah. So I'm pretty sure that China's probably fractured on its own self. Hong Kong's
But
probably.
I was about to say, I think we can safely say that given China's historical propensity, they've probably imploded again.
Well, also, just like, not to get too into modern politics, but in the current course China's going in, that's probably a political reality because, spoiler, authoritarianism doesn't ever work for a consistent amount of time.
Nah,
It just doesn't.
human elements suck.
No,
Especially
you-
when it's a figurehead authoritarianism, because
Mhm.
then when the figurehead goes away, what do then?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I like.
I'm fine.
No, go X.
China's like a weird collective of like corporate city states.
Well, honestly, I feel like my idea was kind of no countries in a good position to take over because they all got screwed.
Well,
Yeah.
like
Like-
here's the thing. Like the thing about
I-
China is like, like China's a lot of area, but actually not a lot of fucking
living space.
living space. All of it's super. It's they have high population density in certain areas. That's why Hong Kong is so fucking powerful. When they spit, they're like, yeah, check out all the fucking people and fucking economic power we have. But
yeah. So I think we'd end up in a lot of because that's another classic cyberpunk thing is like city states, city buildings.
yeah. Yeah.
So we've got some world details. We can probably figure out like, hey, did Europe is Europe the European Union now, or did they completely explode back to the old way? Kind of a thing. We can figure that out later. I think. What I think we should narrow down now to some of these ideas, and I've thrown up some some proper nouns I can use later. But like, where do we want to set this? Like, where's our focal point? And we should kind of flush out from there. It doesn't have to be like one city, but we should definitely like think about, okay, where geographically are there? I think it would make a lot of sense at this point, given we've talked about it and some of the people in this call, if it was that what Lucky called Pacifica earlier. That
I'm sorry. I am super biased. I love the Pacific Northwest as a setting. It's
Same.
Lucky, I was wondering if you wanted to do like the weird trade ship the weird like moving island trade city.
Well, I think that like personally,
Hmm.
I don't think the technology isn't necessarily in a state to have the resources enough to do that. But, that could be a plot point. Is maybe the nation of Pacifica has been building the world's first floating city or something.
Considering all of
It's
California,
maybe it could be a huge corporate project that's just ominously in the fucking background.
Right,
Well,
because
also-
obviously
all of
sea levels are
California.
rising because
Well,
nobody
all-
fixed global warming, right?
Yep.
Got it.
California is actually fairly safe from sea level, but the problem is Baja is kind of moving the other way from the rest of California.
My other favorite environmental crisis, desertification. Yes.
So,
right. Oh, I'm playing Ready Historia. That's literally
Ooh, actually, so
But California's like we've been done that. We're done with that. We are a
Des-
desert.
desertification's actually a really good plot point because America generates a shitload of food.
yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most of it in the Midwest. However, a lot of that is along water basins, which are not necessarily the best managed because
Yeah.
people in Arizona, which is a fucking desert, want green lawns, so they steal water from places that have water.
Yeah.
And California.
I believe it's
Good, like-
California. As the resident Californian, California produces 35% of the food for the U.S.
Wow.
Specifically fruit.
Yeah.
And another big
Uh,
chunk of that, especially your grains and beef, is Midwest,
Yeah, that's
Yes.
flyover country.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
if, small scale terraforming is a secret project?
Well, probably you'd want to do environmental reclamation
Mm-hmm.
Fair
at
enough,
some
like,
point,
something-
but that's
something
that
to
sounds
stop
like
global warming.
that sounds like one of those corporate, you know,
Mm.
T minus never projects. Like, Monsanto Corporation says that in the next decade
I
they'll.
swear to God, if a company's called Monsanto, I'm gonna burn it to
Sorry,
the ground.
I'm
You're
doing the
changing
classic
content.
Switch thing.
It's not Monsanto, but God damn it.
It's close enough.
I know.
Set it on fire.
Anyway,
Somewhere in the next
corporation
10 years,
next
Monsanto Corporation says they're going to reclaim the Great Plains. They said that last year, and they said that the year before that.
Like
kind
they're
of a-
trying. They never put progress. Though.
Well, again, it's
Or
one of
you
those. It's
got-
one of those public things. But like again, like I think one of the things is if we have corporations, all corporations should have some big, quote unquote project they're working on. Maybe
Oh, and
publicly.
that is absolutely
Like,
supported
yeah, like
by
their
the
big
mechanics.
message
statement.
Corporates will have corporation countdown clocks, right?
Yeah.
Like they will be leading to them finding you, doing things to you, working on those things, doing their
I feel
different.
like some should technically be positive, while others should definitely not be.
Well, again, like here's some of them. It's like because here's the thing: if we're getting into corporate transitions, corporate sabotage, whether it's messy or nice and clean, is like a big thing. They're gonna send people to fuck up the other corpo so their project gets out there, gets additional funding and whatnot.
What's the position on like small companies?
What small companies? Those don't
Well,
exist in
I mean, that's a
Cyberpunk.
good point. Are we all in the megacorp stage, or are there?
I
you know.
wouldn't say megacorp, but I don't think small like mom and pop corporations exist anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
don't
I
like-
will say,
so,
well,
like,
like again, this isn't one of the things I
Well,
want to
actually,
say.
So I got a commentary about that. Sorry to cut you off there,
Go
Lucky.
for it.
Like if everything's corporate, then two dudes can be a corporation, right? Like, are we at that stage? Like, just when you get together as a group, do you just call yourself a corporation because that's how our political
Nah.
system works?
No, I want
or-
to say like we still because I still want to say we still have classism and whatnot. So if once you're in that higher tier of stuff, it's like yes, everything is corporations because that's where the fucking money is.
No.
But if you're still down on the dirt low level, yeah, there's still gonna be those little mom and pop stores because guess what?
Oh,
They can't afford the fucking the corpo life.
No, I'm more just talking about stuff like what's a good example? Like Hopadoddy. Because that's a corporation. They have like it's a global it's not a global fast food chain, but it's like they have restaurants in a couple of states. Like I'm saying stuff like that doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
So it's like
mid-
that in between point.
Some, like mid-scale stuff.
Yeah, as is apropos to the classism debate, the middle has been thoroughly hollowed out.
That makes sense.
That's fair.
I think that makes sense.
I still think
Much
there's,
like the
small,
middle class is probably also
Like
been
the
thoroughly
corps
hollowed
basically
out.
it's like all right, we need to gather and consolidate as much power as it buy all the businesses.
Yes.
buy all
Steve
the
Brand.
buy all the mid-tier stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like if you're successful enough to get noticed, a corpo is probably buying. you.
Yeah, that makes
waiting,
sense.
You're waiting for your buyout roulette.
And that would also kind of fit with the mechanics. Like corporations will have different strengths. They may have custom moves. One of the things that when you guys create a corporation is it will have a corporate countdown clock in the rules, which is how close that corporation is to noticing you guys, specifically the players. Like, how close is Cyberbind systems to noticing that you guys have been secretly stealing their patents and dumping them open source onto the internet for the past 5 years?
Oh, no.
You know,
Do we
that
want
kind
to
of
do a
stuff.
thing about the environment? So we don't have like a corporation that's about trying to fix global warming or some shit? or
Well,
not?
like again, like
Okay. I didn't comment on this earlier, but I posted how corporations work in narrative sense. Corporations maximize profit and minimize expense. They deny responsibility and suppress dissent, and they exploit technology and humanity to the limits of both. Now, do note that exploit the environment is not in that list. So we could technically have pro-environment corps. You could have somebody like
Yeah.
Gaia Tech or whatever. By the way, you guys are going to give me a lot
Honestly,
of insight.
what's Musk's corporation called?
what
he
boring
has
company?
several.
His main one.
Tesla?
Tesla Motors.
Tesla would be a good example of like a pro environment corp. Like they're doing stuff to quote unquote help the environment, depending on how you want to look at it.
Mhm.
But they're
still a
also
corporation,
turning a profit.
Yeah.
Like it's not a purely benevolent like grassroots environmentalist act. It's a like
It's
Well,
electric cars are the future. Eventually, oil is unsustainable.
corporations have fortunately or unfortunately realized activism is monetizable.
Oh yes. Actually, that's a good question. We've talked about that being kind of like how the government got started. Is that just is wokenomics the state of being for our setting?
Well, probably.
I think in certain ways, but not like every way.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, as long as it doesn't.
so
well, the
Cyberpunk
thing-
obviously gets in kind of that like, oh, stuff should be, like I said, chrome everything, make it dirty, that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot of like aspects of like oppression, downtrodden, etc. But we don't have to phrase that necessarily in the same way as our modern political spectrum,
so
right?
the way of wokenomics, quote unquote, is an interesting term, but it's I think it's the same way as it works in real world. Like a lot of what the government and corporations do is pure lip service. They're not actually doing anything to help the people they're saying they're helping, but they're telling you they are. They'll make a pride burger, or like they'll turn their Facebook icons black for a week, but like actual change that is substantive, if it doesn't help their bottom line, why would they do that?
I think in this.
I
feel like
guess
in
the
this
term
narrative-
would be more superficial representation.
Yeah,
feel
it's
like-
basically wokenomics is basically face makeup.
I feel like in this situation, but considering how like the world is very different now, some corporations actually have to back it up, or they're not actually.
You're
getting
really,
Why?
you're really you're really trying to bring positivity into this game, Axe. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm noticing this is what you're harping on particularly.
I mean, I don't think that's.
I'm more
doesn't
meaning
make
like there's
sense.
no
Corpse. So all corpos shoot axe. No.
no, like
No,
again, like
that would
Axe,
be
like,
dumb,
like
but,
Axe,
like-
like again. Here's the thing, Axe. You have to remember, a corporation at its point front is concerned about one thing, and that is profit.
Well, yeah, like I said, this is those bullet points I posted. Those are literally how the book tells me to run corporations.
Oh, okay. So like,
Also,
it is hollow. Okay.
The point of Cyberpunk is
I mean, it's
like
not hollow. It's just
like it doesn't have to be nihilistic.
Because, like,
and
here's the
I
thing,
think it shouldn't be nihilistic, but Cyberpunk is not a positive genre.
No,
It is a
It's-
genre of tragedy and darkness.
it's a punk genre. We need some
It's
fucking
punk.
punk in here.
It's
Like-
it's
like, here's the thing,
furiously
here's
anti-establishment.
on like I'll say this. As the group, a corporation will probably not do public good works. Individuals in said corp, though, might have some things they can do. Like,
Yeah.
And let it never be said that you cannot build a weird dystopian like I don't know if any of you guys have heard of solar punk, but that's a kind of an aesthetic inverse to cyberpunk, but in some ways can be just as weirdly dystopian. The idea of like, okay, imagine if instead of cyberware being the revolution, it was green tech, right?
Mhm.
Vertical
Like-
farming, solar panels, all
Widely
that stuff.
global
You have
warming,
these beautiful open green spaces and solar panels and everything, but also you create a world which is so
Mandate.
rampantly environmentalist that you can get shot in the street for littering, kind of a thing, right? Like,
Gotcha, yeah, where it's
so
like, it's-
we can have corporations which have individuals at the top who are like, we've talked about again that this blending between corporate and government.
Mhm.
You can have a thing where like, oh no, we have the whole, this environmental tech corp is the environmental lobby in the government, and they are all about reversing desertification, desalinating water bases.
But making money off of it.
Yes.
Right, because they're planning on having those cornfields in the next 20 years, and they're going to sell you all the super corn, and they're not afraid to like, oh, hey, you have a mom and pop corn farm? Yeah, we're going to burn it to the ground, and we're going to buy it all up, Oh, a firestorm, how terrible. Well, in 20 years, this will all grow back. You want to wait 20 years, or we could buy you outright? Like, you can have that kind of exploit technology and humanity. You can have a soulless corporate exploitation for environmentalism. You can do some people like to think that like, ooh, communism, ooh, unionization, like there are certain human modes that are inherently good. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
No.
Very few forms of political thought or human action are inherently good. Some may be better than others in certain circumstances, but
it's all on the human element.
You can absolutely turn unionization to like an evil,
No, as the person in the call that is probably the most anti-capitalist and like fully liberal. No, the problem with communism is that humans are human.
Yeah,
and humans are gonna human.
Honestly, that's the problem with any government system.
Yes, no, the problem is human. Like we are the problem.
Right. Humans make and break everything.
Yeah. What humans want. That's the like everything boils down to someone wanted something, therefore they fucked everything up.
Right, and we can apply that to environmentalism. We can apply that to socio-political gain.
Yeah, that's what I meant. What is just bringing up about the wokenomics thing is it's like if you look at a lot of it, they'll do things as long as they don't cause them to lose money.
Well,
like,
and to be fair, I think something again. We're trying to build a future setting based on our understanding of right now, right?
Yeah.
So like we're probably gonna have a lot of stuff in general, like tech in general, should be wireless. It should be miniaturized. I think I always personally like the idea that like secure tech, you gotta like plug in with a wire because you never know who's listening to your wireless, right?
Oh,
yeah, Big Brother is probably a big.
Brother.
Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with a lot of corporate tracking and spying.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, Marth actually.
Corporate's putting tractors in their cyberware too.
Yeah.
I originally had an idea
because they don't like anyone illegally getting their gear.
Well, also, they just don't want anyone to buck the system.
Corporate spyware, panopticon. Yeah, I've written that in my notes. That's a pretty
yeah,
good one. But what I was gonna say really quick was that like we've got all that right, but I love the idea of securely plugging in. But the thing to think about talking about our future is that generally, at least in the U.S. anyway, consecutive generations are getting more and more progressive about stuff, whatever you want to take that to mean. So, if this is set in like 2075 or whatever, we don't have to put a hard date on this. By the way, you can say 20XX. We can figure that out later.
I like 20.
But like
21.
Say it's like 50 years in the future.
So it's when
hypothetical 50 years.
Drifter season 2.
I still like the idea of
people would probably be genuinely more progressive and permissive, and this is something I know Cyberpunk 2077 caught some flack for, but I think they did actually have genuine idea was that like no in the future some of this stuff is monetizable. Like if people get less up in arms about say like sexuality and whatnot, freedom of expression, absolutely that means the corporate will turn that into corporate.
Like I said,
like how shit works.
I do want to say like I know, like, I want to know, does anyone have, like, any, what's the word I'm thinking of? I don't want to say queasiness, because some people can just hang-ups about, like, sex, drugs, rock and roll, and violence.
Misgivings.
Not really.
So I also usually bring this up, but this is a good point to talk about lines and veils.
There we go, that's
how I learned this terminology. So, like, lines are, like, hard lines you don't want to see in this game. Hey, if you guys don't want to deal with, just don't want even to acknowledge that, say, as a hypothetical extreme example, I do not condone this, but as an example, you just guys don't want to acknowledge child prostitution exists. Line.
No,
we just don't talk about it. It doesn't happen. Nobody mentions it.
Yeah.
And then there's veils. We can accept that sex trafficking exists, but we don't have to actually talk about it or see it on screen.
Or I don't feel like dealing with rape of any degree.
I think that is also my line.
That's a pretty universal line and/or veil. We just don't talk about it.
I would say if it's mentioned as something that happened in passing, maybe, but any kind of active element of it, that is a hard line for me.
Yeah, no, like,
but
like
casual sex parties.
Well, okay,
prostitution. It's
so
like, hey,
for
I'm done with the
me-
job. I'm gonna go blow all my money at the red light district. Bye.
So
You know what
so
this
for
guy
me,
did?
For me, I'm gray ace, so I wouldn't actively participate in it, but it doesn't like make me uncomfortable, if that makes any sense. I just don't care.
I have this like whole idea of
So-
like if we get far enough in the future, all the people stagnating the world have finally died out, and now there's a weird like rush of people wanting.
But you gotta
See,
remember,
Axe,
future Axe
every
people won't die.
generation thinks that's going to happen, and then it
I mean,
doesn't.
and it kind of happens in a stair step, but also we live in the corporate future. Like
Well,
you can.
I
here's
more
the
meant
thing.
the idea of being like all like the weird like
And-
ghost.
I
of
mean, in hell,
puritanical
we
values
could-
are gone.
The weird
hell,
what?
we could.
The ghost of puritanical values are gone.
That will
N-
never go.
Well,
No,
that
no,
will
no.
never happen.
To be fair, we're living in Pacifica. We've said that already. I think nobody's really objected to that one, so
Yeah,
we can say we're somewhere in the new nation of Pacifica. We're
San
in
Francisco.
Neo Seattle.
Well, like I said, if
No,
it's Pacifica, we can
no,
literally hit
yeah.
like Seattle, fucking Portland, and maybe a couple choice Californian cities, and we
It
have.
doesn't, to be fair, it does not have to be like I said, one city.
Yeah.
You guys can
course
be
it doesn't.
based roughly in the area,
Mega
um,
cities.
I
but
remember one thing about there's a lot of
go ahead.
there's a lot of Japanese immigrants in like the like.
Well,
West
actually,
Coast
that's a good idea. Like, as a point, we can actually. Like,
Sino and Japanese, but yeah, just every Asian.
well, like I said, like if Japan got fucked over, maybe we have like a big Japanese refugee problem or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just going to
Probably.
bring that up. An Asian diaspora.
Yeah.
People
Probably.
across the Pacific to get out of the war zone and just haven't gone back.
Yeah.
I mean,
that
I
would-
would say
That would give us a natural way to play to a lot of cyberpunk themes, right? Without
Yeah.
being
Like a big, like there'd be a big Japanese, Asian, excuse me,
There's a-
cultural explosion, a lot of values.
A lot of
maybe
like a lot
like maybe some lands got turned over just for the refugees to turn, and they've like gone ape shit with
there's like a lot of like,
reconstruction.
really- it's like
Lucky.
a lot of really
What?
Japanese arcade culture.
Yeah, we brought it. We finally found a reason.
Oh, there's also a lot of like really small Japanese and Asian companies just everywhere now.
I mean, there's
I
like
don't know if they're small.
Or more like, just you can find a lot of small places, I guess, in the Pacific, I guess.
Well, I mean, because here's the thing: there's already a very robust Asian influence, and at least California, and I think there's a lot in Oregon as well. I don't know about Washington.
It's pretty strong. Like we have like literally there is the Asian district of Wajimaya in fucking Seattle.
But like for California, there's entire cities. Like there's
Yeah, I
Little
think we have-
Japan.
I don't
There's
we don't have cities.
Actually,
no, we have
there's
districts.
Chinatown. You
Yeah.
might have heard of that one before. They made a movie about it. It's pretty good.
At this point, if the city, so actually, that's a good question. How's urban expansion doing? Gentrification, like, are we?
Mega
we're in
cities,
Pacifica,
mega
right?
cities.
Yeah, mega cities. Okay, so we're talking like big arcology towers.
Judge
You
Dredd
don't
style.
You don't need sprawling suburbs anymore. Those are inefficient. Stack your
Build
suburbs on
up.
top of each other.
I now feel like there's a weird mix of like there are now city places, and then there's weird corporate like licensed nature areas now. Where like don't remove these. Kind of
Yeah,
weird.
well, that's
There
the
should
thing
be
with that's the
watersheds.
thing
There
with
should
California.
Something I've
Like-
always loved about Snow Crash, even though we're not going to the extreme, is that what they call burbclaves, like suburban enclaves, like future gated communities, basically.
Mhm.
Like
Well-
there will probably be some of those like outside the mega cities, which are like, oh, everything looks normal and peaceful, and there's PMC robot dogs on guarding the gates, kind of a thing.
The thing about California, like just to say for Axe, the thing about California is it already kind of, we were bringing up China earlier, but California is very similarly like, even though California is the second, or is it the second or third biggest state? I
I
can
thought
never
it was
remember.
third. I think Alaska and
It
Texas
should
are
be
number one
third
too.
because it's
Yeah.
Alaska, Texas.
Yeah.
I can never remember with Texas. I know
maybe
Alaska's number one. Alaska's fucking immense.
I
Like,
have two
people
questions.
don't
One small,
realize,
one
but
big.
the China is very similarly to China. A lot of cities are very densely packed together, and there's a lot of areas that are either abandoned towns or just desert. Because California is still a giant desert.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
that's
hypothetically, you could say for infrastructure, you could throw solar plants in some of those deserts.
Or homeless shelters, but our government never wants to do that.
No, they
I
never.
don't know why.
So
Sorry,
I mean, you
I'm
should have
big
been
salty
Dallas,
at
you
our
should have been in
government.
this conversation like a week ago that we were having with Soup about just all this shit. It was.
Oh my
wild.
god. Well, he lives like, I want to say he lives a block from me, a couple
like,
blocks.
they're like different friends. But I wanted to ask of second question is about like what's Alaska now. But first thing is, since I think we
Oh,
make our
I'm glad you asked that because I just wrote that joke in.
wait. Let me actually.
They've got let's say they've gone back to Russia. They're Soviet socialist Alaska now.
I need to say that like
That's fine. Like I said,
Yeah,
like real talk, Russia probably wouldn't fragment as much as they want.
All 20 people in Alaska are now Russian.
okay. So I was asking because both of you are from the East Coast. What's the East Coast now? If Pacific is like this place, is the East Coast now weirdly like militaristic? Or, like,
I imagine it would be the Commonwealth of New England, like I said.
Yeah, like Maine,
New
Vermont, New
England would just
Hampshire, they
glob
would-
together.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, probably even like if we're just going by like expanding modern trends, even Virginia and Maryland would probably throw in their lot with New England.
what's
So
Canada?
so they keep DC. Okay.
Yeah, like they probably are like, we're the real America. We still have
Yes.
the capital.
Oh, they probably.
I think I like the idea of calling them they call themselves the Commonwealth of New England. Oh, does that mean I want to make a political move here and then
I was
change
about
that from New USA to New Confederate States?
Ooh, that is.
Oh.
I was about to say, it's like, are we gonna have some?
I
Are we
mean,
gonna have some?
realistically, that's what the South like. If we're gonna go with the South, I feel like Georgia might be like. Atlanta might pull a Austin and just be like, we're not associated with the rest of this.
I could see because
Georgia,
Atlanta and
Alabama,
Georgia has a lot of
Louisiana.
big like entertainment technology going on. I could see them being like a city state that is like politically backed by Pacifica, for instance.
Okay, I had an idea, and maybe this
Yeah,
is
I'll
coming
make it the
off
new
as
CSA
a bit.
and CSA.
Maybe this is
I'll-
coming off
I'll
as
go
a
there.
bit ignorant, but maybe the heavily African American portions of South basically saw the writing on the wall and went, "Well, we're all going to Georgia," and they have essentially like
Well, no, actually, like believe it or
Maybe
not,
forced
like
segregation.
with,
Actually,
with
I
like
think
with.
another just as good
like-
another place for that would be Nolans. Would be Louisiana.
Well, honestly, I feel like black culture would actually, with all this, they'd actually probably make a power move and actually try to establish their own.
I was wondering if they just
presence.
claimed like the south end of the East Coast. the
Like
South-
I don't know if actually like how much, but like fucking black population is disproportionately high in the South in that area, so they might actually try to
Gee, I
put on
wonder
maybe
why.
the what.
I said, gee, I wonder why.
So like, no, I'm not trying. Well, actually, this is kind of a race thing, but I kind of see that probably the South, like the Southern states, would actually probably take on a more African Caribbean flavor.
Oh yeah.
Just out of like a weird like countercultural that becomes
Maybe not like full counterculture, but definitely maybe the corps aren't necessarily as powerful there.
I was thinking like counterculture that became the culture, kind of stuff.
I gotta do some map checking
Do some map
Hold
checking.
on. because I'm gonna look at some stuff. Actually, hold on. My recording's been lagging a little bit. I think my computer's.
Oh no.
So I'm gonna pause.
I
I'm gonna stop
can
it for a
just see
second.
a weird thing of like
and
it's
let it
like the
catch
idea
up.
of the Civil War, but now it's the opposite. At the ends are switched, where it's like the North is the weird one now.
Well, no, in this, all of them are the weird. We're all the weird one.
I feel like there would almost be like two Souths.
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah, no, totally.
Also, by the way, my recording is
Coastal
fully
South
stopped
and
for a
then
second, so don't go too
Okay,
far, guys.
Okay.
I will continue
But,
playing
yeah.
Final Fantasy like I have been this entire time.
Because
Okay, now I'm recording again. I got it. I
Even
had to
currently,
stop.
like the South is two very distinct cultures of like there's African American South and then there's the South.
Let's just call it the conservative South. Heck.
Yeah.
we have like inland South and coastal South. In this
Call
case.
it the ding 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 ding.
Or the aristocratic.
Well,
South,
and to
pretty
be
much.
fair, Lucky kind of talked about like the the like Civil War type aspects. No, that seems fair. That like there would be that divide between various levels of people. I think we can safely say there are probably a lot of urban city states in our setting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even in normally unified governments, you may find some cities like Atlanta, like Austin, which have broken out completely and are like, okay, we're here. We'll like maybe deal with your high level laws, but we have enough economical power and enough political backing to like actually like stand alone. And I expect that like they talk about like the Commonwealth of New England, Pacifica would probably support these places because they are politically similar. But I also think that, for instance, the West Coast and the Northeast can't be the same country, right?
No.
They cannot physically be the same nation because there's all this flyover country in between them.
Right.
Which
Right.
is honestly weirdly, what's actually even there? Is it more just corporate space now?
Where?
In the actual like U.S. Midwest and
Yeah, like
and
all the
stuff
fuck
like
off,
that.
like all the fuck off space.
I expect that it's a lot of corporate-owned fields and a lot of deserts that used to be corporate-owned fields.
Like
Gotcha.
honestly, like population probably density has probably dropped to basically just corporate overseers and people who got the bad end of the stick and got shunted to the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah,
And
from
those-
the
It
kind
looked
of
like the opening of Interstellar.
Yeah.
And those few people that are always exist in real life and in fiction that are just like, I'm not gonna leave.
Yeah,
Also, I mean,
what
so
happened to India?
this is another thing that Cyberpunk does a lot of. Shadowrun is a very famous / infamous for it, but we've talked about complete collapse of the U.S. government. So, the federal government oversees Indian reservations. So, are we back to First Nations kind of a thing? Like,
I feel like that fully depends on which country the reservations were in.
Like for example, fucking up here in Pacifica, no tribes here have a decent amount of fucking power.
Yeah, that like this was saying, like with Pacifica, and probably same thing with like the New England, the Confederacy of New England, like they would probably still keep tribal lands and allow them to enforce tribal law.
Yeah.
The Midwest is gonna be probably have been the site of some pretty messed up things in the past.
Yeah,
in
like
regards
because
to
I'm
that.
thinking like the Muckleshoot tribe, the fucking Snoqualmie.
by the way, I want to
all
throw this out
tribes.
there. I did absolutely write down Florida as a standalone republic.
Yeah,
Florida
no.
has a wacky, wild culture that stands all its own, and absolutely would just be like, "Fuck you."
Wait, I imagine there are stories that people are just like, we don't go there.
Should Florida be like the one place that doesn't actually have privacy laws, so everything's just in the open, even corporates?
No,
Okay.
you can't fuck with the windows open in Florida. That's a law. That's
Well,
not
I
getting
mean,
fixed in the
okay,
corporate
I meant
hellhole
as in,
future, by
like,
the way.
All media, all information, so you can't keep corporate secrets in Florida. That's why they don't go there.
Florida
No,
is trying
no.
to detach
Okay.
itself.
The reason
I-
why you don't go to Florida is because a lot of it's underwater, and the rest of it's full of gators,
I feel
and
like
also it's a
Florida-
million
There's sure
degrees.
be underwater city.
Omega,
Yeah,
I'm
rains,
not trying to
frogs.
be mean to you because I know you're a resident Floridian, but I feel like some people in Florida have just devolved to full Mad Max levels of just
No,
very
I lived in
quickly.
Central Florida. No, that sounds about right. There's gonna be there'll be burbclaves full of old people, and then there'll be nobody, there'll be survivalists living on their own, and then there's still Disney World, obviously.
Disney World is like the biggest thing ever.
I feel like Disney, okay, I'm only half joking about this. I feel like Disney should just be the entertainment company. Like they just own everything now.
Oof.
I mean, they kind of are.
I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't be shocked. I don't know if
Why you
depending on how
rename,
tongue in cheek we want to be, we want to name check Disney, but yeah, absolutely, that is what
Disney's
Disney
taking a
Corporation is
check.
going
What are they
for,
gonna do?
right?
Claymore Video?
Yeah, Walt Disney Company is heading in that direction.
yes.
They'll probably be happy. It's like, oh, they said we owned all of the movie companies.
Which, and to be fair, I do think that's
Hey, Omega, you forgot
talking about-
Australia actually.
Australia is just a Mad Max movie at this point.
yes, Australia has just become Mad Max.
Have corps not tried to capitalize on all the dangerous animals and poisons?
They have. The animals won.
failed. Okay.
The animals
The
won.
second Emu War was horrifying.
That's
But no, I was talking about setting in
Wait,
Pacifica.
cyber emus. They tried to make cyber emus.
The thing about Pacifica, I think, is and the reason why I think it makes sense as an economic base because, and this works for a setting and will help us inform corporations as we drift towards building our characters and kind of figuring out some of our key things is, I think the two things that Pacifica should be known for, one, entertainment. You guys got Hollywood, you've got most of the video game companies,
Microsoft up in Washington.
yeah,
I
Microsoft as
believe.
well,
We have a bunch of
Apple's corporate headquarters are out there, Silicon Valley, right?
yeah, like I said, if we got a bunch of the Japanese, post-war, they probably brought over some of their companies and whatnot as well.
And to be fair, a lot of those companies have pre-existing business relationships with people like Sony, Microsoft, etc., right?
Yes.
So entertainment's your big thing, and I think the other thing is tech, right? Like we said,
That sounds
you've
very
got
cyberpunk.
Amazon up there, you've got Microsoft, like I said, I mentioned Silicon Valley before, high tech stuff, and entertainment, which is how Pacifica can levy the fact that just the places like the Republic or Texas whatever's left of Canada. Actually,
What
no,
happened to
Canada
Canada?
should just be Canada and Quebec. It should still be just Canada, but Quebec did actually break away.
Yeah, Canada. Because honestly, if we're gonna be real, parts of Canada might have joined with Pacifica, like
Oh,
Toronto and Vancouver and stuff.
Alaska
Well,
then.
Toronto, Vancouver, maybe. Yeah, we like Washington.
That's what I'm
super
saying.
fucking close.
I'm saying the ones that
especially
border,
if we
border Washington.
especially if we doing entertainment. I know Vancouver has a lot of entertainment industries.
There's probably a big thing of
We're just a big
Alaska-
long strip.
Alaska's our weird neighbors, I guess. They're probably
Alaska's.
would Canada be like the one place that still has like corporate laws? I guess. I
Well,
don't know.
no, because the thing about Alaska is, I believe Alaska has like a population density of 4,
Yeah,
like
no.
4 people per square mile.
Alaska,
Like, it's
is
ridiculous.
barren.
Like-
would it just be a black site city? Would it be a
I
black
like the idea that Russia just took it back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
that was
it's
no,
going to
no.
be Soviet Alaska.
It's not all their corporate black sites.
Russia say they've taken it back, and no one in Alaska has complained. So I guess they have.
It's like they just
And
a
to be
paper have.
fair to both Alaska and Canada, with environmental change and you get some snowmelt, you might actually get some areas of those
Yeah.
countries which are more seasonable now, right?
Russia
As
can
opposed to
unearth that elder god that's buried underneath the Siberian tundra.
Who knows? Maybe they actually did a big project and made the fucking rebuilt the land bridge or something.
Yeah, I feel like Russia probably is in a better state than other countries because they were probably
It's
Well,
probably
no,
gotten a little back together.
because they were probably in a worse state before the war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you're looking at Russia, like, I don't want to get too political again, but when Vladimir Putin dies of old age, if he can, good question. But when he dies of old age, being more serious, when he dies of old age, that's going to be a very interesting situation.
But also, not to throw stones at Russia, but my understanding is that in the post-Soviet collapse, they are already basically in a very oligarchy-like situation where
It's
there are a lot of guys who used to be in the Soviet government who are now in the new Russian Federation government, and they're also tied to corporations because they were Soviet Russia. So.
Okay, so not to get too tinfoil hatty, but one of the conspiracies of why the Russian government collapsed is that what's his fucking name? I'm gonna kick myself for this. Gorbachev was actually doing some things to reform the Soviet government that were happening under Stalin. And one of the reasons they ran out of money is that the corporate backers that he was like being very scrutinizing of went, well, we're not going to fund you anymore. Now that's all hearsay and I have no proof, so don't kill me, Russian mafia. Okay,
well, actually, you mentioned that. That brings up another thing I want to hit up, both specifically for Pacifica, because we're dialing in our setting there, but also just in general. How's crimes, guys?
Crimes is crimes. You cannot get rid of organized crime. You just can't.
Yeah.
I feel like honestly,
okay.
It's
Again,
probably
bring
way
up
less.
No Crash, which I love, but also admit is a little tongue in cheek.
Oh,
Are organized criminal organizations like operating in the open, or just like,
wait,
we're Nova Sicilia, we're just the mafia.
Has
That's us.
crime become like Yakuza, where it's now like weirdly like you're all like holofake, you're all like fake companies now?
well,
Well, that's crime in
already
general. You always got to have your fronts.
I'm saying more
about-
like low tier, like low bottom ground
do
crime.
people on the street know that Cosa Nostra pizza is,
yeah, I think it would be in the note. I think
Yeah,
it
I
would be
think-
similar
yeah,
to
you
how
know-
it is now. Of
Yeah,
like,
I'd say
I
so.
think it is.
like
I think,
when like not to be too tongue in cheek, but when I see 4 dudes of varying race in all blue clothing walking in a line, I know what that is, and I'm gonna go to the other side of the street. Like, it's one of those things you figure it out.
I
if
like
you
the
live there
thing,
long
like,
enough.
Oh yeah.
So it's still maybe like a subtext,
Yeah.
not a supertext thing.
Yeah,
but
I feel
Yeah.
like
no.
It's
I
like
also
when you go
like
to
the whole
you
thing-
people know if you go to certain parts of the neighborhood, you're in such and such turf, and you better mind your P's or Q's.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
like-
that. What was it? Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about. It's like how the Yakuza actually gather a whole bunch of people together. No, you're going to help clean this stuff up down this one place.
Oh, let's see. Actually, right, we do have a Yakuza presence here in fucking Washington. It's not as big as the Triad and the.
There's a
Authority,
pretty
though.
There's a pretty big. I don't think the Yakuza presence is that big, but there is a huge triad presence.
No,
in
no, no.
Alaska.
Like
So,
fucking
not
the
that I
China.
want-
Oh, sorry. What?
Not that I want to, much like Dallas, not that I want to like abuse anybody's notions, but from what I understand of Japanese corporate culture, the like government to zaibatsu to government favored corpo, right? And then yakuza, like those are all pretty intertwined by the very classical like face and kind of like fealty presentations of that culture.
Yeah.
So I would expect if you get a refugee diaspora and a corporate diaspora from Japan, that just means as much that the crime moved in. Same with the triads.
Well, yeah.
Like,
Oh, actually,
triad
yeah.
and Tong organizations started as social clubs that were hijacked by crime.
Well, yeah. I don't want to say I don't want to say anything bad about it because I love the LA as a cultural mixing pot, but a part of that is there is a lot of different cultural organized crime organizations.
I see a thing of being like there's less likely going to be a thing of a guy just randomly pulling a gun out of his his messenger bag and like holding up people at a convenience store, and they're more likely to get beat the fuck up by like the local gang.
Well, again, I want to say this is a problem of where we are. If you go into the high corporate areas, yeah, that's not going to happen because everything's strictly monitored. And
if you go to the robot konbini in your burbclave, nobody holds that up. You can't even get to the cache. There's no cache, right? Yeah. But if you go to the sub-level 1 slums in Mega SeaTac, you might decide to steal the petty cache. However, depending on what you do, that guy might have, a big fuck off revolver under his, or
the local gang might beat the fuck
yeah,
out
I was
of
say,
it's an upsetting question. You guys are all obviously going to be armed as people. What are gun laws like in the future, especially in Pacifica?
Well,
this is a thing that Cyberpunk is usually like.
They have monitor how many.
Well, if we're going for right now, I can tell you, actually, Dallas, do you know your nation's gun laws? I mean, your city's gun laws?
I know my state's gun laws.
Yeah. Okay. So Washington's an open carry state, but you need a permit for conceal. No blades over 6 inches, so you can't be walking around with giant ass fucking swords.
Yeah.
But
California is similar, I think.
Yeah.
California's a little more. I know this because I'm a little bit of a gun guy. California's a little bit more restrictive about the specific fun stuff you can do. They're like nothing over, nothing 50 caliber BMG or higher.
Actually,
no automatics and stuff.
Yeah, I
think and there's California has a lot stricter laws, but there's also a very specific exceptions things. Like there's a lot of hunting exceptions because there is, despite what people think of California, there is actually a huge hunting.
I feel like
for mostly for food.
I know that people often
that's probably
have
a big hunting association.
frustrations with dealing with some of the intricacies of the law, but yeah, it's still possible.
Let's think. Well, I can say let's definitely say that things are probably relaxed in slumlands because, as I said, police presence there is probably minimum, and I would say maybe organized crime probably has protection rackets and whatnot.
I want to see
when we talked about our blending of government and corpos. That means that local police are in the places the corpos care about.
Yes,
they're contracted PMCs.
Also, they care about the crimes that the corpos care about.
Yes.
If
you remember the corporate principles. Minimize loss, suppress dissent, that kind of stuff. Even if it's a corporate chain, even if you go to 7-Eleven, right? 7-Eleven corporate probably doesn't care that you stole $20 out of the till. You stole a couple cred out of the till. So there is probably some loss prevention, but mostly they're just like, yeah, we don't care. Insurance pays for it. Don't do anything dumb. If you die, then we have to pay your insurance payout. So don't do anything stupid. Kind of.
So,
a thing.
I wonder if this big thing of killing people are actually kind of a bigger.
One thing I wanted to bring up,
bigger than it should be.
One thing I wanted to bring up because it's part of one of my favorite movies of all time, despite it being a terrible movie. How do you feel about the idea of cybernetic repossession?
Are you talking about Repo Genetic Opera?
I very much am.
Also, Repo Man, also a bad movie, but Repo's great.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. It's I love this movie way more than I should, but I don't care.
All you had to say was bad movie, cybernetic reposition. I knew exactly what you were talking about.
We've already talked about how Corpse will probably, they have spyware and Panopticon. They're probably tracking official Corpus cyberware, right? Stuff that's not jailbroken.
As over
they're more like a billion to the ground.
Silly as the movie made it out to be, as over the top silly as it was, the idea of people loaning out organs and getting repossessed to me is not that like hypothetical. Granted, it would probably be like surgical and
It'd be more
not
like-
a dude ripping someone's organs
It would
out in the
be
middle
more
of the
like-
street.
like,
I feel
I
like
know
it'd
you
probably
were
be black
like-
bagging taken to a fucking repo site than just all
Yeah.
the fucking.
And then
So,
maybe-
I
and then
think
you're
we
probably
can
still
say that
alive.
it's a thing that happens. It's probably not common, but we've already established a setup for it, right? We've talked about how there's tracking softs and like physical trackers in your cyberware. We've already talked about how like a lot of people are breaking into the consumer level
Like,
cyberware by
everyone has a
taking out
VPN in
loans,
their
getting
head.
corporate permissions, stuff like that.
Like everyone has an AR chip and a VPN in their head at all times. Because of
Yeah, I
course.
don't know about that.
Oh, I do think VPN should be illegal. Like
Or-
the government would definitely want that happening.
Yeah, I mean,
you're
that's
right.
not to say that you guys don't use VPNs.
Oh,
and
no,
encryption
totally.
and stuff,
No,
but like
VPN
that
now, I
sounds
think.
like that's your Edge Runner 101.
Upset
You know.
motherfuckers. Get some.
Like, you know, if you decide to shadow run or whatever, I don't know why they're always running, but you know, if you're
Because you gotta run
if you're a
away.
cyberpunk,
Yeah.
you gotta get
Because
away.
90s
If you're
ideas
cyberpunk
of-
and your tech isn't jailbroken and you don't own an illegal VPN and a perfectly legal open carry firearm, like they'll laugh you out of the building. You're doing it as amateur.
Omega. The reason that it's always running is because the 90s idea of how the internet worked is hilarious.
Are you saying are
That's
they
why it's
running in
always
the
running.
90s? Hey.
So Marth brought up a good point. Probably because we've talked about how like we can't do full brain uploads. There's not this AI technology is like very nebulous, right?
There are. I
Yeah.
think there should be open laws about there is no way there. It is
No,
laws to
because that's the whole thing.
or control
sorry.
actions.
Axe mentioned this earlier, but I was gonna say like I don't think we're at the tech level where somebody can like slot a chip into your brain and make you happy.
No.
Like that's just not the tech level. Because Dallas
Or
knows.
if it is, that would be like an experimental tech that
Yeah,
one
fair.
dude made.
Do we want to have like, do you want to pull a Eclipse phase and have like fucking digital drugs though? Maybe like.
Probably.
Oh, that
like,
should
AR
totally be a
drugs.
thing.
you can have an implanted cyber deck, and remember, ICE is a thing. The Matrix rules. Computers can kill you.
So that
Um,
that actually makes a lot of sense because it would just be almost it would be a direct injection of neurotransmitters.
Yeah. So instead of like.
or you can do like, for instance, if you have like you have man-machine interface, you could just be like, hey, I'm gonna take some hallucinogens. They just fuck up my AR randomly for 10 hours.
Or
But-
like dopamine or dope, quote unquote, would literally be shots of dopamine.
Yeah,
Like, you just
isolated,
take
human
dopamine.
hormones and neurotransmitters and stuff. But no, I think because Dallas was gonna say this. Dallas,
Why
knows this.
isn't that? Never mind.
brains are complicated.
Yeah, they are.
Brains are.
So
Brains are.
I
full.
guarantee you, psychology has still not figured the brain out. Even if it's
we probably still
2030.
exist in a space where full-blown brain emulation is still way too complex to do. Like,
They're working on it though.
No, it's not even close. Like, as
no,
someone
I
who
mean,
studies
in
it,
fear of our cyberpunk future, like
we
they're
have
developing it.
about 3% of the brain. Well, we technically have like 40% of the brain mapped out, but that's because a lot of it is literally just, well, that's where the data storage is. Like, there's some parts of the brain that are easy to understand, like the cerebellum, but like the synaptic frequencies and stuff, it's like we don't know anything.
But like,
So,
that's what,
like, even in the future of 20XX, they have not perfected this technology.
But like I said, like I want to imagine that basically, like, hey, if you basically expose the brain to this amount of pound, this amount of light, and this frequency, you get some trippy shit happening in the brain. And and the crime was all like, we can monetize this.
Yeah, and like that's honestly something I'm surprised isn't a thing in modern times, is like shots of base neurotransmitters.
So,
Sure.
I think we can talk, because we've been talking about a little bit about, like, so there's some environmental effects going on. Maybe we are losing some space for food. Feeding people is more important than doing drugs. So that probably means that, like, authentic baseline drugs, like doing actual cocaine, it's always been a luxury drug, but now it's like a super luxury drug.
It's
You're
also
going to
kinda-
snort real fucking cocaine? Holy shit.
I can see a
Um,
thing of like it's like lower end people. That shit's not worth using. It's better to sell it because it's worth more than your fucking life.
As opposed to like and even probably as much as it's gonna kill me, probably shit like real caffeine, like actual coffee and tea leaf, you know, actual cacao beans for chocolate, like
Hey,
that high level luxury stuff. Now
that sounds
we
like
talk about
shit you grow on
printing
your
and
rooftop
chemical-
garden now. That shit ain't. That shit ain't.
As As someone that doesn't
And-
like drinking coffee, there's a thing of like caffeine candies. I said that becomes like that's gonna become a thing now, where it's like
Well,
it's
like I
the
said, they
so
probably-
what I'm gonna say is
chip
that,
now.
especially with 3D printing and stuff, doing simple molecule bonding, that's probably pretty common. You can probably get, taurine and caffeine synthetic, but because it's not part of the real chemical makeup, it's just not the same, right?
Yeah.
Although
No, that's what I'm
some are
saying. It's like,
probably-
the fucking Noah rich probably have, rooftop gardens managed by their gardeners where they grow like their premium fucking plants that they
There
can
are
show off.
There are probably certain things that it is illegal to 3D print, I would hope. For example, even though it is technically a simple chemical, I don't think you're allowed to 3D print uranium. I just don't.
Well, so
I
the
don't think
3D
you make- I don't think you
uranium,
make
you would
paper
need-
uranium.
so we're not talking about fabricators. No, subatomic reassembly. You
Okay.
can't like take a block of lead and turn it into uranium. You would need raw uranium and to refine it. Now, your 3D printer is probably not designed to refine uranium.
Yeah, that
Um,
is probably illegal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just because, and I think because we talked about the nuclear posturing, we talked about accidents way earlier. How far are we into the
Fun fact:
Yeah,
it is in fact illegal to possess a nuclear device in California. It carries a $500 fine.
Oh, I love it. So there was probably, with the nuclear posturing, there was probably at least one accident, and we can pick some city somewhere to get wiped out.
Oh,
But
North Korea.
Chernobyl again.
Stuff up.
North Korea blew themselves up. I'll believe it. But no, like, people know about Pandora's box and all that,
Yeah.
and like, there's definitely been like a okay. We're corporos. We're wheeling and dealing. Let's not print nuclear fissile
CERN is
material.
just gone. CERN no
let's just
longer
not-
exists.
Let's just not print
Sorry,
fissile material. That sounds like a good plan.
They figured out dark matter,
probably
and then
can't
CERN
without
was
a
gone.
jailbroken device. You probably can't be like, hey, I know all the chemical combinations to Cobra Venom. Here, make Cobra Venom. No, you probably can't do that in your home setup without some jailbreaking.
Yes.
One thing I wanted to throw out, especially because we're talking about Pacifica, what if Big Tobacco is gone? Like it's just gone. You guys don't have access to tobacco fields anyway. What if it's Big Weed?
Oh,
Sure.
Yeah,
I can
honestly,
see that.
the more I think about it, no, fucking marijuana will go for like as fucking liberal as we are. It is basically just replaced fucking cigarettes.
Omega,
I mean,
I'm going to tell
how many
you,
different brands there
I
are.
would
so
not
yeah.
be surprised if that happened. Maybe not getting rid of big tobacco, because big tobacco.
Like
Well, they have a lot
I
of-
think tobacco would become a big luxury good, while fucking.
Well, also-
it will become a thing in like the East Coast.
They,
or like,
to be fair, no, they sell it. They sell it overseas. That's a lot what they've done.
yeah.
It's fucked up how they do it because they sell it to kids, but
Man, I remember
they
seeing fucking like
still
12-year-olds
overseas.
smoking in fucking Europe. That was wild.
Oh yeah, that whole thing where the tobacco company pretty much like, oh yeah, the U.S. courts actually agreed with us when they didn't.
Well, yeah, no, because all
So,
big tobacco's in the South and Midwest, if I remember right.
Yes,
I remember
Virginia,
the-
Carolina tobacco belt.
Yeah.
I remember there being a thing about I can't remember
So-
what specifics of, but there's something involving like hemp, or like something that was an alternative to hemp or something within like, and it got stopped because hemp was used as tobacco or something like that. So like,
Well, like there's
Well,
like marijuana hemp as
well-
well.
Yeah, there's the whole thing with hemp was because the paper companies didn't like that.
Of course they didn't.
I'm gonna say that's another thing. We can say this about our future tech. There's probably no big paper. We've already talked about how like conservation of resources is at a premium. The idea of like cutting down normal ass trees to make paper is like a luxury.
honestly, I think at this point, I think paper money honestly doesn't exist.
it's more like I think it's more like
Well, that would make sense because it's an abstraction, but we can make it literal. The Sprawl, the RPG, operates on the cred system, so you just have credits.
was it
like-
even was like synthetic weave kind of shit where it's like cards.
Like honestly, hemp is incredibly versatile. Like if you're using hemp fiber, that's probably could be used to replace paper. I know there are some bamboo-based toilet paper companies out there
Oh,
that's
yeah,
like
bamboo.
sustainable
Why-
because bamboo is crazy, guys. You
Bamboo's
know
a
how
crazy
fast
material.
bamboo grows? Like,
I think in the future more shit would be made out of that.
yeah, no.
Well, like I said,
bamboo
it'd
is-
probably be made after like something that's easily fucking growable and maybe even a little invasive, just grow because bamboo's kind of fucking invasive, y'all. Just saying.
It is, yeah.
Yes.
No, but it makes sense because, like, again, we talked about like rooftop gardens. Like, oh yeah, you can absolutely build a vertical bamboo farm and just be like, okay, do you need paper product? Bamboo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, as a person that has a bunch of food allergies, and we talked about food earlier, is that ever like gonna be like a weird market thing of like?
Well, here's another thing. We're talking about cybernetics, but how are we on genetics?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
there's
al-
that,
or allergy meds and stuff.
The human genome has been mapped for a long time. We've already talked about.
I feel like we're probably still in the same place we are now. Yes, you can do things to edit the human genome, but every country is just kind of looking at each other, going like, "I'm not gonna pull the ripcord."
I don't know, like-
I would say it's probably unlike our cybernetic revolution. There was probably not a genetic revolution in war because genes take too long.
Well, also, let's not beat around the bush. You can't spell eugenics without genetics, and that's going to get real uncomfortable real quick.
Yes,
I'm
that
more-
is also going to be like a little bit more of a watchword. However, that said, I think we're at a stage where, because you can already kind of do this, you can probably do designer babies. If you're a corpo, you can pay a company,
Make my baby the
a couple
best.
million cred to be like, hey, take my genes and his genes and maybe some of Brad Pitt's leftover genes and like make me a perfect baby.
I feel like there's
have autistic child because I want to have like some.
Ooh, that sounds like fucking upper echelon politicians. Like
that
all
I also
politicians
feel
are
like-
crafted.
I feel like that might be one of the few areas where there's still like a lot of political debate, just because like when
We got
does
the cyber side down, we got
like
the genetic side
Well,
down.
and you talked about this earlier, Dallas, with like authoritarianism. That's probably something that like, yes, corporations want to exploit humans to get their goals done.
Yeah.
But growing a person in a lab and waiting like 15, 20 years for them to become functional is so long term and has so many variables that it's not feasible. It does not do what the other principles say, minimize dissent and minimize cost. So
Yeah.
corporos can totally build like super genius babies who can like, solve mathematics problems in under a minute.
But that's probably
They
like a
probably
black side
don't
project
other
they're
than
doing
an
on the side.
experiment.
well, also that probably ended horribly a couple of times because while we have mapped the human genome, we still don't actually know what all of the human genome it does exactly.
We made a kid who was immune to the common cold, and then he like exploded at age 12. 'Cause we
Or
missed
like,
it.
or had his organs born on the outside of his body.
Or his brain started decaying at age 5 because
Yeah, like there's a lot of interconnectivity with genes. So like I said, gene fixing, designer babies, probably like okay. Actually, let's play to our
I have like 4
our
different
class
food allergies.
stratification, right? If you're big corpo, if you're upper class, nouveau riche and all that stuff, you can afford full-blown designer babies. You can take your genetic material, you can mix it, match it with their library. What if you want a redheaded child and you're both blondes? Don't worry, we can fix that. We got red hair in the library.
Probably helps a lot for like a lot of gay couples actually.
Kind of stuff. Yeah, surrogacy, also kind of like that kind of thing. They can do all that stuff for a cost. If you're at a middle class, you can probably get gene fixing. You can get prenatal gene screening and be like, hey, your kid would be born nearsighted. Do you want to fix that for like $20? And then if you're poor, as usual, there's
Very a lot
no
of
birth control and no gene fixing. So
The condoms aren't cheap anymore.
I mean, there's probably still not like. Actually, I don't know. What do they make condoms out of? It's not rubber anymore,
It's
is
latex.
it? Latex. Actually, yeah, that's a rubber. How do we make latex again? What's the components of that?
Ah, fucking no.
Is it petroleum based? Guys, I gotta be real with you. I don't know if there's oil anymore.
No, there definitely would be oil for like.
There would be some oil, yeah.
There'd be oil because, like I said, there's a lot of oil reserves we have in the U.S. We just don't like using them for some reason. Because we gotta buy from the fucking Middle East for some reason.
Can we also say the Middle East is probably imploded again?
Probably.
I feel like honestly in the Middle East it probably is technically more unified in the fact that some of the countries ate some of the other countries.
Yeah, so it's
Like, I feel like Saudi Arabia,
think about it.
Iran, Persia, Turkey, they're doing fine, but some of the other countries are not around anymore.
Like Assad, yeah.
Whatever happened to the Gaza?
No,
Strip?
Saudi Arabia will be just fine.
Yeah.
Same thing with Qatar. They will be just fine. They're almost as rich as the US.
I mean, I
despite
think
that.
with the way we've set up our system and our political backing, I do actually think that future Israel probably still exists.
Israel is probably kind of.
Was there another crusade to take the Holy Land?
No, probably not.
It was the inverted. To take the round around the Holy Land.
There's probably still those creepy doomsday cultists that are like, no, we need to protect Israel because it causes the apocalypse.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there is.
I
Latex
think
actually comes from trees, apparently, from the
I-
mature
I
rubber
agree.
tree.
Oh,
It is rubber tree based. Yeah. I
I
mean, I'm sure that there will still be like big rubber plantations, but that's definitely going to be like a
isn't the rubber...
less complex thing. Probably we're on chemical contraceptives now, but that also probably means there's fucking marketing and money and shit in it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
And
I-
people,
I-
I'm gonna tell you right now, people are not gonna stop being horny on Maine.
It's probably even more horny.
Most people.
It's probably more openly horny now.
Also, I mean, straight up, there are like statistical correlations to like poor people and like children, contraceptives, etc. It's a whole thing about poverty.
So, two things.
And yes, poverty still exists.
I
Oh yeah.
it has a bunch
And then as for synthetic latex, it's made from petroleum-based chemicals.
Mm.
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, I expect that's
Well,
probably
actually,
what we're
that's probably
doing
why
with
Texas is its own state, because the Texas oil fields are like, no, we have economic power. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I bet we're probably in a future where we're past oil fuels. Everybody's either electric or hydrogen, because
Oh, yeah.
hydrogen's fucking common. And instead you use petroleum and other hydrocarbons for plastics now, because plastics are still super important. Recycling is also probably super popular.
Yeah. That cuts down
Yeah, like,
costs.
probably like abandoned.
I will not be surprised that during the wartime, Corp would just buy out entire junkyards and just separate the scrap.
Have they actually found a way to recycle things better?
I totally think so. With fucking fabricators, they can build things molecule by molecules. They might be able to take things apart molecule by molecule.
Because certain ones are like how the whole
Well, yeah. Let's
can do
yeah.
degrade solar ways, but not in other ways. Not bio. It's like,
Well, yeah, like
have they made them more biodegradable?
Like I want to say with the war economy, you know, everyone was such scrabbling for resources. They actually got really good at separating and recycling. Because that's the thing with like 3D printing is like build things molecule by molecule. Like what if they did the reverse and find out how to break things down molecule by molecule and just separate them all into like neat little blocks or chips or cubes.
And I mean, to be fair, we're dealing with a cyberpunk setting. Monomolecular blades probably exist. If you can make a sword that's a molecule wide. You can make a little hook that's a molecule wide. You can do some fun stuff and unzip some molecules that way.
I just wanted to bring up because I put it in the chat, but like, how big is like stuff for like treating people who have like?
I believe
Problem.
actually you can get allergy shots now.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if that extends to food allergies. I know that exists. So,
There's
pollen.
stuff for like stomach problems, but not like synaptic damage you get for.
They can probably give you like special pills or shots to suppress allergens. We should probably talk about food in general, right?
Let's do it.
I also
You got to fucking solid snake yourself. You got to stab yourself in the neck. Go, psst.
I also see a thing of Israel
I love
probably now
hypos.
just its entire country is now just a PMC in a weird way.
Which country?
Israel.
I don't know if it's a PMC, but they're definitely still doing mandatory.
They're probably now
conscription.
just a military corp as a whole.
I mean,
Be shot.
they probably have a large military corps, but
I do like again, not to throw
Corporation.
modern political shade, but isn't the current PM of Israel in trouble because
the
he
current
got-
prime minister of Israel
He
is
was in-
if you want my honest opinion, the current prime minister of Israel is currently not the prime minister of Israel because he technically lost both of the last elections.
Yeah.
Right.
Currently,
he
Israel has
wasn't-
no prime minister.
corruption.
He wasn't indicted, and
He's also
Yes,
being
he's
indicted.
been
Yes.
indicted for corruption counts and like
Yeah.
involvement with corpos
Uh,
and stuff like that.
So, fun
Wow.
fact: Israel hasn't actually had a prime minister for the last 9 months. I want to say 10 months.
and then I think, and I think I remember
They're having
one-
another election in March.
I think I remember one of the prime ministers in the past was assassinated.
That was more than one.
Yeah.
So
But anyway,
what? Yeah, like, here's a dumb thing, but like in this cyberpunk future, how much of like a black stain on like to corporate images of being Jewish?
Let's
Probably
avoid.
not.
Let's avoid.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
let's
Let's avoid
being
any
guilty-
neo-Nazi
Like,
things.
I want to say, if we want to use like divides, I want to use the fucking classism because that's the
Fair enough.
easiest. And
Well,
I
that's
think,
also that's the theme of Cyberpunk.
yeah.
Also, we have whole new nations which have actually let's do a little bit of timeline building. How long has it been since the war? 5
Oh,
year, 10 years?
I want to say
I
like,
think
I want to say
it's a
5
decade
to
or
5 to
two.
10.
Okay, somewhere
At
in the
least
5
like
to
10
10 zone.
Because
Ten
we're definitely we're post immediate recovery and things have started to settle. I want to say.
Probably like
The dust
12
has
years
settled.
minimum.
All right, 10ish. Okay, so by this point you've got, and who knows how long the war lasted too. You know, there's always that. But by this point you've got new problems and new biases to be against, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to be racist. You can literally be against those damn dirty Pacificans.
Or
Yeah,
like those from like, or
honestly-
you're part of like this corp.
Yeah,
What?
more nationalist, more
Yeah,
corporatist.
nationalist,
like,
that's the word.
If you want to be honest, like the divisions probably caused an ease to racial tensions interwise because it gave people a new other to hate.
Yeah.
Because if you want to be honest, the way that I said this before mostly as a joke, but in my opinion, the only way that we would ever end racism is if aliens invaded the world.
Oh yeah.
Because then we would all just be racist towards aliens.
Well,
Yep.
I think that's the thing that I read about. Apparently, conversation between Reagan and Gorbachev was like, "Hey, if we got invaded by aliens, would you help us out?"
Well, that's the thing. Like, especially I can say this in the U.S.
I'm not
The U.S.
surprised.
hates each other to the extreme until we have someone else to hate. Then we all hate them collectively.
Yes.
yeah,
We're,
God,
we're
hey,
basically a tsundere.
I was a kid during the 9/11 years. Like, that was
Oh my god.
that was a trippy time.
Omega,
boy,
I
how
can.
you do a lot of things.
I don't mean to do this, but I could go in a more awkward way. I was a kid with a Middle Eastern best friend when 9/11 happened.
Ooh.
yeah,
That was some interesting times.
and it's a little weird, but think that's the kind of culture we're in, especially for only like 10ish years past, where like it's the kind of thing where, like, you know, your eye is still black, you're not sore from some of these things anymore, but you guys still remember, like there will be people in Pacifica who remember when, you know, Montana tried to come across the border, you know, the Montana National Guard fought, you know, the Pacifica militia in this corner or whatever, stuff like that, right? Like,
Here's
there'll
the
be
question,
those
can we
moments. There'll
add
be
to the list
the battle of Las Vegas, you know.
can we add to, like, as list of no's? Can we not have any like Nazi stuff? Like no
We don't
neo-Nazis or
even do
anything?
any
We don't even. Like I said, like here's the thing. If we don't bring it up in game, it just doesn't exist.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
And I want to say this,
Or
like,
it
I'm not
probably
planning
exists,
to do
but
anything
just not-
overtly
don't have
fashy
to deal with
because we're doing Cyberpunk. We don't need to do the fashy
Cyberpunk
style.
is fascist. Cyberpunk is fascist in the corporate fascism.
Yeah,
sense.
and like we hate like the corporates. Like our enemy is generally the corpos. The corpos are like,
Yeah.
what is humans? They are a resource.
Well, it's generally Cyberpunk is a rebellion against like. There's a lot of stuff about Cyberpunk, but one of the
Oh, that's
like
good.
true
That's a good
ideas of original Cyberpunk is that racism isn't actually a thing. It's racism is just a different way of the upper class expressing classism and making the lower class fight with each other.
Yeah, like
There's
honestly,
a lot of
things like
philosophical doctrines on that.
things like sexism and racism are probably almost figments of the past. It's like, are
Well,
you?
this is why I explicitly brought up. I actually
you can
think
change
that,
your
like,
skin tone and your sex.
the sexism equality, that's probably like not a big deal because of the war economy we talked about, where like, hey, so we had a big upswell in women's rights because of like Rosie the Riveter type stuff, you know, women at home.
Mhm.
Well, imagine if it was like, oh no, we don't need women at home to build things. We have robots for that. What we do need is we need more drone operators, more vehicle drivers, more robot repair women. You know, we need that industry in the front line. So you have
there.
Debbie the drone bomber.
basically
I love it.
move up. There are actually like studies. This was a thing that is actually true to like some of the real life. That was a thing in Starship Troopers. Obviously, in the movies they have female troopers as well, but in the actual original book, only men were in mobile infantry, but women were pilots because statistically speaking, women do have better spatial sense than men. So
Yeah,
it's
that makes
also-
sense.
Women are technically like honestly another big reason if we want to really get into it, women would probably have a lot more standing is traditionally women are better with tech, like because or at least in terms of handling it, they operate tech faster. There was a study that women tech workers in Silicon Valley are technically more efficient than males.
Yeah.
It's by a micro percentage, like it's not by a very
course, eat that up.
significant amount.
it's one of those slight rounding errors where we're
But you can
Anyway,
bet
they're
corporations are
programmed
gonna
very
micromanage the fuck out of everything. So
yeah. So like like you said, I think we're past like common racism and sexism. Like
Yeah.
there's probably some nationalist or ethnic stuff where like absolutely the Chinese gangs and the Japanese gangs do not get along.
yeah,
I don't
it's
think they'll
probably
ever get
more-
along. But
honestly, probably more nationalist. That's a dizzying thought. More
Uh,
nationalistic than it is now, and less racist.
You mean
Yeah.
more ethnic.
Well, no, it's more nationalistic century. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
And some
Like-
of that will be drawn along ethnic lines, but some of it won't. You know.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
like,
like I said, we've
like-
we've redone all borders, and people have fought alongside all these people. So
like it's like you're not white or black. You're a Pacifican. You're
Also, because I feel like you can probably get your
Confederate.
skin tone
I would
changed.
also expect that because of our corporate government kind of meshing, national identity is a bit like brand identity now.
yeah.
So like the corps will market Pacifica like it was a product, basically. So yes, of course you are Pacifican. Here is the Pacifican flag. Let me look at some state flags.
we have a bear. It's
you gotta keep
awesome.
it fair. You gotta keep
oh
the
my god, a cyber bear.
Unfortunately, we just have George Washington. I don't think that's gonna fly.
Dude,
George
Okay.
Washington riding a bear.
Oh no,
I would,
make
I
it
would, I would
cyber.
rep that flag.
Oh, the Oregon plague is just the
Oh my God, wait,
eagle
wait,
on
wait,
top
no.
of,
No, wait.
Reagan.
Here's an idea. When Pacifica was being formed, they had a fucking national contest of who would make a new flag. It was
No,
voted by the
I'm sorry.
populace.
I know. I don't know about Washingtonians or Oregonians. There are some people in California that will not give that flag up. Mostly
Well,
because
to
it's probably one of
fair-
the better flags in the U.S.
Yeah, you've got a fucking bear on your flag. There's a reason why NCR exists, still repping the California colors, right?
Well, like outside of Wales, who still has the best flag ever, California still has my favorite flag, and I'm not even very national. Like I don't really care.
Okay, and it was a contest probably changed to like alter the flag.
But it's a fucking bear.
Yeah, it's probably
Probably different colors.
So-
Like, the only better
primarily
flag is Wales. That's because it's a fucking dragon.
so Pacifica is drawn primarily from the 3 West Coast states. So it's probably like a trifold symbol.
Well, actually,
I don't know if it's literally Bear Eagle Washington, but
Well, I mean, we can go bear, eagle, fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
we
work.
could.
triangle. Also, by the way, I joked about the Battle of Las Vegas earlier. This is actually a thing I want to mention. Where did Las Vegas end up? This is very important.
Honestly,
Did
probably
Pacifica-
Nevada is probably in Pacifica.
Okay, that's fair. Nevada as well. Their state flag isn't cool. It's like some leaves and a star.
Well,
Look
'cause
at
if
it,
you
think about it. Nevada isn't that much. It's a lot of desert and badlands. So it
Well-
probably, aside from entertainment, it probably doesn't have that much fucking
Oh,
value.
Also-
no, I'm doing it.
It's a-
Guys, Deserit's back.
What?
Oh,
Deseret, Utah. The Mormons.
Oh God.
Oh,
oh,
God, there's a fucking weird
Oh,
Mormon, the
oh, the-
cyber Mormons.
oh, right. The Nevada flag is just.
Oh, yeah, no, that is
flower-
actually.
Oh my
something I
god, wait.
wanted to
This
Flowers
reminds me
and
of a
a
thing from Sherlock
star.
Holmes. There's like a weird group of like ninja Mormons.
This is
in
something I
Sherlock
did
Holmes.
want to bring up. So, religion in the New World. Because that is important to my character.
I can
Yes.
see like
I
there
want to
being
say
like
for sure some of the old stuff obviously exists.
Oh, yeah.
right? Like
Well, like-
Abrahamic religion.
I can see polytheism churches.
Honestly, as a guy who's pretty down in real life on organized religion, the current pope seems like an okay guy.
Dude,
Yeah.
I expect the Roman Catholic Church will probably not go away until the earth is consumed by the sun.
Or until it gets consumed by another church, something like that.
Yeah,
I think Catholicism will probably consume other churches, but I do think
Probably.
like in a couple like years, like on the current track record, they maybe might have changed their stances on a couple things. Maybe they
Oh,
have
definitely.
maybe embrace some new technologies.
I
And
can
in
see
fact, I don't want to make this a big deal. I think we can avoid the classic like it is uncleaneth to replace the flesheth with chrome.
Well, that, no,
I
some of-
like the idea of like polytheistic churches.
I
like,
think
yeah,
those
stuff like that.
religions
But, you know what,
exist,
like, I
but I
think-
think they're new.
Well, no, like because this is actually something I actually found interesting. Omega, do you remember in Cyberpunk 2077 talking to the fucking monks? They were like, no, we're not actually against cybernetics. It's just due to our religion, you're only allowed to have your fucking clothes, your bowl, and the stick. If you have a fucking cybernetics, is that a tool or is that your body? So I think
That would probably be a debate in some Buddhism, by the way. Really interesting. A lot of different
Yeah.
areas. There are probably some sects of Buddhism which are all about like, no, cybernetics are perfectly okay. That removes you from suffering. That brings you closer to nirvana, replacing your body with chrome. Others will be like, no, that's
Yeah.
desire. That's physical shit.
I would say the
Yeah.
same, similarly to Judaism, because Judaism has some, if you really look at it, very different views on the body and the soul than the other Abrahamic religions.
But yeah,
Um,
like I think religions have survived, but they've undergone some modernization
adapted.
and maybe some philosophical debates on
Also,
their
they're
natures.
probably still lower rates than they are in currently, just because that's the current trend.
Yeah.
I expect also that we're there. While there is probably some religious revivalism post-war, there's also probably a lot of post-war cynicism.
Well, I would say there's also probably, with the cybernetic revolution, there's a birth of new transhumanistic religions.
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
there's probably a second New Age religious outcropping.
Like the one that you're talking about.
Yup.
But also there will be others. We don't have to deal with them, but there probably are fringe groups who are like, Chrome is the devil, literally.
Spoiler, the religion in question I've written is called the Church of the Human Collective.
The CHC?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be so weird working with you.
Oh, don't worry.
We'll make it work. We'll have the links and everything.
I'm not going to be, despite what the character's called, I'm not going to be that pushy towards my group members.
Well, yeah, because they're, your coworkers, you're professionals. You got to do a job.
Yeah.
You gotta do a job.
And there's also probably going to be, like, some interesting intermixing of different local strains, what they call indigenous religions. If there's more power to, like, First Nations kind of a thing, Indian territory, some of that kind of stuff.
There's probably would there ever be like regrowth of like smaller reserved tribes, like them getting new stuff back because people
probably
go back and join them?
What? Like, collectively speaking, probably not. Like, as I said, we're entering a world where the big eats the small. So instead of, like, smaller tribes gaining power, they would probably just join up with other smaller tribes to make a conglomerate and exert their power that way.
Would they have weird political growth because it become, like, minorities have become, like,
well, you got to remember,
like,
political
cash
growth
cow?
is also tied to your economic and corporate ties here.
Yeah, but corporations, like...
To be fair,
have, like,
many, because of the way tribal laws work, many Indian nations do actually have a positive economic growth mechanism. It's called gambling.
Yes, like I said, the Muckleshoot tribe here and the Puyallup tribes are pretty fucking strong because they hold two of the, like, well, I don't know if they're the most popular, but I think Snoqualmie Casino is probably the big three. Yeah, the Puyallup, Snoqualmie, and Muckleshoot tribes here have, like, big spending power because they hold the three biggest casinos in the state, and they're just all like, fuck you guys, we have money.
Well, yeah,
I can see that growing into like
honestly,
obviously like a weird pseudo triads.
Omega, you should know because I believe the richest company is over by richest tribe is over by you.
Is it the Seminoles?
Right?
Yeah.
It's the Seminole. Yeah.
Yeah, they got a lot.
Because they have I believe it was like 2005 or something. They did a $1.4 billion expansion on tribal lands.
Wouldn't be surprised. I don't think I would have been paying attention to that.
I just
Probably not.
I was the weird one where I kept thinking about I kept hearing they keep being like cheated out of their shit more.
I mean, they were, but I believe the phrase in Darwinism is adapt and died. Some of the tribes die out, some of them adapted. Some of them adapted very effectively.
Yeah.
And also to say on the reverse of that, there is the thing about, like, obviously, we can bring up old wounds. You can talk about Indian reparations. We can talk about, like, 20 years and a mule and stuff. In the current world we're setting up in 20XX, well, all those governments have kind of been reduced down, right?
Yeah.
Like it's if you're in Pacifica, you can't call DC for them to come talk back to you, right? You got to, like, work out new stuff, which means politicking. One thing I was going to mention earlier is that there's probably some interesting blending of, like, the cultural tropes from some of those refugee areas, like Japan, like China, and a lot of Asian countries have this weird approach where, and you see this with certain types of Judaism as well, where it's less about the religious aspects and purely about the cultural aspects.
Yeah, because I'm not religiously Jewish. I'm culturally Jewish. So
Judaism is a weird exception.
it's a lot of
Yeah.
like
But honestly, like,
self-improvement values.
we talked about, like, Japanese diaspora. I have done some research into Shinto. That's how they treat it. Like, there are some people who are, like, hardcore Shinto, but most of them don't write down that they're religious on, like, surveys, but they still go to festivals. They pay their respects at shrines because that's what you do in culture.
Yeah.
You still buy the lucky cat. There are still probably corporate headquarters in Pacifica which have shrines to Inari on the top because that's just what you do, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would just say Judaism is one of the only cultures in the world you don't have to be born into to become a part of. Because there is actually a ritual to convert into Judaism. It's weird.
But
Judaism
yeah,
is complicated.
religion is about what you'd expect. I don't feel a need to break out a separate note for that. So we've got some stuff. We're setting in Pacifica.
What do we
Pacifica's
cover?
a couple of big cities. You know, Nevada joined, sure. They're close enough. Vegas. Vegas.
Arizona was probably eaten by Texas.
Well, honestly, we don't have to say
And then
all of
spat
Nevada.
out.
Like I said, we don't have to actually use like actual
Right,
state
yeah, we don't
lines.
have to use the literal Nevada borders. They are probably chunks of, for lack of a better term, no man's land in the desert, like Death Valley. Nobody wants fucking Death Valley. Like they're chunks
That's
of
in
desert.
California.
But
Again, I think
it
most
is-
of the weird
They're
no man's
gonna
land become black
control over
sites.
Death Valley, kind of.
And actually, Death Valley, people want Death Valley because it actually has some resources in it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It's
Probably a
just
black
not.
site.
No one wants to live there because
But
why?
there will be chunks of desert which are not immediately useful in the rocky area in the southwest desert that nobody gives a fuck about.
Don't quote me on it. I believe Death Valley has a abundance of salt. and
Wouldn't be
salt mining.
surprised. Salt is big as well.
Oh, my
That's probably something that
So-
the new desert territory exports very well. Salt.
Anything else we should cover? Because I think.
Oh, actually, I forgot about this earlier because you talked about food allergies. I do want to briefly talk about food. We've already talked about how like some food space is receding, right?
Mhm.
So like, while Pacifica probably has a decent amount of food outputs, fruits and such, you know, fishing where you can anyway. Assuming that we haven't fished the shit out of everything in the future.
Would some companies just try to like optimize like remaking more food? Just to have that as a-
I'm like I said, if we're trying to automate things, I'm pretty sure hydroponic technologies might have taken off.
Hydroponics, vertical farming. Because this is always a thing that I think a lot of cyberpunk settings do just because somebody did it once, but like, so we're not necessarily going the full-blown shadow run. Everything is soy krill, right?
No.
Like,
No, I
We're
feel
not
like
I'm
that is-
allergic to soy, so no.
Well, I
there are
also
probably
just
a lot of soy proteins because soy is very protein
honestly,
dense.
there's probably a lot of synthetic foods that
Well,
are
yeah, like, there's not a-
technically made from that,
Like I
but
said,
they
like
don't look like it.
I won't be surprised if there are like soy farms, fucking,
Especially we talked about this. If we increase the Asian diaspora, there are some sects of even Buddhist cuisine that can do some really freaky things with tofu.
like I mean, like heck, like, we don't necessarily. Like fucking yeah, but like I can understand. I can see like fucking rice hydroponics, soy hydroponics, and it's like
I don't know hydroponic
What?
rice because it.
no, they have
Okay,
rice hydroponic fields. They-
Okay, I'd have to look into that. That's pretty interesting.
It's a little wild, but yeah.
We talked about this. You know, we mentioned psychopaths earlier. Hyper oats. There's probably a lot of corporate espionage and control over strains of food, right? Because everybody will be trying to design the most optimal hydroponic strain of corn or soy or wheat or whatever, right?
Would there be a big market on like allergen-free foods or whatever? Because like I have to deal with that most of my life.
No, I mean we talked about this. You don't got a future. We don't worry about allergies.
All right.
I know you keep pushing on that because it's a personal note, but this is the Cyberpunk Future Act.
Yeah, this is not
Yeah.
like I said. Your current character doesn't have to be allergic to soy, my dude.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I
Make
just
it
feel like
so talking about marketing, I'm sure there is some marketing in like, oh, this is gluten free, even though the number of people who actually have gluten allergies is super tiny. It got turned into a weird marketing thing that they talk about like meats are labeled gluten free, even though that's not how gluten works.
yeah, but
right?
It's a protein.
So like there probably is some marketing about that. I think the actual like thing we need to concern ourselves is not. So what I wanted to set there is mostly the expectation that we are not full blown, like I said, soy krill. You know, no
Yeah.
Soylent Green shit. Like, I believe the OG Cyberpunk 2020 called it kibble. There is probably like really, really shitty synthetic meat that poor people eat that you don't want to eat, but you got to because you need protein or you die.
Actually,
But
no, actually, now that I
turkey
think
and
about it,
sushi
Nevada,
might be a big deal.
Nevada actually has a pretty. Don't they have a lot of cattle in Nevada?
Doesn't it have a lot of cattle?
Man,
I'm gonna
the turkey and
Hang on.
sushi markets have just like been booming. Like just not even like sushi
Because
with
like I
fish in it,
said,
just
like I'm.
rice and seaweed.
You eat sushi. How
Oh,
polluted
yeah.
are the ocean?
Cows are the most produced food commodity in Nevada.
Yeah, okay.
Followed by
Whoa.
hay and milk.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you would have access to cattle. Okay.
Yeah, that was the thing I was thinking about. It's like, wait a minute, doesn't if we have the like Nevada space? Because I remember there was like that news about the fucking Nevada cattle like dust ups. It's like, wait, yeah, no cattle. So, well, because that's the thing we're talking about. If Japan came over, it's all like they're gonna bring over that Kobe and that Wagyu, and it's gonna be
They're
Good
gonna bring over
shit.
their beef techniques.
They're gonna have a
Um,
weird. There's gonna be like a food company that just is kind of a king in Pacifica.
Well, like I said, like, well, it might be Japanese, honestly.
Yeah.
So what I wrote in my notes is the food economy is stabilized. We're enough post-war that like food is stratified still, but still very workable. People are making an effort to maintain eating the stuff. Dairy's a big thing, right?
Yeah, let's
Like,
see.
you
Yeah.
know.
I was looking at it. Yes. Yeah, there are rice hydroponics, but they're known as one of the most complicated and difficult ones to do. So there's probably not a super big thriving rice market in hydroponics, but it exists.
Yes.
also,
and
what
to be fair, talking about Asian cooking, there will be motherfuckers killing for rice.
And it's like once when I bring up sushi, I don't even mean the fish. I mean just like the rice and the seaweed because sometimes like fucking sushi rice tastes fucking amazing.
Sushi, yes, probably. Though if
Like because it's like I've been to
the
like
rice component is complex and the fish component, like I don't want to say for sure because we've just discovered that you guys can in fact have beef. I don't want to say for sure. Oh, all the fish are dead, but like. It may be entirely possible that like fishing has highly regulated to maintain sustainable populations and stuff.
So,
Like
I'm the weird guy that like orders bowls of sushi rice when I'm at sushi places because that rice tastes amazing. Because holy shit, they make that really they like put
you know what
something
everybody's 100% eating in the future? Instant ramen.
Yeah.
fair enough. It's probably just a good ramen out there.
Listen,
All
man,
spices.
well,
All
see, this
spices.
is what I'm talking about. The food things, like, yeah, we have instant ramen, but you know, there might be a lot of movements. Like, hey, you can make your ramen your own. You just get these little things and you add, and you boom, you have something nice and hearty and filling.
Spice packs, yeah.
Dr. Stone Anime did instant ramen.
Yeah, they did. But like, shoot, like even me right now, I get ramen. I get me like a couple slices of ham. I throw me some fucking green onions. I put in a little bit of bouillon on them. I'm like, this is fucking designer shit right here.
Yeah, like I think like ramen culture might be bigger because of how like scarcity and stuff.
And you can throw in some
Yeah.
spices. Spice.
Yes.
And depending on where our diaspora was, that kind of like complex thing going on is like I'm imagining a higher level political web. I do want to get back to this when Dallas gets back, but like, so obviously politically, Pacifica's on one side, right? You guys have eaten basically the West Coast. There's the Northeast, the Commonwealth of New England, you know, over there. The quote unquote real America, they're probably like they trade some barbs with Pacifica, but politically they'd be very similar. So they're not enemies. I expect that I haven't come up with a cool cyberpunk name for it, but whatever happened to Louisiana is probably like because let's be real. Even if we joke about new Confederate states, if you know, and we can keep that. We can keep NCSA. That's I'm not afraid of that hot take, internet. I've lived in the South a lot of years. But
Is that really a hot take? Oh,
it's
I'll be back
probably
in a second. God, sorry. Delivery people are
It's okay,
sometimes
it's okay.
assholes.
I'm vamping a little bit, but Louisiana and especially Nolans is not that though. That is a place all about. There, we talked about Caribbean influences. Maybe there's like not like a unified government, but there might be like a Caribbean League. Like a lot of these island nations kind of like support each other loosely.
Yeah, I think.
Has piracy
would
come
be
back?
right.
Oh, almost assuredly, because this is the thing we talk about a lot. You know, Wrathful Poseidon.
The Chrome Age. Oh my wait.
You
Salvage
probably
unions.
still have to do a lot of oceanside shipping if you want to do anything international. Which you probably have to do a lot of international shipping these days. It's got to be by rail or by boat, basically.
Yeah.
You can do some stuff by plane, but planes are probably still like they're heavy. You know,
Lots to maintain.
I actually don't know about non-fossil fuel like planes.
Oh,
Like,
that's true.
Hydrogen planes, you can probably do a hydrogen engine plane, but that's super volatile and risky, and you really don't want somebody to crash a hydrogen plane into a building.
Okay,
So,
clearly
very volatile.
we have developed is magnetic rail guns that just shoot shipping containers across the U.S.
I was also thinking if there's also now like probably huge. So
You
instead
can
of piracies, is there like whole like people like fucking trying to find like old crates that fell off ships and like preserve all
There's
that?
probably some salvage, but no. What I was gonna say, if you have shipping, much like semis, cargo ships are definitely gonna be drone operated. So that means that you will have, not like classic piracy, but you will absolutely have some guys in an inflatable Zodiac who mark themselves up in anti-facial recognition grease paint, climb aboard a ship, steal a couple containers, and then fuck off.
Well, that means that probably PMCs might be hired to guard said ships in whatever fashion.
Oh my god! I now see a weird like fucking pirate union called the Poseidon League.
Well, no. Like this is what like when Omega mentions the Caribbean League. I'm pretty sure that is actually just a loose fucking collection of fucking pirate states of various areas.
Yes, there are probably, because there's some very interesting things you can grow in the Caribbean.
Do we want to talk about South America at all? Or,
Well,
nah.
We can mention it. I don't
like
I'm
here's it,
trying
like
not
again,
to do,
again, Axe, you
I'm
keep
more of
make-
like, is it bad?
well, no, you keep doing these outlier acts. Remember, we don't have to like literally stat every single thing in this world.
I was asking.
Yeah.
It's why I asked.
We
Like, if
just-
we don't want to, we just move on. It's more of this.
Then
We
don't
just
mention
need-
it.
Okay,
can mention
we-
it, but I don't think it's a big deal.
fair enough.
We
Sorry.
can just
I'm
stat
actually
out the
kind of
things that are
think
important.
about, because I'm thinking about political ties, right? Like, so, probably tangentially, Pacifica has ties to, I would say, politically to Nolans, to the Caribbean League, to the Commonwealth of New England. I want to say that, just generally for political tension, I think it would be fair to say that Pacifica is probably in a little bit of a cold war with the Republic of Texas right now,
Yeah.
because you guys have very similar resource bases and stuff going on while being very disparate politically.
Mhm.
That may even be like a major political point within the past 5 to 10 years was the independence of Austin, kind of a thing, right?
Mhm.
Like Pacifica backs these city states and these smaller nations, and then because I'm also I'm not afraid to throw this stone either. No, what I know about the states that make up our fictional country of Pacifica, they're all about political interventionism.
Yeah.
Oh, are you doing something over there that I don't like? Let me stick my nose in it.
Even when we shouldn't sometimes. God fucking damn it.
It's the Cyberpunk future. It can't change. Or
So
it's a problem now.
we can like actually figure out if you want me to like color in a map and draw lines of like where
No,
New
that's not-
Desert territory
Well,
UCSA.
if you want to,
we can
but
skip a lot of that too. What I was gonna bring up is how do we feel about Mexico? Like, I think Dallas joked about Arizona getting eaten by Mexico. New
I did,
Mexico would probably
actually.
get eaten by Mexico. Like,
honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Texas annexed fucking Mexico. I really wouldn't.
that would be interesting. A new Mexican-Texan war.
Yeah.
So Mexico's a place. We do a lot of our manufacturing down there.
yeah.
The Mexican Cold War.
Do a lot of work down there, but Mexico's also very politically charged. There's some very dangerous parts of Mexico
Mhm.
with the cartels and stuff.
Cyber.
And I gotta be real. We talk about like corporate blending into government. Crime will also blend into government some places. There are probably chunks of Central and South America which are just straight up owned by the narcos. Like they're already owned by the narcos, but in the cyberpunk future, they're just straight up.
It's not
Right.
like you literally can go to the narcos office now and just actually say hi.
Basically, yeah. So, there's probably maybe active war well, not active war, but like
Cold War?
conflict with the Mexican border keeps Pacifica and Texas from being directly at odds because we talked about this, right? Pacifica's got big weed. Well, the narco cartels aren't gonna like that, you know.
Yeah, because I feel like the narcos probably have like the only like actual like other drug location besides weed in like the continent or maybe the
Hello?
world.
It does.
There's that.
We were
Hey,
discussing
Des.
We were discussing what?
the issue of Mexico. 'Cause I'm saying that-
Mexico.
High-level political tensions, I think it makes sense for Pacifica and the Republic of Texas to be kind of against each other in kind of a Cold War way.
Honestly, Mexico would probably be hyper corporatized because, I mean, not to get too political, but they're one of the only countries that a lot of people, myself included, would define as more capitalistic than the United States.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Like-
would it make sense for Mexico to stay one nation and then kind of like heavily corporatized, like we said?
Yes.
Yes.
And I was discussing what should happen to like Arizona and New Mexico. Like,
Honestly, New Mexico would probably be like a little bit split between like Texas and wait, which one is the one touching Texas? I can never
I
remember.
believe that is New Mexico. Arizona's on the other side.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, New Mexico would be like a little bit split between Texas, and then Mexico probably would have just reabsorbed the other two. The thing is, like, Nevada would probably be more fought over because there's some serious resources in Nevada, despite the living space.
Well,
There's
so
not much in Arizona and New Mexico.
I want to say that was probably part of our fun. Like I joked about the Battle of Las Vegas. That was probably a fundamental part of the forming of Pacifica because Vegas is also right next to Hoover Dam.
Yeah,
But-
well, also
Right,
just
we're damn.
Nevada has a lot of natural resources that are
But
like
also, like I said, I'm looking
nice
at the
to
map of
have.
Arizona right now. But also lists Las Vegas and Los Angeles. Vegas is a stone's throw from LA. That would be the kind of thing where like that's close to your force projection. So
I'm talking about hobby offensive. Oh my god.
yeah, so I would say it probably makes sense that like especially along that border, Mexico probably started nibbling at Arizona and New Mexico. Texas probably eats Oklahoma straight up.
Yep.
And
No.
most of New Mexico. And there's probably an active like
There's an active military outpost on either side of poor Arizona.
yeah. So I think that's I was going to say this earlier. I think that's why
the War of the Rio Grande.
I think that's why Pacifica and Texas haven't come to blows, because Mexico is right there with its own corporations and its own corporate interest pressing on both of their borders, and
Also, like
neither of them support open warfare yet, but politically they're very diversified.
and the shadow drug war happening, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Well, and the cartels. I was talking about this, right? Where there are very dangerous parts of Mexico where the cartels are in order, and like I said, the
They just have Yakuza,
narco
Yakuza offices.
corporations probably not like big weed, as it's written in my notes.
Yeah.
In all capitals, by the way, big weed.
If anything, they would probably the cartels would be the closest to the what is it called? It's the thing you keep referencing. Fuck, my brain. But like, it's the open style of like the organized crime is on the outside and very obvious.
Yeah, we talked about that. They would literally be the corporate government in some places. They would just be that open league.
Like there's literally a cartel office you could probably find on your block.
Yeah, like more so than anything in the U.S. because like
they'd be settled. Also, I think this is why you're off mic, Dallas. We talked about corporate shipping, how that's probably very automated, and that also means there's probably piracy of vessels and vehicles going places. Like if you take a rail line through a desert, you take a shipping container, some guys will probably try and sneak aboard and steal your shit.
I guess we can have like kind of the Mad Max influence on there, like people be running along trains and fucking Humvees and stuff, screaming at the top, jumping on trains.
Why do I picture Australia as a pirate nation now?
I mean, Australia's full. I thought Australia got dominated by the cyber emus.
No, Australia is just a collective of people that took way too much from Mad Max. Like, there's probably like two countries in Australia. There's like the Aboriginal country that's like normal, and there's the people that the Australians left over that just went full native and are just like, all right, we live in a Mad Max movie now.
We have cyber tech to fight the animals.
Because you can't invade Australia.
We have cyber mohawks. Well, it's just the benefit to invading Australia is not even close to worth the cost.
Yeah, it's just
There's a reason England was like, well, this land is shit. We're just gonna make it a penal colony.
It makes me wonder if it's like maybe like secret black sites in Australia because no one's gonna fucking look there.
There's black sites everywhere. We got all kinds of places for that. There's gonna be a lot of desert in the U.S. Like there's a lot of no man's land, I think, in places.
Yeah, which is what's probably filled with black sites.
Oh yeah, area whatever it is.
Ooh, actually, I didn't even know that.
62,
Apparently, a lot of corpos have headquarters in Arizona. Maybe Arizona's independent.
Something to consider. Also, should we like consider
we should probably start winding down to some of our details. We've been going for like 2 hours.
We should probably get to like the player. We actually get to like the game bits now.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Wait, we can.
I think we've done our building. AI exists as a concept, right? That would be a big MacGuffin.
I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be widespread because that's.
Well, like I said, it was kind of one of the catalysts for a war. There's probably a lot of restrictions and stuff.
Probably a lot of is what we think of as AI now, like weak AI expert systems, like deep neural networking and shit.
Well, it's like VI. It's like what's her name? That bitch in Mass Effect.
Ada?
I can never remember her name. Ada, yeah. No, not. Wait.
I think it's ADA. Isn't it?
No, that's
the one on the Citadel.
That's
Not ED because ED is an AI.
She eventually becomes that. Yeah.
Well, no,
but,
she was an AI project. That's why everyone was looking at Cerberus like, "You fucking built what?"
That's right.
I don't remember. Built an AI that took over the moon and killed everyone.
There's a lot of ways that in actual AI theory, I believe the way we talk about this is weak versus strong AI.
Yeah.
Weak AI are like expert systems. Like there are probably automated quote unquote AI programs which are like, hey, what's this text written in? Because language is probably fucked right now. You'll have like signs written in like 3 languages. Well, Space Google will be like future Google. I will be like, oh, in Cantonese that says you know.
Have they perfected translation tech?
I think
What was that?
I think it'd be good to say if we maybe have like got real good real time translation technology.
Language barrier has degraded massively.
Like, that's something that we're already working towards. So like simple automated deep learning, like computers can easily recognize faces, they can recognize languages, they can recognize geography, so they can drive. Self-driving tech is probably everywhere. Those weak AIs cannot think. They can't like process complex commands or anything. So you don't need to worry about like AI uprising, but they exist long enough to make a lot of stuff we think about in cyberpunk tech smoothed over. So,
Should we get to making our characters
yeah,
and making
yeah.
the corp?
And we can work out basic examples of like we can actually fill in what kind of corpos are specifically in Pacifica.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff we're dealing with, where we are, you know, where people come from by working through
Uh,
the things. So,
Isn't the rules that
Okay.
each player makes a corp?
yes, at least in the. Let me actually find that segment again in links. Is it 16? Earlier, because
I used to have the book, but I can't find
so
it.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk through all the steps. Everybody's gonna work on their character stuff. We may vamp a little bit, talk back and forth about what we're doing, but basically, once everybody's kind of figured out their stuff, we're gonna create the professional links, right? So every player will describe and introduce their final character. You'll read out your stuff, blah blah blah, and then oh, actually, wait. So it says in step 0 we establish corporate. Okay, so in step 0 we do that stuff. Okay. Yeah, so we'll start there, actually. That's before we even do playbooks. So,
Oh, okay.
all right. Okay, that's cool. So, yeah, so we define a corporation, and then at the last step, you will talk about a job with those. So, if you have your PDF, in Appendix 1 names on page 242.
Okay,
I
I
don't-
do not have this.
I don't
Do not
have,
have
this.
this.
You guys don't have the core PDF? What do you? How
Yeah,
are you
I
guys
couldn't
gonna
find
do
it.
the thing?
I
Okay,
have
well.
the playbook PDF.
I have the damn thing. Hang on a second.
All right, I'm already.
I
looking
couldn't
to
find
upload
my
it.
PDF of it for some reason. I lost.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna re-upload it.
I think
Yes,
I didn't-
internet. I'm giving people PDFs of this RPG. I'm a
I'm
game
good.
master. That's how it works.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know that it was available.
yeah,
I thought I had one, but I couldn't find it every time I keep
I
looking.
think I had one,
okay, here we
but
go.
it's on my old computer.
I think mine is too, actually.
Like I found the playbook one because
I shared it.
I've definitely linked it before, but hold on. Hold on. I gotta go through.
I thought I
Google
just
Docs.
shared. I just shared the NPC seats in the playbooks.
But no, we will need the actual book because that's got like guidelines on stuff.
Yeah.
yeah. But give me a second to. It's too big for Discord, so let me upload it to Google and then link it to you.
Okay.
But basically, what we'll all do is at step 0, you'll figure out at least one area a corporation is good at, and this will have a list that we can work from in the thing. And it gives you a suggestion of names you can use, and we'll go around, including myself. We'll come up with some baseline level corporations and what they're good at, and then we can use that for building all your character stuffs. As I run down all that thing, so. But yeah, if we have any more setting stuff to do while we're waiting on actually getting set up with the.
I definitely have my corporation ready. I just don't know how to actually make it.
I have an idea.
I got one already.
I don't have one yet.
Oh, why did you go in there?
I think it should. If knowing my character concept, my corporation should not be that much of a surprise.
I will say I've enjoyed our talk about the world because this is actually like sounds like a full setting, and I appreciate it.
Well, that's why we do the 0, and why I think it's important for this kind of game. Because if we didn't do that, we'd have fucking nothing. We wouldn't know. Down.
Especially with something like Cyberpunk, that is probably the most misused genre name in ever.
Yeah.
Aside from maybe postmodern, because no one actually knows what postmodern is ever. I don't know what postmodern is, but I don't pretend I do. Like Cyberpunk is not used correctly a lot. Like people call what was a movie I saw got called Cyberpunk that was hilarious. People call Gundam Cyberpunk, which
What?
I don't know.
I
That's
think
more
there are probably
mecha.
Cyberpunk mecha shows, but I don't think
Gundam
well,
is
first
not
of all,
one of them.
Gundam is basically a genre at this point.
I don't know.
'cause-
I can kind of see fucking G Gundam maybe being Cyberpunk, but that's about it.
G Gundam is Cyberpunk if you read the like source material and think about it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm.
What they're doing is really cyberpunk.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But other than that, no, G-Gun. I think G-Gun is probably only the cyberpunk because it's literally a worldwide competition between nations where they pit people from fucking everywhere in this giant competition.
To gain political power. It's
Yeah,
like,
no, that's cyberpunk as fuck.
It's like,
All right.
like it might not look cyberpunk, but it is a.
Anyway, I got my idea of actually. Hang on, I got my idea of a
I-
corporation. If you want,
You don't have their PDF. If you
Oh,
wanna
okay.
I
pull it
got
out
the
there.
book now. Thanks.
So we're on step 0 technically.
yes.
Choose define corporation. So each player, including the MC, that's me, hi, names and briefly describes a mega corporation or a entity of similar scope, such as an organized crime syndicate or government. Depending on your taste, you can figure out the details. It says since we're doing, it'll probably take a couple sessions because there's a couple different segments, and we like to talk. But you know, corporations can probably be focused on like 1 or 2 things. But we'll do all that stuff. You combine.
What page again?
Sorry, I'm gonna get to the appendix in a second. But basically,
Gotcha. See it.
this is the moment where you figure out the stuff. We can, if you want to, you can add extra detail, I guess is what they're getting at. But since this is going to be a shorter form game, we may or may not return to. You don't need to go ham. So, it's on 242 is the appendix of names. So
I got it here. Yeah.
let's see. I'm wondering, should
where,
I go?
Where's the making the corporations together?
The description of that is at the top of preparing to play. Step 0, which is on page 48.
Okay.
It's basically pretty simple. I'm just wondering, should I go first as an example, or should I go last so I don't steal anybody's thunder?
I got an example if you want me to go.
I got one too.
Okay. I'll go last so I don't steal anybody's thunder. But okay. Lucky, I think you said you had an idea firmly first.
So
Yeah.
I want to make the corporation Suzaku Security Solutions, which is primarily a military corporation that focuses on technology and security. Basically, they like to push themselves as a cutting edge and weapon and defensive tech so that everyone can live safe. Live Suzaku.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I have an idea. Tell me when you're ready for the next one.
Yeah, I'm done. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
it is-
I'm actually taking notes though because these matter.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. I'll just write it down. Suzaku Security Solutions, military. And we
I
can add
have-
in. Yeah. Max, go ahead.
I have Cross Nexus, a biotechnology and transportation operations company of.
Cross Nexus.
Yes, Cross Nexus.
Is that all one
Connect-
word capitalized? Is there a dash in there?
hyphen between Cross and Nexus, connecting everything and everything to you, or connecting everything and everywhere to everything.
I think I like that first one better.
Connecting everyone, everything to everywhere.
Too wordy.
Fair enough.
No, I don't think that is. I think that first one, connecting everyone and everything to you. I think that actually flows better. But okay, so Cross Nexus. So they are biotech.
Which is like, so it's like pharmaceuticals and then also like transportation. So it's like,
Okay. Yeah. So biotech transport. Got it. So like,
Yeah.
they're specifically working.
Oh,
on
we can have
certain
more than one
things.
in that? Oh, okay.
yeah, it's like
Yeah,
one or
you can
two,
have a couple.
Can you add electronics to fucking Suzaku then?
like implants, yeah,
Okay, you think they're
or like
also
security stuff, yeah.
Yeah, electronics. All right, that makes sense. IT, robotics, hardware. That probably means they do a lot of drone security systems, in
Yeah.
addition to actual, because you said they actually provide like physical stuff.
Yeah.
The idea of Cross Nexus, their
Right.
space program, but that's a dumb thing.
Oh well, space is under transport, so they could
Yeah.
be. That could be one of their high-end things, is like orbital stuff. But yeah, transport and biotech actually, and you said you want them to lean more on the pharmaceutical end of biotech, so they're more about like
Like there's some
drugs.
cyber, there's like some cyber stuff in there, but it's not like their mainline stuff.
We're drugs, but also we're cars.
Yeah,
well, probably
hover vehicles or train lines.
cars, trains, flight. Maybe they're into biofuels,
Yeah.
right? Biofuel powered stuff. Okay. Anybody else got an idea for their corporation?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So my idea is Stone and Sons, telecommunications, and cybernetics.
What was the name?
Stone and Sons. If anyone gets that reference, I will be very happy.
So they are telecommunications
And cybernetic implants.
I just keep thinking Mumford and Sons, and I'm gonna go listen to them.
Nah, it's a reference to Cyborg from DC Comics.
Ah.
Sounds
'Cause
like
I'm
a small
nerd.
Sounds like a small company that just got super big over years.
Well, I mean, they were a telecommunications company before the cybernetic revolution, and then they figured out. Basically, my headcanon is they pioneered cybercoms, essentially, which is
That
how they
makes sense.
became a
So
mega corporation.
They're the cybercom monopoly.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So software, data storage, security, IT operations.
Yes, they focus on telecommunications and cybernetic implants. Specifically, I should say non-military cybernetic implants.
Like commercial grade stuff.
Yeah, it would be commercial.
They work on
commercials are
cyberware.
yeah, like things a normal person would have, not like a looking in the playbooks, not like a concealed wrist blade. Like
That's more like a Suzaku thing, honestly.
yeah, that'd be
They're
more like
probably more
turf.
They probably produce at the high end. Probably produce like Cyber Eyes and Cyber Ears, mostly like comms, decks, that kind of stuff. Okay, Marth, do you have an idea for a corporation you want to see?
I'm still been trying to think about that.
They have a couple of different, funny names in here.
Yeah, I'm just.
I love the example, quote unquote, government name is just Senate Inc.
Is there one for just like? Do we have anyone for like financials or like?
I'm actually trying to think
Yeah,
about
there's a category
name.
for financial, government, illegal.
Yeah, I know there's whole financial one. I'm trying to think of a name for financial at least.
I got a list if you want to just pull something from it.
I'm just going to see if there's actually. Okay. I think that guess so. So a financial company called Pacifica Investments. Primarily invests in like biotech companies.
So they are.
But it also does banking.
Okay, so they're a financial who work in bankrolling and investing and insuring.
Yeah.
Marv, is it possible this is like what happened to like what used to be like the financial government branches of like the states before they became Pacifica and this became a big corporate?
Oh no, this is more so the banks that are still around from the time.
Oh,
Yeah,
the bank.
all those little individual banks are now one big corpo bank.
Yeah, including the credit unions.
Oh
Makes
no.
sense.
We are money now.
Okay,
Well,
so
it's also considering all of the states that aren't the Pacific Union or the New England Union had to deal with the fact that they don't have Wall Street anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
True, Wall Street kind
don't
of
have New York.
I guess
Not that the West Coast doesn't have its own sprawling financial districts.
I
They're not Wall Street.
guess the Pacific Investment is more like a giant credit union.
So there's like they make the banknotes, I guess.
Yeah. They deal with the cred.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so,
can see that. Like the value of the cred has to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
This corporation going to be handling that.
All right, so for me, I want to fill in a little bit of stuff that we haven't really touched on yet. So I'm going to say the Rio Grande Combine.
Oh.
And their
Ugh.
primary areas are what the game calls, primary resources and heavy industry.
Okay.
Okay.
So this was a corporation that kind of formed out of the neutral zone we've talked about in Nevada and the extreme borders of California on Pacifica.
Okay.
So they're the company that owns the Hoover Dam now. Because I believe, primary resources would be mining, fuels, agriculture, chemicals. So, and heavy industry for like manufacturing and stuff like that. So they are the company who actually handles like exporting things like electricity, salt, fresh water kind of stuff out of the kind of fringe areas of Pacifica and importing it back to the coast. Because otherwise, those coastal cities, you guys don't have a lot of raw resources. So
Yeah.
the Rio Grande Combine kind of takes over that. Maybe even has some elements of like Tesla, like you mentioned before, in that they also produce a lot of like electronic consumer cars and stuff. You know.
So Omega, I have another company that I would like to request.
Yeah, we only got like 5, and we got a lot of open zones in the resources. So if you got another idea for something, go ahead and shoot.
The Disney Warner Entertainment Group.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have media yet, so
Yeah.
sure, we'll throw that out there.
It's like the weird thing about that's probably like the one where it's like actually just 6 to like 10
Because
different actual
imagine
companies.
if Disney and Warner merged.
I mean, yeah, that will be the thing, right? There'd be a big fight, and then one of them would win.
There's like Paramount over there and Fox, and that's it.
Yeah, so DWG, Disney Warner Group, they're a media company. Okay.
Yes.
I could see a thing of like there's like 10 subsidiaries of that group because they're not all.
Oh, yeah, there would be.
maybe. Yeah.
Disney already has a shitload of subsidiaries, but
I'm trying to think of actually like something agriculture and commodities based for Pacific. I'm trying to think of the name.
Monbanto.
No.
Primary Resources Rio Grande Combine also.
Oh
has...
God, no. Oh no. I want to use the
What?
word Neo Starbucks, but no. Fucking
No, that's probably like a joke.
Oh shit, no, actually Amazon actually might fit into that pretty well. Let's see here.
So let's see.
I'm trying to think of a name though.
Tab up to the thing. So
Let's
appendix
see.
name. Appendix.
And if we go to, let's see here. Let's see. We got Amazon. We got Starbucks up here. I'm trying to think of something because I was gonna go with another Japanese name. I was like, wait, no, too weeb. I'm trying to-
Consumer goods.
What about something like French?
Why French?
What about like Canada to the north?
No.
No, we're the opposite of French, my dude. We're Chinese. We're like we're Asian and Native American influences here.
Why not something Native American named?
Well,
Also, Quebec is on the opposite freaking side.
Fair enough. Fair. Yeah.
No, like
Random idea.
I maintain it is a joke perpetrated by those fuckers in New York that French is still mandated to be taught as a high school language. Because who the fuck uses French over Spanish in California?
Yeah, that makes sense for California.
Because
There are some places where, as we said, it's a literal lingua franca, but yeah. So we've got a media company. Technically, we could say that the Disney Warner Group could also be consumer goods, but I think that's kind of what Lucky is leaning towards here, with like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think something like Native American named probably fits, considering like it's.
Well, what type of business are we trying to fill in here? Right, we're trying to find maybe like agriculture-focused primary resources.
Yeah, like I'm like the one I'm trying to think. The niche I'm trying to fill is consumer goods and primary resources, maybe with a lean on agriculture.
Yeah, because
So-
like I said, the one I came out Rio Grande Combine I'm mentioning is primary resources in a lot of the mining and chemical sense.
Yeah. And we were talking about how we do probably have some hydroponic and stuff. So I'm trying to think. Like if I go Japanese, I can just whip out one of like another name, like the fucking that.
Yeah,
But
just-
let's see here. No, nothing. Not.
I mean, there's examples, you know.
Oh yeah, I should look at those. Huh, I'm dumb. Let's see here. Mangalekala. Vader Tech.
like
New craft.
I took
T4,
Combine part of one of the primary resources ones.
Nutrigrow. I think I feel like I could do something like that.
What's one of like the biggest? You mentioned like tribes for like in like the West Coast.
I know.
area.
I'm thinking about, but like I said, like I know, like Dallas said, like Disney Warner thing, but I don't want to actually name actually name check anything. It just feels kind of weird.
No, yeah, and that's fair. I just did the Disney Warner thing because that's going to happen eventually. And it's going
Yes, I believe you.
And I think it makes sense because we talked about how mass media is one of the big exports of Pacifica.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, despite it being probably the quote unquote least serious of the of the corporations, they probably have one of the highest political clouts.
Yeah.
Because
I
if you
wonder
think about what
movie,
Disney
I
owns,
wonder, I wonder what making movies in Pacific is like.
Disney owns CNN, Disney owns NBC.
I mean, it really depends on what kind of moves we want to go for. I would say that if we want to keep to like the most cyberpunk tone, movies are probably mass produced entirely
Oh,
in
shit.
CGI arms by cubicle jocks.
I was
like,
wondering, like-
I can honestly, I realize I don't have to actually think that hard. I'm just gonna call it Pacific Industries.
Okay.
It's
That's
just
a little close to Pacifica Investments.
yeah,
which is
I
also
later call it.
oh yeah, Pacific Investments. Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Northwest Industries? You are
Northwest Industry.
Yeah, let's just call it Northwest Industries. It's a giant conglomerate, so it's just like, all right, we're too big. Or something.
We're the blood of this area.
Yeah, because consumer goods. Everyone wants consumer goods and agriculture. There we go.
You need them to turn into other stuff. Yeah, so I will. Here's my list I got. So this will be important as we. These are the corporations you guys, when we do links later, will be doing jobs against or with.
Yeah.
I can already tell you, my character is employed at one of these corporations.
Yep.
I feel like my character used to be employed in one of them before they were forced to get a desk job and then left.
Okay, so let's go down the list. So, not playbooks. I need the list of things to prepare to play. Okay. So step 0 was define our corporations, and then, we can actually like write down some particular areas. So security, military, heavy. You got all the different stuff going on.
Okay,
So
draw now. Let's check.
let's see. I'm wondering, should I jog down any more notes? No, I think we got everything from what people have said. I have the recording to reference later, so okay, so that's good. You can remember these details. So, all right, now everybody will pick a playbook.
Alrighty.
I'm
So-
soldier.
There are 10 basic roles. Everyone chooses one, except me. That gives me information on what you guys will see and won't see. Figuring out everything going on. So.
There's an interesting thing about the soldier. It's weirdly also more of like you're weirdly also a company man in some ways. So it's like
Yes, you are a professional operator, but
Yes.
you want to play the soldier, right? That's what you're getting at?
yeah,
If you want to go with the crazy guns toting guy, that's Killer.
that's the killer. Yeah, no.
Guess what Lucky's playing?
The killer does violence. So, yeah, okay. So, that's Dallas already mentioned he wants to play the pusher. Axe is going to play the soldier. Lucky's going to play the killer. Marth, what? Yeah, you're going for the driver. Is that you going to lock that in?
Yeah, and that's what I'm leaning towards right now.
So I will write down at least your playbooks right now. I will include your names and some other notes later for me. Okay, so we've got a driver, a killer, a pusher, a soldier. So, 1, it sounds like you guys do violence.
Yeah, we do.
It's coordinated violence, but it's still violence nonetheless.
But you guys do coordinated violence, possibly for political gain.
I am probably the least violent member of the group.
No.
I'd rather not shoot someone, but I will if I have to.
Well, you can't be the most violent because Lucky is the killer.
Yeah,
Committing violence is literally in his playbook's blurb. The killer uses cutting-edge technology to commit violence.
I'm expecting to not be near the violence directly, so it's.
I will
Okay.
post this. I will.
Although I will say, I think I have the most evil-looking character portrait because I look like a coked-out Charles Manson.
The pictures in the PDF are great. I love them.
The pusher one, I'm just like, I'm not gonna lie. Before I read it, I thought it was a drug pusher. I was like,
And it can
"Did
be,
you
to be
play a
sure.
Drug dealer?
I mean, you look like a fucking media icon on it, you know. Or something like-
Meanwhile, the driver just looks like one of those cyber shades people.
So,
and the soldier's really
Block.
we are now in step 2. Name and describe your character. You will pick a character's name. Each character also has a number of options to choose from: their look, eyes, face, body, skin, etc. These help establish. I should note these are supposed to be inspirational, not exhaustive. If you think of your own look or whatever that fits better, you can write in. But these are there to make sure you understand the feel and so on. So they talk about some example. make sure to give your character an aspect of personal style that sets you apart from everybody else. If you decide to have tattooed skin, like what's your tattoo style? How does that work? By the way, you guys should, have character sheets out and be jotting things down now.
Yeah.
We will have everybody go over their names and everything. And if you want to talk about things you want to do with names or particular looks, right? Let us know. But think about when you're talking about your clothing. Do you wear a uniform? Is your gear covered with corporate logos? The example they use is, are you always chewing on bullets? Don't chew on that. That's bad. It's bad for your teeth. Think about interesting ways, like maybe you've got a hair implant, so your hair is actually color-changing fiber optic fibers, stuff like
Wild.
that. Do your cyber eyes always display an external sports ticker? That's an example in the book, which I love, though. You're just fucking watching the Pacifica Mariners. Sports tick. So yeah, you can think about these things. If you have anything to talk about, go ahead and get them out there. Otherwise,
So for cyberware, are we only limited to one?
I believe you choose a cyberware first. That's step 4, though. So we'll get
Yeah,
there.
yeah. You can get more in play, but usually at character creation, you get one
Okay.
as per your playbook, and maybe two.
How fantastical are we allowed to go with armor?
It's an option in the gear you select at beginning.
Yeah,
Well,
No, I mean I'm in specifically the look.
As what makes sense for what you pick. So, for example, the driver can, to use an example because they're listed first, the driver gets to pick one piece of armor basically from their gear list, right? So they get to pick either an armored jacket, which gives them 1 armor, synth leathers, which give them 0 armor but is discreet and subtracts 1 from the harm move, so it doesn't actually stop any damage. It makes you less likely to take serious harm. Or they can take trauma derms, allow you to apply first aid to characters at 2100 or less harm. I do kind of wish this wasn't the 24-hour clock. That would be a little easier to say. Apocalypse uses the 12-hour rotation. So
for the trauma derms, so I can make that look however I wanted.
trauma derms are a specific piece of tech. They're
They're an item, yeah.
I don't know if they're consumable, but
It's more. It lets you. It's more like an item that lets you do the move.
Okay, so I could just wear whatever I want if I'm not wearing armor.
no,
Okay.
yeah, no. Your look can be whatever. So
Yeah.
other equipment, trauma derms allows you to apply first aid to characters.
Okay.
So yeah, trauma derms are a piece of gear basically. They are appropriate medical equipment for light wounds, so they're whatever the sci-fi quick heal item is. Being called trauma derms, it sounds like they're like band-aids, but anyway. But yeah, so step 2 is name and description. So figure out all that stuff. You got it jotted down, we can move on.
I've gotten most of it down.
Let me see here.
I'm just trying to figure out my hair color.
Where the heck? Oh, here it is. Starting list.
I
Let's
should
see
just be
here.
red.
So you will have name, and again, you can pick up the like they have examples like driver, for instance, has an animal name, a violent name, a cocky name. So you could just go animal name.
Yeah, I already chose one, Squirrel.
Omega gave me the inspiration for my character's name. His name is Claymore, as in Point Torn's enemy.
Yeah.
I
Which,
got.
absolutely fits the killer descriptions because where are you, killer? Trader.
I will say, the kill, because I did make a killer character. I made a couple characters, but since someone else wanted to be a killer, the killer character name I had was named Tommy Gun.
I know.
Yeah.
I know a person like that already.
An ironic name, a cool name, a deadly name.
I was like, but when I'm like, I'm just gonna name my character after a Rocky villain.
And
Okay,
and
so
real
I
talk,
got-
I think Claymore fits all 3 of those.
Oh,
So
yeah.
mine is. I have a name and then his actual call sign. So.
Yeah,
Felix
you can do that too.
Nakano.
Well, like I said, Claymore's not my real name, but I'm not telling you all my fucking real name. Fuck you.
Well, okay.
And
Call
stuff.
sign. Yeah.
Want to actually jot down your real name? That may actually matter to some of your characters. Like, I gotta be real. The way Lucky's described his character, well, Claymore has a real name. I don't think Claymore calls himself by that name, or herself, or themselves anymore.
My character has a name that he is not going to share with anybody except Omega. I probably have to PM you.
If it matters.
It
yeah.
does.
Okay. Yeah. I'll. You can send it to me later, and I'll put it in my notes that you're that.
For mine is because I think my guy still has business cards.
That's fair. But you would need and so you can just the wear category is very like loose. So you can decide how you look and all that stuff. And
I'll
we'll
figure out
like,
how the clothes are
go
look like.
around
later.
and describe everybody in a second.
Okay.
But we're gonna do a
Okay.
lot of these steps, so I don't want to
Mhm.
just keep going over like.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Dallas has shot me an image. Yes. So okay. So yeah,
That's it. Yeah.
that may.
But
that may-
my first name, what is basically I go by, is Father Samuel.
okay.
Oh, this again.
Mm-hmm. I'm wearing a deacon robe.
Oh, we're doing this all over again, huh?
Well, no, because I'm not a homicidal maniac this time.
Or
You're
are
not-
you?
You're not bothered, Tomas.
No, I'm not.
No, he is not.
This is not the same kind of character.
You're not the Tomas.
So
No.
if everybody and like obviously feel free to like jot down expanded notes or think about. You don't have to write it down. What like, like Dallas obvious says like for a specific look, he's like I'm actually wearing robes, kind of a thing. Like if say Lucky decides to pick corporate wear, like what does that mean to him, kind of a thing. Think about these things. Get ready for that. Take your notes, whatever. Whenever you guys are ready to move on to number 3.
Let's see here. I got hard eyes, a weathered face, a muscular body. I'm gonna put with scars and tattoos. You don't have to be just one, but
Yeah.
Scars.
Because I will say, I am thoroughly covered in tattoos.
I'm not sure about my stats spread, but we'll worry about that later when we like.
We're not
Well,
on that
that's
step axe.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
And like I said, if you guys wanted to, we could like literally talk this out because there's the example play of like, okay, blah blah blah. I look like this, and I got that stuff, and I got some of these are like overly detailed. I don't think we need to go that deep in the example
Nah.
tech.
And I
We're-
wear
we're-
a mixture of military and corporate for reasons.
Oh, you
Yeah,
too? Cool.
Oh, also, I should probably put my face is horribly burned. Well, half of it is.
Okay.
Don't.
All right, so I have finished mine.
Okay, I finished my
Is everybody
work.
everybody ready to move on to step
Yes.
3? Okay.
Oh wait, I
Yeah.
forgot
So-
skin. Hang on. Well, I'm just gonna be black. Fuck it.
Right.
Could also be your tattoos and scars down there, all that stuff.
Oh
Or
yeah.
copy and paste.
Why
this
is
for
the look section so small?
I don't.
Type it in and it like gets smaller.
It's supposed to be like circling stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a little weird. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff is pre like electronic gaming revolution. Like, yes, there are PDFs for all this stuff, but nobody was thinking that. Unfortunately, a lot of these Powered by the Apocalypse games are not quarantine compliant. Their like layout design is not intended to be played over something like Discord.
Honestly, despite the actual system working very well with online gaming.
Oh yeah, no, like because hey, I don't even as the MC, I don't need dice. I literally
no.
just use Google Doc to keep track of shit.
That's what I mean. It's like it's a very much role play heavy system. So
I think the thing was that the original Powered by the Apocalypse was designed with the like trifold playbooks. Like literally, you print them out and then you would go to a con or you'd start your game and you go in a pile and somebody would be like, "I'm the brainer." You grab the brainer sheet and take it physically.
Should we just
Nobody can be the same playbook or skin.
should we describe our characters and then do a sprats?
So I say no because the whole point of doing links is we have to like go over everybody's character anyway. So keep that to
Okay.
yourself for now.
We'll save it
introduce
then.
everybody in order.
All right, fair enough.
So assign stats. I've already copied the stat line to you. You have 6 stats: style, edge, cool, mind, meat, and synth. You assign the following numbers straight up. Each playbook has 1 or 2 stats that are very important to you. You use them a lot. These are indicated in your playbook. So again, for example, because the driver is first alphabetically, the driver says your cool should be +1 or +2. So you figure out how to assign those yourselves. If you want to know generically what those stats are good for,
Like,
I think
tools
you
for
know.
acting under pressure, I think.
Yeah. Synth is an interesting one. You do not use synth for basic moves, but what a lot of cyberware lets you do is substitute synth for other stats. Like, for instance, I believe muscle augmentations allow you to substitute synth for, like, mix it up, i.e. punch people, get in fights kind of a thing. So keep that in mind when you're doing stuff. If you're going to be leaning heavily on your cyberware, then synth is a good stat for you. Where is the basic moves chapter. Because obviously we'll need to get used to the basic moves, but you know, the fiction first, so you guys don't necessarily have to worry super much about what you're.
So I know it says what we should, but if we wanted to substitute, could we?
Oh yeah, no, like, and you have a couple of +1s, so you can be like, I don't want to be big on that. I'll go for a different one. You know.
Well, no, because like our playbooks, like for example, mine says like style and edge, but based on the character I'm creating, there's another stat that I want the +2 to be.
That's fair. Just remember that you may have problems doing your specific playbook type stuff.
No, it's fair.
You also can just build it up after a while.
Well, also that stat is synth, so.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Also, if you're going to be doing cyberware stuff, then yeah, you'll be aiming for that. So
you can
for
probably
instance,
replace stuff with it. Yeah.
use cool to act under pressure or to apply first aid. You use edge to assess, i.e., to like figure out and ask questions about situations. To play hardball, which is to threaten violence and get somebody to get through. You roll meat when you take harm, when you're going to die. That's called acquire agricultural property.
Yeah, buy the farm.
Buy the farm. Love it. Mix it up as another meat when you use violence against an armed force to seize control. Research is mined as it actually research is
I'll
only
just
mined.
put one in.
Style is fast talk and hit the street.
Style is like charisma, basically.
Yeah, you use style to go to contacts for help and to convince someone what you want to do.
Yeah, spoiler. I'm putting my 2 in style.
Oh, he's styling.
As the pusher, I feel like I should do that.
Also, I do believe you have unofficial. Well, Axe might actually be. I don't know what the soldier says. Are you supposed to be style?
No, it's just you need to have at least have a +1 or +2 in edge.
Yeah. Okay. So you are play hardball and assess the situation normally. Yeah.
It's also here's the plan.
Yeah, you use it for your own moves. But yeah, so I was about to say, Father Samuel may be the effective face of our group. Because that means if you have style, that means you're the guy who finds contact.
I also have a 0 in meat and cool, so.
I have a 0 in meat in mind.
Wait, should I put 0 in cool or?
I could probably do it in mind.
Remember, you get 1 -1, so you
it's a minus.
I have a -1. Sim.
My -1 is meat.
Yeah, you have 1 +2, 2 +1s, 2 +0s, 1 -1.
My -1 is in meat.
Lucky, you better take +2 meat or take cyber arm.
Oh no, don't worry. I got +2. I'm a +2 meat, +1 synth, +1 edge, +0 cool, +0 style, and -1 mind.
Mine
is for research.
I have +1 edge, +0 style, -1 meat, +0 mind,
That makes sense.
+1 synth, +2 cool.
I should probably let's see. Do I need cool because I want to do.
So
extra
maybe I
pressure,
should switch around the meat.
Well,
with the
also you
style.
remember you're a driver, so you get
Yeah.
you get your various frame and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Because I
basically,
know the thing that says when I act under pressure with the car, and just like I use cool.
Does anyone have
Or
mine?
mix-
Is it? I don't think anyone's working in mine, so maybe I should switch that out. I guess.
Hey, do it. You can do brain stuff.
yeah. And remember, you got 2 +1s. There's only
Yeah,
6.
it's like it's just like because it's like they're in style and cool right now. So I was thinking about it. Like,
Like I said, I'm being dead serious. I am violence.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. And that makes perfect sense. Your killer does not plan research. No, you don't do that. As the killer, you don't research. Somebody else says, "I need this man to die," or "I need you to get this thing for me," and you are like, "Crack knucks, I got it." The driver will deliver you to the target. Cool.
Yeah.
and Odin will give you some advice.
Yeah. Instead, I replace the style for -1 meat +0.
I mean, it makes sense that I have a -1 meat considering I'm a cripple.
Yeah. Been horrifically burned and stuff.
Well, also I have only one hand.
Not getting everyone.
I haven't replaced it with a robot hand yet.
Well, I can't do that legally, according to the rules.
Yeah, not yet.
Uh,
You may be able to with some.
well, because spoiler, I'm taking cybercoms.
Yeah,
'Cause that's,
well, so
like,
it depends.
my
'cause you can
character.
pick additional moves, like for instance, you get to pick, like for against the driver, they're alphabetically first. They get 2 moves automatically, which is wheels and second skin, i.e., they get a custom vehicle and they get the move that lets them do cool stuff when they are in their vehicle. they get to choose one more. One of their one mores is just get another piece of cyberware.
Yeah.
So, as a pusher, you get vision, thing, and driven. Then you choose one more. You can take believers, bring it home. Chromed. Okay, so you could, if you wanted to, get another piece of cyberware. If you wish to. But that would mean you don't take one of your other special moves you get.
Yeah, I can't because
Eventually
I'm
get them,
taking
yeah.
one of the other ones,
Yeah, that's
sadly.
fair. But yeah, it's how the thing works. You're supposed to be a little
No, it's fair. And honestly, it makes sense for my character. Like, I'm not gonna need my hand.
you don't need hands to speak the truth, brother. But okay. Let me find my place again. So yeah, we did assign stats. Basically, the next step is choose cyberware. So everybody's got Chrome. You choose one piece of cyberware from your options about the playbook. Think about how and why you got into this business. I get to ask you 2 questions.
Oh shit, I get 2. I just
Okay.
realized. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, cyberware only get.
Well, yeah,
one,
you're the
so-
Terminator.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was like, I keep forgetting about that though.
Okay, now I just need to. write-
So yeah, when everybody's done with their
There.
stats and ready to go into cyberware, I can ask you this question.
Hold on, I'm not quite done.
That's fine.
Wait, isn't
I
there
like
a rec-
I like to pre-preface the full step so that nobody's sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah, I know what I'm getting. Okay. So, I'll just say this straight up because I think so me as the killer, I get to pick 2, and I'm going to be picking thermoplating, which basically makes me that I just subtract 2 from the harm roll, which is great.
Good. That's great.
And then my second one will be synthetic nerves. I react so quickly that I can almost dodge bullets. If none of my enemies have synth nerves, take +1 forward to mix it up. And situations where reaction time is critical, +1 forward to act under pressure.
Yeah, so you get +1 on all act under pressure rolls, and if you're doing mix it up versus people who don't have them, you also get a +1. You're
Yes.
fast.
Fire.
Is act under pressure also apply to social situations, or mostly just
Well, yeah,
Uh,
it's very specific on
whatever.
where reaction time is critical.
okay?
When you race against the clock, act in danger, act while in danger, or act to avoid danger, roll cool. So
Okay.
it can basically apply to any of those, but it's basically like, are you acting fast? Are you in danger right now, or are you trying to avoid danger? Act under pressure.
I'm gonna take 1 in mind and 0 instead. 1 in mind and 0. Cool then, because I'm probably gonna be the one fast talking.
And do remember, this is a 2d6 system, so statistically
that-
speaking, you'll be rolling 7
that-
most of the time.
Yes.
Axe, you're not gonna be the one fast talking.
Yeah.
Fast talking is style, and that is definitely where I have a 2 in.
Okay, then I guess I'll take a 0 in style. Let's take the
Yeah.
1 in...
Like,
Yeah, you can be a
The-
planner, but you're not the top.
spoilers, the pusher is basically the face character.
Fair enough, because I was in
Yeah.
the
Yeah, pusher's one of the face units. It's that or fixer, basically.
I'll organize you network.
Yeah, and you
I'm the
have
people
what's your
guy.
best stat as a soldier?
Edge.
Yeah,
two.
so you're bad cop. He tries to fast talk people. You can play hardball.
Yeah,
If
but it's like
you do what I want, I will shoot you. Or more likely,
Or
my
it's like, I'll have-
cyberware friend over there will murder you.
I can rip your head out and maybe play fastball.
But let me put
Our
my
good friend Cal Rodrigo just swallowed a sun. If we ask him nicely, he might spit it right back out for us.
cyberware.
My character's the character I imagine like that, like fucking the John Wick suit, like basically like the Kevlar vest, like sewn in suit, but like wears it open and has the fucking like AR over its shoulder, just like casually walking.
It's definitely a soldier look.
I totally think of like fucking like Bill Spec suits are a thing.
Probably. You can do a lot of things with synthetic fibers.
Yeah.
If we can, which we might be, if we're 3D printing and we can 3D print polymers, you might be able to print spider silk, which is freakishly strong. It is literally stronger than steel, and would make a great ballistic material if we could get enough of it.
Yeah, no, spoiler, that's what I was going to do. That's why I was asking about fantastical clothing. If I take the armored clothing, that's what I'm going to have my robes being that out of.
No. If and that's fair. Like it should, what your armor looks like should match your wear. So if you're mil spec and you take like body armor, you're wearing military ass body armor.
I'm wearing like an armored vest, which is I assume I take it as like a bulk suit kind of thing, but it's again it's corporate casual
And again,
now.
if you're pure corpo, your armored vest could just be your waistcoat is Kevlar kind of a thing, right?
Yeah, I have like like it's a
Yeah. Anyway,
Kevlar. It's a Kevlar suit.
you pick their cyberware, and or has already picked their cyberware.
I am picking my cyberware. I'm picking comms.
Okay.
Cybercoms. Basically installed through. I was going to say subdermal ear implants.
Okay.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Just like little metal on the back of the ears.
You got to code it. Got it.
Yeah.
So,
I
why did you get part of your body cut out and replaced with electronics? And then here's the list of things you should pick from: prosthetics, forced, loyalty, enthusiasm, necessity, junkie, genetics, career, ideology, memory, or military.
I will pick military for mine.
I'm having a trouble deciding between two.
Yeah, I would expect that.
Ideology and enthusiasm are the two I'm.
Okay.
I
Career.
think for being the pusher, ideology makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like ideology fits it better. Like, I am enthusiastic about this ideology, but it is still the ideology that drives it. So yeah, ideology.
Okay.
Also, the ones I'm picking are jamming and satellite relay.
Okay. Make sure
Okay.
you're jotting all those like special custom things down, because I don't know that stuff. You guys know that stuff.
Yeah.
So as a, may I go next?
Yeah. What you got?
Mine's a weird story because it's a cyber eye, but it's actually a tactical computer. So it's
Okay,
just
that makes sense. But you got cyber eyes, so
no, just a cyber eye.
cyber eye. All right, that's fair enough.
Got shot in the face. Okay, so also why I have it is, it was a
Axe, I know you want to tell all the cool things about your character, but we are recording. We are trying to move things through, so.
Okay.
Yeah. And actually, so okay. Actually, before X goes on further, I actually forget this. I'm supposed to ask you two questions. We should probably ask. You probably ask both at the same time.
Yeah.
So there's a second question to Dallas's character, Samuel, since I know his name. How did you afford to have somebody cut out part of your body and replace it with electronics? You pick one. You scrimped and saved, so you choose a tag to apply to your cyberware. Somebody else paid for it. Now you owe them. You're owned. Choose who owns you. Or you fucked someone over to get it. You're hunted. Describe who you double crossed. So
Paid for it. I'm pretty sure you can guess who.
okay. You want me to hold that into myself?
Yeah.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
I mean, I guess I can say in a vague, the company I work for,
Okay.
Samuel and Sons, or Stone and Sons. Sorry,
They're both
confusing. S.
That's okay.
Alliteration, damn you.
Lucky also did Suzaku Security Solutions, the triple S.
Jesus Christ.
Our technology is triple S rank.
I'm glad none of us has a lisp.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, I will be someone else pay for it. I don't care. I'm gonna use the corp I made, Suzaku Solutions.
Yeah.
You picked military, right?
Yeah.
So you're Claymore's a combat veteran.
Yes.
They gave it to you because it made it. You died. You didn't die.
No. I'm not.
I meant as
You picked fires and reflexes and dermal armor. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably maybe not a standard package, but that's definitely a like Suzaku approached you and was like, "Hey, you want a higher pay grade? You want to be elite? We'll choose you up in cyberware. You ready to get chromed?" And you were like, "Yes, I'll sign this form." And now you're technically out, but you're not really out because
Okay.
My insides are like half cyberware.
and I may double back to this later and be like, maybe the specific corp doesn't do it, but maybe like your old CO. We can refine this down later when I'm working on stuff, and possibly even off mic. Okay, so Axe, why did you get part of your body cut out and replaced with electronics? Which one of those things?
I got shot in the eye, and they replaced it as a gift, and I'm stuck in a desk job, so I left. and
Okay, which of the things in the list is that?
Someone else paid for it because it was a gift,
That's not
and
that
now
one. Which how? Number
Okay.
one, why did you get it out?
because there was a bullet in my
Prosthetics,
brain.
force, loyalty, enthusiasm, necessity, junkie,
Career.
genetic, career. Okay,
Okay.
Sorry.
okay, career. All right. Because
Sorry.
you and to be fair, you could have gone either way. That could have been prosthetic or career. So you got a career one. So
It's more of the tactical AI in the eye is more of what it is. It's a computer. It's sort of a tactical VI, which is a tactical computer that plays.
Okay, yeah, I got it. So,
So-
you were in the middle of saying how you were able to afford it. Which one was it?
It was given to me as like a welcome to your new desk job for the rest of your life. Goodbye.
You're playing
Gift.
Powered by the Apocalypse game. These are bulleted lists. Please pick the bulleted list.
Someone
and
else paid for it, and now I owe them, as in they asked me to never do my job again. So I'm
Okay.
probably pissing them off doing the job.
Who owns you? Is it a specific person? Or is it like both of our previous guys have talked about the corpse basically back
Yeah.
them. Who was it an individual who paid out for you? Like
A previous employer.
Who's your previous
So-
employer?
stop talking in vagaries. This is the one
I'm
time
trying.
Axe, it is a multiple choice question, not an essay question. Choose.
So
Cross Nexus.
Okay, there
Like
we go.
they.
so cross nexus, all right. And again,
Sh-
we can
sh-
go back and be like
Sorry.
a specific guy did it, but like, yeah, no, this is you are owned by somebody. Name them.
Yeah.
That's the I feel like you're doing these things slightly in reverse.
Sorry.
You are expanding on the multiple choice answers, as Dallas said, and then you were not expanding on the actual essay answers.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. That leaves Marth as I scroll back to my position.
Yes.
I'm gonna fish out a name list. So I will ask you the question. Why did you get your part of your body cut up with that list I gave?
I would say, right. Right, I'm just trying to actually think about that. I would say it would be out of necessity.
Ooh.
So what cyberware did you actually you don't pick as the driver, do you? You get
Yeah, there's only one neural interface with remote control module.
Okay. Wow. Which of the two tags are you going to take? Encrypted, multitasking, or inaccessible partition?
Encrypted plus multitasking.
Okay.
Nice.
So, necessity. All right. So it was necessary for you, which makes sense. You can't be a driver unless you've got the tech.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was necessity. So then how did you afford this?
Okay, I fucked someone over.
Ooh.
It was a fellow driver who was within good ties with named Rook.
Okay.
And
so
I just decided to screw him over, get the thing before he did.
All right. So you were hunted by Rook.
Yeah.
Scary.
All right. I find it interesting that I suppose it makes sense for certain corpo as well, the owned thing, but all of you went for somebody else did this and worked it out.
Well, I can understand. Like, I might have gone with hunted. As a killer, it makes sense. But I was like, nah, I have a military background. I got some shit left over from the war, or stuff.
Yeah.
Mine's the reason why I'm
And
doing
to
this
be fair,
thing.
I think I will probably drill down with all of you and figure out maybe specific, if not specific characters who literally are the one who owns you, at least a point of contact, because part of the thing with owned is those corporates will have leverage over you. So
They have handlers. who
Okay,
come
I have a
to-
question.
Suzaku doesn't call up Claymore and is like, hello. They're not the board from Control. They're not like, you must kill, murderize, neutralize. A guy will call you. So, we will probably work that out so that everybody has a specific NPC I can work with. But
Yeah.
it's important to know. Okay. Do I want to do that drill down now, or I'll make up. I'll figure it out later. It's in my principles.
We can talk about that off.
All right.
Mike.
Okay.
Where is a good name generator? Hold on.
You don't need to worry about that. I can make up names.
No, can I give you a nationality then?
Sure.
He's gonna message that shit.
I see Dallas is typing in my DMs. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I can work with that.
What's the next step? Oh, sorry.
Okay. So we did step 4, which was cyberware. We figured out all that stuff. All right, now you guys choose your playbook move. So each playbook gives you 1 or 2 starting moves. Some require you to choose specific moves, either mechanical or fictional. Make your choices now. So Marth has to figure out his car and all that stuff, so we may be here for a while.
Yes.
Each
Oh,
playbook
Jesus.
also gives you a number of options for additional starting moves. Choose which one of those moves you have. If any of your moves allow you to choose more cyberware and you take it, go back to step 4 and answer those out as well.
God, I have to write a soundbite? Motherfucker.
That is a good question.
Let me see
So
what the pusher is.
yeah, you get driven.
Yeah, I get wheels and second skin.
You can choose believers.
I get a custom weapon.
Oh,
No,
I
he
am
has to, for vision, he has to choose his vision soundbite.
yeah, I am 100% picking believers. That ability is ridiculous.
I mean, yeah,
So-
no. So the pusher has a lot of similarities with the skin, the Hocus from Apocalypse World, which is
Mhm.
the weird social character,
Or the
which is
heart holder.
absolutely their primary thing. Is like you have a guy, you do stuff. Technically, lots of other characters can take gangs.
I can do recruiter as a move.
Yeah.
I can get specialist.
Yeah, okay. Well, so mine's a custom weapon, and I'm just gonna go for something stupid because why not? So I'm gonna check my base is going to be the shotgun, which is 3 damage, close, near, loud, messy.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna go with high powered and ridiculous payload.
Breach plus dangerous. +1 damage as well. So you've got a 4 harm weapon. By the way, the game has breakdown of harm. 4 harm is enough to incapacitate a non-cybered elite soldier.
Yep.
So, 4 harm is big, and then it has plus breach and plus dangerous. Let me check if those do anything.
Breach is AP. Dangerous means if I miss, I inflict harm upon myself, I believe.
I want to be careful. That I don't think it's all of the would be all of the harm hits you.
No, I think it's just you take harm. Assets gear.
Oh yeah, and if someone interferes with you, add your curse weakness to the
Okay.
roll.
It
Huh.
also can be plus linked.
Yep.
Breach. Weapon make big holes in walls and tanks. They are so it's basically breach is also plus AP and plus loud. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm having a bit trouble with this.
And when I finish creating my weapon, I name it. Let's do an homage to Cyberpunk and let's just name it Carnage.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what my extra.
Yeah, you got the hardest
No.
one I think out of any of the starting
Oh my
characters.
god, Lucky! So
Yeah,
you want to do
because
hard.
look, I can get Daredevil. I can just drive in and get +1 armor. If I don't hedge my bets.
Oh, what were you saying, X?
You want to take hard, so you take -2 to all the harm you take.
I was thinking about it.
It's like fuck, you're actually unkillable.
Then there's the driver one, which is just like, oh hey, +10 to hold 3.
Okay, so the soldier gets here's the plan, and then I love it when a plan comes together.
I liked it. It's
Yeah,
so like
okay.
I'm thinking between exit strategy and maybe tactical operations, or maybe even
Okay, well, tactical operations, remember, you assess when leading from the front, so that means you got to be on the business.
there's a lot of it being in the front. So I might just check. I might take exit strategy or professionalism.
I kind of also want to be
Right,
mil
sure,
spec
have mine.
because I do want
It
to
might
kind
also
of.
make sense, Max, for you to, based on your character, to take corporate knowledge.
I'm thinking about that too, but I think exit strategy also fits a lot.
Hang on, let me see what counting as a small game means. I'm curious. Hang on.
So Omega,
What was that, Lucky? Hold on a second.
Because I'm looking at mil specs. When we mix it up, you count as a small game. I'm like, what does that mean?
That's a
Ooh,
classic.
That's
for
very spicy. So there's rules about gang fighting.
Mhm.
Where is it in
You,
assets?
bet you count as
Okay.
they see 6 dudes.
I'm picking drone jockey.
Oh, he's got drones too.
Yes.
He's doing all the.
Perfect. I have an idea now. Perfect.
I have
Oh,
all the
boy.
bits I need to figure out.
Let me see.
Wait,
I have
Ray says
a
2
PDF here.
drones they get, but let's see here. Can they be different or both of them have to be the same?
No, when it says you have 2 separate drones, I believe you get 2
It's in the
total
section. Yeah, there's a drone
Okay.
section there for you.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can actually armor a weapon to the drone
What
Huh.
is gangs?
because he's
Is there a
my
gang?
character is literally the guy. Well, I won't say what yet because that's later.
Would it be in harm?
Okay, so I guess now I have
Content
to.
figure no.
figure-
Inflicting harm.
so I have a question.
Yep.
Do we have to use the ones of these choices?
For moves, yes.
Okay,
You're talking about like.
specifically in the believers section.
What is a
Go look at it.
vector?
Yeah, because one of them is a problem.
So believers, what kind of gang is it? Choose one: street, corporate, entertainment / media, military, political.
Technically, none of them.
Technically, it's cyber.
I mean,
Wait,
well, it'd be the closest to political, I guess, but it's religious.
I'll already have to. pick up
Honestly,
the
I would say you could
thing.
write religious instead. These are supposed to be not necessarily be exhaustive, so yeah.
Huh.
That's
Oh, okay,
very-
I found it. I'm just gonna read it out real quick. Gangs can be tough, well armed and brutal, but they're seldom seasoned professionals. If you mix it up with a gang at your back, or if two gangs fight, they inflict and suffer harm like characters. If a larger game inflicts the larger game inflicts +1 harm and suffers 1 minus harm for each size difference between the two gangs.
Oh, so you get minus and +1
I'm
harm
just
against
so
a
looking
single
at
person.
frame thing for driver.
Fight as a gang. That means you as an individual don't take extra harm when you fight a gang of dudes. And if you fight a single dude, you inflict extra harm because you fight like 10 men.
I think I'm gonna take mil spec. I think that also fits. I am the
I'm just-
one-man army. Point towards enemy.
I bet, and eventually when you get an upgrade, you can just go buy hard, so you just become
Well, yeah, no, I think you can
No.
get like 2 more moves, so I'm probably gonna take hard and maybe military man eventually.
I'm thinking about my thing. It's like one of those vector thrust panzer.
Oh,
Hey, no,
scared.
you can have a flying tank.
Do
Oh
it.
my god, that sounds amazing.
Do it.
I'm ready to be in that tank with you and just be like calling out information from distance.
You got your head on the headset. You're yelling at shit. God damn it, Claymore!
It's like I said to blow the cameras and the generator first, not all the fucking power grid.
The
And all you
thing
hear
with
just
my-
over the fucking intercom is.
Yeah, literally, my character is just going to be stuck in the tank all the time. It's just like,
I mean, you got drones for you.
it's like
fine.
get in the freaking tank. But then there's also the whole, like helicopter or motorcycle or car.
Can I say that the suggested names they're giving me are both hilarious and terrible?
That's
For Pusher, the names are Apostle, Chalice, Dancer, Dylan Vicera, 11, Nebula, Ice Smooth, Lola,
I mean,
Magnet,
rappers.
Nigel,
Remember, shitty
Prophet
rappers.
9, Relay.
Some of those
God.
sound like shitty rappers.
Semna Hyasex, Shard.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a media name, a social name, a real name.
What the
So-
fuck is Semna Hyasex?
Minor
I
Soldier
think
is
that's
like
translation here. In my PDF it says Sennheiser.
Oh, I was reading that as an X because it was smudged.
so for
Okay.
Soldier, it's like Aleph, Armitage, Komara, Cortez, Grit, Max, Sly,
But
Turner,
Ice
Turner.
Smooth? Really? Ice
Well, yeah, A
Smooth?
media name, a social name, a real name. So you,
What
by
is
the way, found
Ice
a
Yeah, but-
Smooth?
real name
But
function.
the thing was for drivers like Aziz, Cartman, Cowboy, Demon, Frank, Feroza, Luca, Max, Roadkill, Rue. Yeah.
An
Real
animal
talk,
name.
Ice
Animal
Smooth
name,
sounds like a
violent
fucking
name,
new
or
age
talking
prophet
name.
for a cult or some shit.
What?
No,
Yeah.
Ice Smooth sounds like he sells essential oils.
Yeah.
Hey, where were we?
Well,
Yeah.
Marth's still
Oh,
on
I
his stuff.
Yeah, I still have to finish my stuff too.
I
I
just
think
have to
I-
figure out
have-
my vehicles.
Pick options, or have chosen to pick options where you have extra details you're doing.
Yeah, because spoiler, because the other one that doesn't make sense is the who leads your gang.
Yeah.
Oh no, well, also the what are your gang's main gig?
Oh
It's like-
yeah,
yeah,
that's
you
the whole
might
thing.
Yours could be activism.
Yeah, no, activism makes sense, but the other one, I mean, no, infiltration also makes sense. Okay, yeah, no, I'd say activism and infiltration
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't.
because
Your
I know
gang
with the
does, because they're basically your gang counts as a contact. They're trustworthy, but basically they've got a couple of people who do some associate stuff. So
How big
also
is it?
specific.
I'll be right
huge.
back. Hang on.
Okay, huge.
Also, I should specifically say my gang is not my corporation. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
My gang is specifically embedded in basically trying to embed itself in every cybertech corporation.
how big is your gang? Choose a size.
Huge.
Tags. Yeah. So huge.
Over 200 people.
It's
What are the
spread out?
tags?
Yeah. The tags.
Is-
Out of the
Well,
four, two.
well connected in resources.
Okay. So not necessarily spread out. So you're probably still concentrated in a little bit of a small area. But
Actually, no. It should be resource. Sorry, it should be resources and spread out.
Okay.
I mean,
Then-
my character is well connected, but that's
find your
different.
territory, which is like, what's your
The
home
co-
base?
The corporate sectors of cybertech corporations. I guess technically my home base would be the Stone and Sons Corporation, but generally it's spoiler.
Who
Spoil-
leads your gang though is like,
I'm just gonna do me because I'm not. I don't want to do any of those like stupid, like immoral demand. Like none of those fit the game.
I mean, they could be absent. So because your gang is not small, you should not say you are the leader because they need somebody to interface with, right? You need a second in command who does this stuff.
Okay, so
Who's
so
doing networking?
I can be the leader but not be the leader.
Yeah, and you can say that the person who leads them is absent because they're so spread out. You have a guy who's technically supposed to be your lieutenant, but
Yeah.
not he or she is
Well,
not physically
I mean,
there.
the concept of the gang is literally we're interconnected via our cyber comms.
Yeah.
Like that's the entire concept is being connected with one another. So
Some space.
Okay, picking.
I mean, that's what I'm supposed to
frame-
do. Like,
Picking frame card design courier.
Okay. Courier car. So you are picking believers. I jot this down. So
oh yeah. Why? I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't pick believers. It's such a good ability.
well, remember they will make demands on you. Like your gang will be like,
Well, yeah, but to spread the word.
yes, but there may be times when you're doing stuff where like you could
Not right now.
you could call on your gang to be like, hey, give me some corporate intel, and they're like, okay, but if you do this job and you steal this thing, you're gonna fuck over the plan, man. It's gonna be like, but I already, like you have to figure out commitments and
Yeah,
stuff.
no, and
So-
no, I get it.
Are does it tell you to name your gang?
I mean, I have, even if it doesn't tell me to.
Okay, well, tell me your name. What do you got?
The Church of the or the
Right.
Church of the Collective Intelligence.
So the Church of Collective Intelligence is a huge gang.
Okay. Profile and picking from my
Religious.
thing.
It's just huge because I need to know your gang tags in case I need to interact with. So you are huge. You have well connected and spread out.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say it's super spread out. No, I have resources and spread out.
Oh, resources and spread out. Okay.
Yeah, the well connected is from a different thing in my backstory.
It's more of like you have networking skills, not
Alright.
like that they're all
So
in
these
places everywhere.
guys have access to resources and they're spread out.
Yes,
Your territory is
the cyber tech corporate world, basically.
Any like corporate cyber hotspots.
Basically, any corporation that's dealing specifically with cyber tech.
I have written that down in my notes as cube farms in the cyber corporations.
Yeah, look, like here's the thing. Like Mike, I doubt we would want agents in like Disney Warner or even like the Suzaku because those aren't. Well, the Suzaku's close. It's a cyber tech. They deal with cyber.
They've got electronics. Yeah, they're also an electronics corp. So you're probably got friends in there. You know what's going on, but not like crazy influx. You are focused
yeah.
on cyber tech stuff.
Like any prestigious company, any kind of like focusing on cyber tech that's where we're focused.
So you
Transhumanism.
choose one. Is your gang poor, wanted, hard to find, unreliable, violent, or hated?
Hard to find.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
So you gotta look for your own contacts, basically.
Oh, that's okay. No, that doesn't make sense then.
And
Yeah, that
that's
doesn't get the whole point. Yeah.
your gang. Again, I can name people.
Can I make busy a separate one?
Yeah, busy is basically like absent but different.
Because it's really easy to contact, but not necessarily to get a response.
So that would basically be unreliable, but you
Yeah.
want to phrase it as different, maybe.
Yeah, because it's like
Kinda
everyone
unreliable.
everyone has their own corporate job that they have to do.
I will write that in my notes as unreliable parentheses.
Imagine getting over 200 people's schedules to line up.
Yeah, basically, if you're all doing corporate desk jobs, yeah.
Yes. Well, some are desk jobs, some are research, some are probably higher up, some are probably like peons.
It's like everywhere. So it's like
It's anyone who believes in the word. To quote The Mandalorian, which I did finally start watching, "This is the way."
Yeah, you guys are those guys. Okay.
this is the
So,
future.
This is the way.
do you have a specific name in mind for your like technical gang leader, the person who organizes this thing? They're like basically think of because believers they could be like they could be like your extended groupies or your media company or whatever as well. Like this is the person you turn to be like they take care of your quote unquote gangs, your believers' business when you're out doing
Your manager, your agent, your coordinator.
Let's go with Enrico.
All right. Enrico, and do we want to go with absent for Enrico? Like,
Yeah.
Enrico's not always around. You can't always grab
Busy.
Enrico.
Busy all the time.
Yeah. It's absent, but not from lack of motivation.
No, yeah. I think because all of these things basically come together, right? Like, when we say unreliable parentheses busy and, absent, it's like, it's not like these guys are, it's not like you're running a small crime gang where these guys are absent because they're fucking poor and starving all the time. No. You have a very big, very spread out network of contacts who can influence you. You have a hard time summoning all of them together to like beat up a guy. You can't just blow on the horn and be like, believers assemble. You have to actually like.
Yes, no. This gang is almost probably never going to be used for any combat purposes at all.
No, you will use them as a contact and as a narrative
as
tool.
intel, and if we need a hiding place, basically.
And we've already said your two main gigs are infiltration and activism, right? Okay.
It's a cool setback because it means like we actually always have like a hand on a pulse.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, he always has guys to go to for
I have lots of information about specifically cyber tech companies that I probably shouldn't have, but I do anyway.
Got vehicles.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Got the vehicles chat
Okay,
on
so
that.
you went there.
Need to do
I think
drones.
he also stepped away. What?
I'm back.
Yeah, I know, but you were away when Marth said it. You decided on a courier vehicle.
Yeah, courier vehicle.
Okay.
Car, yeah.
Oh, it looks fine. It's sexy.
So,
Yeah, I did the frame car design courier profile, which was the one I showed.
It makes you
Then-
think so fucking
Strengths, fast, looks, nondescript, sleek, weaknesses, cramped.
so hold on. What was that? What was that again? What was your strength?
Fast.
So fast.
Then looks is nondescript, sleek.
And then your weakness is cramped.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have a fucking courier car that you can only theoretically fit 4 people in.
Yeah.
It's only
Like
gonna usually be 3. It's only usually gonna be 3 people because the one guy's gonna be outside.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hell, ideally, I'm gonna say your pusher probably ideally doesn't want to be anywhere near the job site.
yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
You may have to be.
No, yeah.
So yeah.
It probably will be just me and probably more be the soldier and the
carry
driver.
all. Fucking, I hate Google autocorrect. I don't want to
I
search.
I do have a weapon.
Yeah, I think everybody has a weapon.
I get
Oh, there
two.
was actually a Ford Cur. Oh, it's a truck.
I actually have 2 weapons.
I think I'm gonna take flashbangs and maybe an assault rifle or a pistol. I'm not sure. They're all
I think
both
my
green.
weapon choice is a joke.
Let me see.
Do I want a pistol or a pistol or a pistol?
Well, they're all different. It's a holdout for
You're a
that or
pusher.
semi-auto.
You're not a combat dude.
No, I know, but it's just
I'm
like
sure that the game designer did actually have a funny time being like, but you have 3 kinds of pistols.
Okay, let's see. One is discreet. One is discreet and flechette, and also 3 harm, and the other one is just close and loud and quick.
Okay, so he's got.
So
a
it's like,
courier
do you
car.
want like a pistol you
What
can
did
shoot?
you can name your car, don't you?
how is it discreet and loud?
Well, that means
Oh no,
if-
the reload is loud.
no. When you
Okay.
fire it, it's loud. You can hide it on your body easy.
Yes. Tags have
Oh,
meanings.
okay.
Discreet is like people don't notice it, but loud is if you fire it, they notice. But you can
Okay.
acquire silencers is gear to like turn off that loud. Unlike Lucky, who can never have a quiet shotgun because of
No. Oh my god. The amount of games that put silencers on shotguns, I hate so much.
it's because of No Country for Old Men. But if you even actually watch No Country for Old Men, all it does is make the shotgun sound less like a shotgun explosion and more like a horrific metal killing machine.
Yeah, it's not actually silent. Like,
Well,
It
nothing
just
was
makes
actually silent.
oh, well,
I mean,
although I will say,
subsonic, you might get a very, very low key
Despite-
sound.
despite it being gross and horrible, that one game Postal that has you use this cat as a silencer, actually a viable way of silencing a pistol.
Well, yeah, they do that same thing with like soda balls and whatnot.
Yeah, that's how you
I'm
make
trying
that.
to figure out my sensor for my first drone.
Well, I was gonna say, what did you name your vehicle?
I named it Arrow.
Okay, Arrow. Okay, makes sense. So Arrow is a courier car or car courier, fast, nondescript, sleek, cramped. So it's a a lean and mean, probably 2-door with a fold down back seat.
So why did I put looks +2 when I said nondescript?
Well, that means you get to actually pick 2 looks.
Yeah.
It's nondescript and sleek.
Okay. Oh
Hold on,
yeah. I was just like, wait. Yeah.
And you did not take at least power 2, so you don't get a weapon system.
Yeah. I don't get a weapon system.
I am your weapon system.
I won't do that until I pick the thing that allows me to get 2 more.
Yeah. So you have 2 drones. So for each drone, you pick a style, frame, strength,
Yeah.
sensor.
First one I'm picking is tiny, so insect. The other one is dog sized.
Okay. What motive is it? Are they
I
both?
guess for the tiny one, for the
Rotor, fixed wing, quadruped, octoped, tracked, wheeled, aquatic, amphibious, submarine.
yeah, probably going to be, I guess,
Okay. Jesus
right.
Christ.
Rotor would mean as flying with the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll choose rotor for the insect one.
Tiny helicopter.
Okay. Dallas needs to stop fucking up with these FGO events and starting late.
Rip.
And
Oh no,
then,
trust me, I am at like 50 missions. I'm all like, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it.
I got my missions done, but I literally can't do KP because it's like I have to do so many of these hard fucking fights. It's like it's not worth it. I got 24 hours left. What am I gonna spend? Saint Quartz? No, it's not.
So yeah,
should've
just wait
done
for
it.
interlude. Yeah.
And then for
I am currently. Oh, sorry.
and then for motive for the dog size one, I'm going to probably say quadruple.
Okay.
I'm currently in the Kiara fight, so I'm at least going to get that done.
Yeah.
But
Okay. So let's see. Small or tiny, you get 1 tag. Small
Yeah.
or no, you get all those tags. Sorry. Small,
Yeah.
fragile, and stealthy, and you pick 1
Yeah.
sensor.
I'm
Yeah.
glad it's.
And the sensor is like magnification, thermographic, jamming, image analysis software, sonar, or medical.
So like magnification or image enhancement would mean you get to like look at stuff from far away. Thermographic means it's got infrared.
I'm thinking probably magnification for the insect drone.
Is that your spy drone?
Yeah, it's a tiny flying spike.
I feel like our party is very high espionage.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's more strike team.
Oh, sorry, espionage and lucky.
He's not stealthy, right? Like he gets a +1 to act under cool circumstances.
Yeah.
But your custom weapon is not stealthy. What?
On the other hand, that does mean we get to.
Well, fun
we can
fact, I do
basically
get 2 other weapons, and I'm gonna get a machete because I love machetes, but I could also just get a silenced fucking pistol.
Probably need it just in case.
I mean, I'm gonna say this: you definitely don't need an automatic shotgun.
No, I
You've
don't.
already got a gun, so like. A melee weapon is probably a good idea, and then I would say a silenced machine pistol probably makes sense.
Yes.
Okay,
For me,
all right.
pick-
This has to be a joke.
What's up?
One of the gear options for Pusher. Look at is he 1, 2, 3,
looking at it.
4
Bumpers.
down?
Musical instruments. I mean, it makes sense.
But what? How is that useful?
Can't you
narrative-
do?
if you're a pusher who is a media outlet, if you're like Lady Gaga 2.0, that was a Cyberpunk game I listened to once. It was hilarious. You would need musical instruments to do your show, like narratively.
I guess like I could be
What
Charles
about the
Manson,
encrypted
but...
comms relay? Because I'm gonna get one myself.
Well,
actually.
I have that in my head.
Yeah, he already has Cybercom.
Fair enough, gotcha.
What probably makes sense is the armored clothing.
Yeah, armored clothing, and I'll just do it. I'll have it be basically a Kevlar deacon robe.
Yeah.
You want to get the traumaderms just in case?
Yeah, probably. Honestly.
Because
Actually, what else?
Yeah, it lets you apply first aid.
can I go over what I got?
Well, what
Well,
step are we on?
Technically, yeah, we're not on gear, but if you guys have moved on to picking your gear because
Fair
Marth
enough.
has cars and drones, that's okay. But gear is after playbook moves. So yeah, you look
Gotcha.
at your
Okay,
gear
okay.
section.
Yeah.
So basically, everybody has a set of gear options. Choose from the items as instructed. If there are any particular items of gear you want or something your character should have, bring that up now. Discuss what kind of things you can assume you have automatically. So like for instance, Lucky's character, I assume he has bullets. We don't need to jot that down. He has ammo. He has all the ammo he needs until he runs out of ammo. Similarly, Carman, Drone Man, he probably has a fix kit in his car, like in the trunk. Like I'm not gonna fight him on having tools to fix his cars and drones. It's other more like, is there specific weird little narrative stuff you need, or like other generic tools? Like you guys probably have access to basic bitch computers, like smartphones, whatever those look like, hollow phones. But you probably don't do those for work stuff other than as burner phones, maybe. So like this is kind of open-ended. Oh yeah, it even says this. For example, generally assume everybody has access to at least one smartphone or equivalent portable device. Many sets of regular style-appropriate clothes is needed. Enough currency to buy food and public transportation. You guys are professionals who can do your jobs. The killer maintains his weapons. The reporter can record conversations. The infiltrator never need want for balaclavas and black turtlenecks. So yeah, whatever you need to do your job as a professional, you've got.
All right, well, I'm telling you right now.
Oh, that's.
Hmm?
Oh, sorry.
No, go.
No. It's mine's not important. Go ahead.
All right, so as I said, my gear list is very fucking simple. I get to pick 2 more weapons, which I'm gonna pick the silence machine pistol, just in case I don't get to blow holes in fucking everything. Rude. And a machete, just in case I just want to get nice up close and personal with it. And then I love my list. Choose one: body armor, armor jacket, traumateurs, a plus aggressive motorcycle. I'm just like, ooh, I do like aggressive. But no, I'm gonna go body armor.
God, you have someone. Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I almost chose a motorcycle too. Like I saw stylish motorcycle. I'm like,
I mean, to be
Oh.
fair, the much like with hacking, which by the way, none of you can do. None of you have picked the thing for it to let you hack.
I technically can, kind of. It's weird.
Oh, do you have the ability to jack in? Is that in your cyberware as well?
It's part of my. I can use it for specifically monitoring communications.
Okay. But that's an actual move. Like if you have a cyber deck, you can jack into the matrix and use matrix moves. It'll say. So I don't think any of you can do that. So we're on rubber hose hacking.
Not yet.
we're not doing hard stealth. We're doing hard and fast.
Spoiler. That is actually something I'm going to take on my next advancement.
So that makes sense. But yes, no, but the game is built so that you guys could choose to take hacking, even though you don't have a quote unquote the hacker. Similarly, if Marth wasn't playing the driver, several of you have options to take vehicles so you can at least get around.
Well, also, if you look at advancement, one of the options is take a move from another playbook,
Yes, that's also another strong
which
one.
is what I was going to do.
The only thing I need to bring up now, also in gear, as we guys wrap up moves and playbooks in gear, for those of you who have moved on, is cred. Basically, you use cred. It's an abstract representation of both reputation and pure economic purchasing power. You know, you may be naked on the run from a corporate holding facility when you try and buy a pistol at a pawn shop, but are you good for it? Cred. Everyone starts with 5 cred. If you want details on how you can use cred, look at Chapter 6, Assets.
Can we spend cred like early?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. Can you spend cred on gear? Oh, by the way, I should mention this. It says you should give brand names to all your gear. It's not just a heavy pistol. It's a Tiansha Fire Dragon 15.
Well,
A Suzuka Snapdragon.
Let's see here. Well, I'm gonna go with my body armor is gonna be SSS.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I feel like it's safe to say that my armor is custom made,
Probably, yeah.
considering it's an armored deacon costume.
That's okay, but whatever brand of pistol you pick should be, you know.
Oh yeah, no, my pistols are. I'm not the like brand conscientious objector person. I'm just saying, I don't think companies would sell a ready-made, pre-made deacon outfit that has armor on it. That just doesn't make sense to me.
I got of the special Wick suit line armored vest.
Yeah.
The Wick.
Let's see here. I'm trying to. I like giving things like. What's the term? Set names. So it's the Security Solutions. Let's add more Japanese to it. Oh, the Kabuto.
Okay, that makes sense.
When you say Kabuto, I image really very, very, very fast.
But it is also just helmet.
Yeah.
Okay, did it.
Let's see, machete. Let's Northwest. It's actually a fucking agricultural tool, but just, enterprising individuals have made it something more.
Okay, so it shows everything for my drones.
Nice.
You keep track of everything with your gear, blah, 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 obtaining gear, weapons, and armor.
Okay, so now I'm on to...
Sorry, I'm just double checking Lucky's question. Can we spend cred to get stuff right now? Hypothetically, I think, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be super detailed. I think that will more come into when you guys need to roll up and get like stuff in game.
Okay.
So you start with 5, and that will depend on how much you can stake. Okay.
Okay, so now I'm on
so your drone is armed. What's it armed with?
See here. Medium drone can be mounted with a dealing up to 3 harm with a range take of near or less.
Okay, so you can just look in the assets section.
I'll need to look that.
And look at firearms. So you can pick. It says up to 3 harm, right?
Yeah, up to 3 harm.
Near or better. So yeah, it could have like a shotgun built in. It could have a pistol built in. You could have a flechette launcher built in.
I'm just looking.
It is.
We're all in the section. Has everybody else picked out their gear and stuff?
Yeah.
I have a Northwest monoblade machete.
So one of my guns is Colt because that company will never die.
Oh yeah, fair.
That's pretty fun.
And the other one is a Baliano Arrivederci is the name of the gun.
Okay, it will have an automatic shotgun attached.
Oh, scary.
Right. Yeah.
Oh god.
Buddy.
Its bark is fucking buckshot.
It's just a little camera head flips back and a gun muzzle comes out.
And its sensors is thermographic.
Oh yeah, okay. So you do have a fucking full-blown security dog drone.
But then its weakness is, I think, I need to figure out if I want to do either unreliable or another one.
Okay.
Actually, it's gonna be loud.
Yeah.
Clunk, clunk. Yeah, you've got a Boston Dynamics, robot. It's not quiet. You've got another thing for that. That's your combat support drone.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
It's technically just for like, hey, buzz my guys out.
Yeah.
I took the I took exit strategy because that's probably obvious, but I got a Cloud Cutter assault rifle.
Yeah.
Now going to
and then
gear.
Dallas comes back, but
I have
how to spell it.
Okay, I'm gonna pick heavy pistol for my guy.
Also, how does S harm
Will
work?
be
'Cause
called
Okay, so
the
S harm is stun, basically.
Because I got flashbangs.
Tag. So let me actually in assets, I think.
I think it'll just be called the hammer heavy pistol. I don't know. I don't need to figure out.
No, it doesn't actually talk about it. All right, I may have to control S harm. Basically, it's a stun device. So inflicting harm, have a letter or number telling you how much harm you do. Weapons that do 0 harm or stun or S harm, stun damage do not alter the character's harm clock directly. They still force you to make the harm move, and then it basically for for purposes of NPCs, basically you're only stunning them, so you are not permanently incapacitating anybody, but you will like take the fight out of them with a correct move. Obviously.
Gotcha. Because hey, like, my goal is I'm kind of doing it from the back because I got the idea of Cyber Eye, so I could probably like relay my vision through a drone, so I can keep track of as Claymore is going through shit. keep advice.
Also,
By the way, I'm going to say this, Dallas, earlier because you brought up Colt. They should be Heckler and Colt now instead of Heckler and Cock.
also the Colt gun is called the Colt Sin Taker because that's funny.
Mhm.
Also, I will say I figured out my job in my corporation because it works too well.
What's your
Public relations manager.
Ah, of course.
And part-time face.
Yeah. You're in this game, obviously, ideologically. Like, we'll figure this out with links, but it sounds like your character is like, he does cyberpunk stuff, some punk stuff, because he's trying to get the word out, whereas other one of our characters are doing this for different reasons.
Also, I'm making sure that if there is to be corporate sabotage, which corporations it goes to. As opposed to ones I would prefer not to.
Okay, I'm going with synth leathers for my armor.
Okay.
That nice. Get them black riding leathers.
Looking like a motorcycling motherfucker.
I like that, like, a part of our dynamic for our group is kind of like the corporate networking side, which is, I think you don't see that much in Cyberpunk sometimes, kind of stuff.
All right.
Subtract 1 when rolling the harm move.
Basically, when you get hit, you roll how much harm you took. So it doesn't reduce the damage you actually take, but it reduces how significant the damage is.
And sometimes your armor also just can negate the damage sometimes.
Well, he's talking about taking synth leather, so he reduces the harm roll.
Yeah. Okay.
That should be. I was just thinking, no. By the way, Lucky, while I had some idle time, I think I decided your specific, whether that was like literally owns you or is just your point of contact, your person is Colonel Hosaka, who works at Suzaku.
Okay.
So, whenever the old colonel calls you up.
Colonel Hosaka.
Gameplay curiosity.
Yeah.
What is a hold?
Hold is just
a resource.
Yeah, it's an ambiguous. You have a resource you are holding onto and can spend as per the move. Like different moves will give you hold.
Wait, so I can get hold over a player character?
If you have a move that lets you.
Well, yeah, because remember, Powered by Apocalypse is sometimes just as much the interactions between player as it is with the story.
Yes, you can specifically roll a move called Help or Interfere.
So here's my example.
If you're doing shit you don't like, you can get it. But okay.
As an example, I have my move.
When you use a move of PC, spend your hold to Help or Interfere if you'd rolled a 10+. So yeah, you can share your vision with other PCs. If that's what you're thinking about.
I have to work on that.
I get a fun where it's like I make a plan and everyone gets a +1 when they do the thing I assigned to do in the plan. So
yeah.
You know the basics of my vision, but I gotta finish the soundbite eventually.
Yeah.
I love it when the plan comes together. Let's see.
It's probably going to be a lot more how do I put this? Pleasant than the example they're giving.
Yeah.
Because I know they're going a lot for like the anarchist, like
yes,
smash the system.
Well, and also they're probably thinking about like what's a really easy way to cut to the heart of what is the pusher?
The rocker boy kind of stuff.
Well, the pusher is that, but the pusher also is the corporate PR executive. Like that's the pusher.
Hey, absolutely, you can build your pusher that way. Like we talked about this. How you said I don't want my gang to be my corporation, but it could have been. You would take a corporate gang.
But at the same point, like corporations would find that kind of a person useful if it aligns with their ideas.
Okay, so Marth is saying he gave Buddy an assault rifle now, so it's that makes even more sense for a mil-spec, security drone. It's got a mounted built-in assault rifle.
Well, one of the options is anti-material rifle, but no, he wouldn't be able to get that.
That's probably outrange is what's allowed by your drone.
In combat, I'm gonna be able to.
Anti-material rifle is 3 harm.
But it has a certain range fixed as well.
Yeah, far X, yeah.
I mean,
I need to actually look back at that.
I mean,
What
Dallas,
does
there's less combat and more just combat adjacent roles.
Oh, near or less, I
Yeah,
can't get the
fighting.
soul
You don't
rifle.
really like roll initiative or anything. It's like when you say, "All right, I shoot that guy." I decide what move that is. Probably mix it up.
So in most cases, you
near
could just be
or
rolling to
less,
make
near.
help buff other people, I guess.
I help those who help themselves. Run behind a corner.
Omega, question: would you consider fucking submachine guns in the same line as machine pistols for purposes of this?
Obviously,
Okay,
those
cool.
are basic.
Okay, then I'm totally having
Okay.
something that looks like a P90 because I love P90s.
Okay,
They're great.
I just had to double check the thing. It says close or near for medium size, so I had to stick with automatic shotgun.
As an assault rifle, also possibly far.
Is near or far?
Near and far, because I got one. So, and
That's
auto
it.
fire. So, auto fire. Let's try to find that tag again.
What was the Arasaka weapons?
Also, for my gun, the exact model I'm using for the pistol is out of Borderlands, and I can't remember what the fuck it's called. And that's gonna piss me off. Oh my god, what was it called? It was the Herald. That's right.
Oh, right, the Unkept Herald.
The Unkempt Herald. Yeah, that's the exact pistol I'm using. Well, not the exact pistol, but the,
That one shot
how it
explosives.
looks. Yeah, I don't get to shoot mini grenades.
Yeah, then I.
Sad.
They had the Shigure and the TKI-20 Shingen.
Okay.
Let's go with the
tag?
Suzaku PDW 10.
When did
Makes
this get added?
Oh, cool. I can.
Maybe you're using 10mm rounds.
Oh,
That was a meme.
autofire's fun because I can use it to give it air effect if I just unload the clip.
Yeah, if you dump the
Okay.
gun, you can.
Okay,
Oh shit! Borderlands
I'm-
3 had a new DLC.
I'm just figuring out names for my guns.
Okay,
and
so,
leather and
uh,
whatnot.
You don't need to think about necessarily brand names for like every little thing. It's
You can worry
mostly
about that
guns.
later.
But, like,
I'll just call
so the
it.
next step, by the way, that we're on is now 7. Consider background and context. Think about your character's background. You come from the streets. Did you grow up in a corporate arcology?
Mhm.
You know, did you serve in the military or paramilitary? You know some people from your old life you can still go to help and you can describe during play. Basically, for now, you should have a section where you write some notes
There's
or
a note
write
section.
your
There's
head.
a contact section. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, think about what circles your contacts come from. Like for Dallas, it's super easy. For Father Samuel, his
Corporate.
contacts come from corporation, especially the corporation he's explicitly employed by, Stone and Sons, but
Yes.
also any corporation in his network.
Basic. Well, I wouldn't say any, but any like Pacifico Cybertech, or even out of state Cybertech.
Yeah, anybody who's in the same industry as you, the
Yeah.
same niche, you probably have a choice to like. You could theoretically find a contact because that's
I
a
kind of want to. I need to talk this out with you, Omega, because I have some idea that I don't know to bounce off of you.
Sure.
Let's see here.
So, I think the soldier here used to be part of the Cross Nexus Transportation protective services. As in, we were the people fighting pirates and bandits
Yes.
on trains and
Yeah,
ships.
I was about to say that. So you were part of the security force who guards trains and planes and automobiles. Got it.
Yeah, until I got shot in the face and didn't want an eye patch, so they gave me a nice eye, and now I'm basically at a desk job. And then I left.
You got
So-
kicked to a desk job.
And they gave me an eye as a nice, as like, you did good service, but so you don't have to only have one eye, so here you go.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's employees benefit packages.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's like,
Military career.
I took as being owned as being like, they'd rather I stay in my desk job and not do other work, but now I'm doing other work, so they might be annoyed and pissed off at me doing that.
Paramilitary and wait, what's the other term I was thinking? Paramilitary and security contracts. That's what the thing I was thinking.
And I'm trying to figure out where does it actually say the. Okay, so owned can be like what corporations give you your jobs. Owned by employees. Where actually do we describe the tag plus own?
And now freelance question mark.
I am also freelance question mark weirdly.
I have a job.
I mean, yeah. I kind of have a job, but I'm kind of trying. They won't let me make my I'm leaving on good terms papers.
Unfortunately, Claymore is a bit too high profile to be on anyone's official employment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
you're a freelancer, not because people don't want your skills, but because nobody can afford to admit they pay you.
Yeah, I'm going to.
If I
My
like,
guy grew up in the corporate sector connected to Pacifica Investments.
Yeah. I need to.
Being chosen as courier to deliver messages, whether to high risk zones or elsewhere.
And I need to keep a low profile because I don't want this to affect my professional life.
Yeah, you don't want to access your your real.
so Lucky, do you think my character might have done jobs of your character in weird ways?
Well, we will literally do that. We will
Yeah.
literally
Okay.
work that on like
Okay.
leave the next step. I'm just trying to figure out if there's an actual like hardcore definition of plus owned.
Gotcha.
Because there probably is, but I'm trying to figure it out going to the knife cred. Oh, okay. Actually, so that's a move you can do in game to get new stuff installed. Is spend your cred. Go under the knife. That's a basic move.
Mm-hmm.
So there should be a literal plus. Oh no, I think I've gone all the way through. Okay, so I think owned is just a narrative thing mostly. Like it's like corporations you are owned by offer you jobs. They put pressure on you to accept jobs. They put pressure on you to do certain things or have certain motivations, etc. Right. So, for instance, because several of you guys have the owned with certain corporations. When we do our first job, it may come direct from some of those contacts you have, or it may not. Similarly, your contacts your owned network may actually like be out there. So actually, yeah. So, Axe, your character, you used to work at Cross Nexus,
It's
full
the
blown corporate.
it was like
like, you-
the Cross Nexus
Yeah.
military. It was like the Protection League or something named like.
Yeah, you were protective services. You were guarding the transports. You took a workplace injury. You got your insurance payout. You got your eye. You took a desk job, and
now
you didn't
kind of
like
like
that.
don't want to do it anymore.
Okay, so
The eye doesn't work that much, and it's more because it's housing an actual tactical processor. So it's more.
yeah, it's got some proprietary tech in it, so you can't leave, but you did leave, kind of. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like
No,
I'm on
You're I made this name up. I'm gonna say that your specific point of contact that we call for your own is Devin Dikla. They are on paper they are your boss at Cross Nexus. They're the department you're in now, and just basically he doesn't pay attention to what you do normally, even though you're not at your desk. But occasionally there's like, hey, if you want to keep your payment plan for your eye and keep your pension and that stuff, I need you to do me this kind of a thing.
Fair enough.
You like you said, your character didn't take to the desk job, but you occasionally your actual corporate overlords call you up and are like, hey, I need you to do a corporate favor because I know you're moonlighting right now.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
I feel like the relationship between me and my owner should be pretty easy.
I know, yeah. I got your character secrets and stuff. And actually, I do think that actually for a first game, because that is a character secret, I will not actually we will probably not use your ownership contract to pull in the first job. That'll probably be to complicate the first job. It'll probably come from Suzaku or Cross Nexus, depending on how we pick stuff up. Because
Cross Nexus image is like transport this very unstable thing, so no one takes it because they might take it. Fuck. Oh no.
So let's see. We defined our corporations. Everybody got their playbooks and stuff. You figured out you're that. Okay, so now we do a really fun thing. Choose directive, step 8.
Oh shit, yeah.
So each of your playbook will have options for. You includes 4 personal directives, and basically part of my my agenda is to make these relevant. So you guys are going to tell me, and I'm going to write them down, so I always know what your character is about.
Can we make our own directives other than this?
Let me double check.
'Cause I hate my. I'm going to be honest. I hate my directives.
Let me see for pusher.
Choose personal directives. Some by space.
Hierarchical, rejected, violent. Yeah.
There is actually. Is it under advancement? Yeah. So you can actually go to the advancement chapter starting on page 142. That actually lists all example directives. If you don't like your core ones as pusher, you can just fill in with some of the ones that exist elsewise. So, like, let me see. What are your directives supposed to be? Directives: choose 2.
Oh,
Financial.
geez, we need 10.
Hinder the mission. Profit. Hierarchic. When you stay in your proving rival.
Yeah, like
Bunker,
how
rival.
get a session?
Rejected. Former membership. Violent.
Oh yeah, it says
Yeah.
pick 2 from your list in your playbook or from the full list in this chapter. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you can look at the directives section, Dallas, and pick others. Like you may one of them is behavioral. Describe your ethical code. When adhering to your code hinders the mission, mark experience.
That's a soldier one actually. 'cause-
Yeah, I'm gonna probably do.
Proselytizing. Describe your belief system. When you persuade others to act according to your beliefs, mark experience.
Well, I figured out my 2: behavioral and proselytizing.
Well, double check all the others to see, but yeah, proselytizing definitely.
Proselytizing is 100% one.
So,
Okay, I picked mine.
go ahead and tell me then.
I picked intimate and vengeful.
So let's see.
Alrighty, here.
What do those do?
Intimate is when you put your friend blank ahead of the mission mark experience.
Okay.
And vengeful when you harm blank or their interest mark experience.
Okay, so vengeful. Who do you want to harm? I assume Rook, who's hunting you.
Yes.
Okay, so you have a mutual hate boner going on with Rook.
Yes.
With the racer X, I mean Rook.
Yeah, that's not going to potentially complicate jobs or missions. And then
Yeah, I can.
you don't have to pick which character now, but you should think about whether it's going to be a PC or NPC. We'll probably, if it's a PC, figure that out during links. Or do you have like an NPC dependent or somebody you want to put ahead? You can
Yeah,
figure
I'll
that out.
have to think about that.
Yeah.
So wait for the links.
So,
But
Killer Man, what are you picking?
Honestly, I think I have to pick violent.
Yeah.
When you
I-
deliberately choose to use violent to overcome a problem where a non-violent option exists, mark experience.
Okay, so interesting. You're also skipping away from your core.
Well, no,
4.
I think I'm also gonna pick because the weird thing is like for the killer, they're extremely not killerish. Hang on, let me.
Yeah,
I think
no.
honestly, some of these are deliberately written this way to make your character do some funny, like proselytizing. Right? You have a belief system, you
Mhm.
know.
But no, I'm gonna pick proselytizing. But my proselytizing is I'm gonna be hedonistic.
All right. When you persuade others to act according to that. Okay. So hold on. So you are violent and proselytizing.
Yes. I picked one from my list, but the other one I was like, I don't want 2 from this list.
I'm not sure
I'll
where my
just-
second one is, but
Down.
Uh,
Father Samuel is obviously proselytizing.
I'm actually picking 2 off of the killer list, ironically.
Oh, yeah?
I'm picking proselytizing and protective. When my responsibility to the Sanson and Sons Corporation, when I put that ahead of the mission.
Okay. So you're protective of Stone and Sons.
you put your job again. It says the mission.
Yeah. You put your responsibility. Stone. No, that makes sense. I got it.
Now I'm gonna try
Okay,
and convince
and then-
all of y'all to sex, drugs, and violence constantly.
Meanwhile,
This is going to be an interesting dynamic.
And I'm the middle man.
and violent is just when you do violence instead of other solutions mark experience, right?
Yes.
There's
So
no like on the blank.
I
Yeah, no.
originally was hoping to do prudent, but I feel like that's not possible, so we're just not.
Well, no,
I
go.
mean-
Oh,
Actually, say.
When you resolve a charge situation without violence.
well,
You would
Yeah,
get
no.
experience from it, would make sense, but that would definitely be harder.
It's why
I
I'm
mean,
gonna do.
you've got
I'm gonna do.
Options.
I-
You can totally choose your directives to put yourselves at odds.
I'm gonna
yes.
do filial, where it's I take the advice of the AI in my eye ahead of the mission.
So that was filial.
It's probably gonna be called like
So
it's
what's the name of the corporate tactical AI you got in your network? Is it Total Information Tactical Awareness Network?
I was thinking it's like I thought I think it's been nicknamed Fugan or Mugen somewhat. That's why. Or it's
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
the crows that see everything, or the ravens that see everything.
oh yeah, because your character's name is Odin, right?
It nicknamed Odin because that's what they called him after from the eye, because it doesn't look like a normal eye.
Munin is thought, Munin is memory. Which would you prefer?
Thunin. I don't.
Which one?
Thunin, was it right? Or like
Hugin and Munin. So is it Hugin H is thought, Munin is memory.
Hugan?
So thought then?
Yes.
Okay, so
It basically gives me information on how to do it. It just might also be a bit too specific in how it wants things done. Being like, if you do this exactly and at this exact angle, it will happen. No
strategically
question.
destroy his kneecap and then discombobulate the ears.
Yes.
If I destroy his kneecap, he's not gonna walk for 6 months. It is the most tactically efficient. What other one do you want? Then? Will you go?
I wanted to do.
And remember, you don't have to pick from your list. You can do it there.
Yeah, or I wanted to do behavioral, but I'm not sure it really has a code, and it's not really about money. Compassionate seems nice, but I'm not sure how that come up really.
You make it come up.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, remember, when you pick a directive, it is you are telling me, the MC, hey
Fair
MC, I want this to matter. So so basically, what you guys who have picked like proselytizing is like you were telling me you want your belief systems to matter. Similarly, Dallas is like saying he wants the fact that he works for this Corp Stone and Sons to come up and potentially interfere with the mission.
Oh, revealing actually. When you discover more information about, I guess in this case, tactical AIs, or I guess just AI programs.
Okay. What is that one again? Revealing. When you discover more information about blank mark experience. Yeah. So AIs. Okay.
Yeah, where it's like I have this stick in my head. It's why I can't give it up because it developed from something, and I don't know why. But it's here in my head, and it's telling me advice, and I need to keep doing jobs because otherwise I feel weird about it.
All right. Okay. Okay. I believe that's everybody's directives they've picked.
Yep.
So now we do the fun bit I talked about before. Step 9, links.
Oh.
So in the final step of the process, you guys will create your professional links. You're going to describe your character and introduce them to the group. So we'll do that in order of whoever wants to go first. And then each of you, after introducing yourself, you will tell everybody about a job you did against one of the corporations described in step 0. Describe your character's role in the job, the name of the corporation you ran the job against. So basically be like, we did the X job versus Y Corp. So hypothetically, Claymore did a smash and grab job against Cross Nexus, etc. Your character should have the leading role in the job, either entire the operation or providing the critical skill. It's a chance to show off a little. So I start a countdown clock for that corporation. If they already exist, I advance it. So watch out for that. This is one of those things where it's not necessarily super friendly. So it says the player to your left will tell you how they were involved in that job. They take +1 links with that character. And then, so you will write that down as them +1 link. Or they write it down as +1 link with you. Sorry, it's not both ways. That's right. MC will advance that corporation's clock. Continuing to the left, each other player will tell you if and how their character was involved too. So whoever is definitely to your left will be involved in the job, and then everybody else can decide if they were involved. Remember that every time you're involved in the story, the countdown clock goes up. So give me a second, and I will make up the table order of who's to who's left.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I can go first.
I need
Tebow.
to
Oh,
double check.
I will also say,
Good.
Yeah, most of my characters' jobs would have been done remotely.
That makes sense. We can work on that. Okay, so
Oh yeah, Crosshair could be totally vaguely Nordic.
Okay, then it's gonna be Cross Nexus, fucking Valhalla department.
so
Because it's like, I almost said, but just like it's like the Crosshair as in like the fucking Bifrost or the whole thing of the 9 realms level.
I'm warning you now. I know you're going for Nordic, but I'm just imagining your character is. Oh God, what the fuck is that guy's name from Skyrim? The guy in the very start.
But he's not that guy. But yeah.
I know, but that's what I'm imagining your character as.
Okay.
What the fuck is his name?
I know who you're talking about because you see all the fucking memes, but I
not Ulfric, the dude who's like, so you're up now.
Yeah, I know.
It's
That's
good to see you.
the prisoner across from you. First guy you fucking see.
I don't remember. All right, I calculated I made sure to copy at a blank format so I can type up countdown clocks rapidly and I don't have to slow the game down. And okay, so we'll do this. It says to your left, so that would be counterclockwise, right? Okay, so it's
Rayloff.
Sorry.
Rayloff. Rayloff.
Okay.
That was the
So
character's name.
basically, going clockwise. So, and you actually, okay. If Axe is hypothetically at the head of the table, the person clockwise from him is to his left, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let's
Alright,
see.
I'm bad at directions.
And assume that
No,
it
yes,
is correct.
clockwise is to
Maybe
left.
yeah, it'd be left. Yeah, 'cause
Oh,
it's like on the top.
We
Yeah.
start at the top. Axe, Dallas, Lucky, Marth, back to Axe. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm sorry that puts you on the spot first, buddy. But
All right. Let's see how we talk this through. Okay.
so let me scroll back to that section and remember the thing. So first of all, we start with number one. Introduce and describe your character. So give us your name and give me, basically list your looks and stuff to
All
the
right.
audience and other players. So, whom star you? It's
Felix.
Odin. I believe.
Nakano, call sign Odin.
You're gonna have to spell that last name for me.
NA. Okay. I just have it typed here. Let me just type this up.
Type it. It's gonna be recording too.
That'll also be in the recording. I will. So, what are your looks then?
He's indigenous. He probably grew up in Pacifica.
Mhm.
He's got a cunning eye and then the artificial eye, calm face, toned body, corporate military clothes, mil spec suit.
All right. Okay.
Let's see. Assume that's just that, and then like
Face. Body.
toned body, calm face.
One of those. The face thing. Wait, was that? Okay, got it.
I think that's in the situation.
Your. What's your cyberware? Eyes,
Tactical
right?
computer.
Tactical computer. Okay.
It's just the eye is just more of an aesthetic thing.
All right. And you can later take your cyber eyes to get.
I can
stuff
later
like
take a
that.
saber eye to actually have that. Yeah. I might actually like get a proper eye, not just a insurance package.
All right. Okay. We've already talked through your backstory a decent amount, setting up in your Odin stuff. So let me see. Anything else we cover with links? Okay. No, you got that. You already talked about your weapons and stuff. All right. Does anybody out there not have a clear picture of who Odin is?
Well, I have an idea of a picture, not personality-wise.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I mean, to be fair, that's not really necessarily super in this segment either, but
Okay,
we
that's
can
true.
see that kind of.
That's true.
So now we move on to the next bit. Describe a job you did against one of the corporations established in Step 0. So if
Yeah,
you need me to refresh that list, I can post it again.
Let me scroll a little bit. Okay, let's see. Huh. I think it was a weird. It was a weird rerouting transportation job for against Rio Grande Combine.
Okay.
Grabbing a bunch of like rare metals and like, rerouting it to another location. Without having to like make it look like we just stole a train. It then
Yeah.
ended up looking like a highway robbery by the end.
Okay, so what was your role in this job? What did you do? Remember, you're supposed to be
Yeah.
the star or the key skill, so feel free to talk yourself up a little. Now, what did you do? Were you
I was
the mission?
facilitating a lot of the actual. I was keeping it all quiet, keeping everything like transportation covered. It was mostly a. I hired most of the people in charge of the guard of the day.
Okay, so you
I
ran the op, you paid the bills, you signed off on everything.
I started everything, and
Mastermind.
yeah, I basically put it like the plan all went together, and the person, and then I assume in this case it's probably the driver who I basically we put the
Nope.
shit.
Not yet. We don't know
Okay.
that. Remember, it's Dallas is to your left. He's the only one who's for sure in the job, and he describes what his is. So,
Okay, fair enough. Gotcha. Where it's like
so just what
organized.
did you do? You planned it all. You got it. Okay.
We got to the location, then dropped it off, and then just I guess that goes.
Now Rio Grande has a thing in the countdown clock.
We probably took a bunch of their semiconductors. It's probably not great.
Actually, I don't. Do we have a lot of silicon left in here? I don't know. That's a maybe we can say we have silicon. You have semiconductors. Maybe they're
Or-
using other semiconductors. Maybe they've got germanium or something. Anyway,
I'm saying
okay.
the point is, like that was the thing of being transported.
You took some stuff off one of their internal routes, put it on yours. Got it.
And I didn't
You
even
put-
notice it was until like annoyingly too late. So it's like fuck.
And you played it so well that they didn't even notice. Okay. I start the countdown clock for them, and so this is the first thing for those people. Player to your left, that's Dallas, will tell you how their character was involved in the job. They take +1 link with you. So Dallas, you would write Odin +1 under your links, basically.
Okay.
And you get to describe how did you, Father Samuel, influence this job.
So, what I could see from my character is that I handled some of the funding, like the monetary compensation for the job. Because obviously Odin was taking point on most of the tactical hiring, everything. So I just mostly provided like money and possibly recruitment of just like negotiations.
Yeah.
That would pretty much be it.
Right.
Definitely not on site.
No, it's like you probably got a buyer for it at least.
Honestly, you probably might not have even seen my face.
Fair enough.
Probably have your number though.
You
All
probably
right, so
do have
we
my number.
going around to other characters, keeping in mind everybody who says they were part of this job means that we get closer and closer to Rio Grande Combine being a problem.
Yeah.
Don't always feel necessary to jump in on every job. But,
nah, like I said, my profession is violence. I don't know how much violence you wanted in on this
Yeah,
job.
you weren't
so,
there.
No.
So
You don't
Claymore
get to
skip-
choose that, Axe.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, he's just saying that he's accepting. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Claymore skips.
Yep.
And then Marth, what's your character's name again?
Squirrel. That's
Squirrel.
the code name.
Squirrel. So we go to you now, Squirrel. Were you involved in this job? And if so, how so? Keeping in mind that this is like your one opportunity to improve your links with Odin. Because remember, links are not both ways.
Okay, I guess I can say I would probably provide the transportation gain there.
Okay.
Drop
So
off.
you got them to got him to the target location. Okay.
Yeah.
So you would write also on your links page Odin +1.
Okay.
And I should point out that what the game says about links is at the end of the step, each character who is involved in your job will have +1 links with you. Having links with people doesn't mean they're your friends or even that they regularly work together, though both or either may be true. It means that you're professionally aware of that person and how they operate. So you guys know from that experience, like Squirrel knows how Odin works, and so does Father Samuel.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, Dallas.
So can I request to make a corporation?
It should be one of the ones we outlined originally.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so that was. Can I get a quick refresher?
hold on. I have to do a slightly doctored cut paste because I've already started writing down the clocks that you don't need to know about.
I can copy it over if you want to.
I got it. Here it
All
is. So we got CrossNexus, a biotech and transportation company. We've got Disney Warner Media. We've got Northwest Industries, who does agriculture and consumer goods. We've got Pacifica Investments, the financial outlet. Rio Grande Combine, who we've already done a job against. They are heavy industry and primary resources. Stone & Sons, of course, you know, they are telecom and cyberware, which is a subsidiary of biotech. And we have Suzaku Security Solutions, who does military and electronics.
Honestly, this would probably be a job against. Probably against CrossNexus.
Hey, fair enough.
And I would say the job was probably research theft.
All right.
Probably stealing some of the biotech designs.
Okay.
Basically just a simple, like going in, getting access to certain data points I shouldn't have access to, copying them, and then putting a spike or kind of worm virus in the backlog to destroy the fact that I had access in it.
All right. So you inducted a corporate espionage against CrossNexus.
Yes. And
Claymore.
So just for my role in it, I would have been handling all of the offsite preparation, all of the equipment gathering, all of the planning, basically everything that did not require me to be on site.
All right. So kind of similar but different to what Odin did, right? Oh, actually, I forgot. We're supposed to introduce your character too. We already know your name, but like, what's your look and stuff?
My name is Father Samuel. Code name is Metatron. I
I love that. That's
Well,
great.
I am the voice, so I figured that was a pretty good.
Yeah, that works.
I'm a very tall, thin man, very badly damaged. Skin is pretty much all you can see. I'm in a full deacon robes with one glove. I don't have a left hand.
Yep.
I'm wearing a white porcelain or a chrome porcelain mask on the right side of my face, which is unburnt, so you can really only see the burn scars. I have a electric blue ponytail that goes about down to my neck. My arms are covered in runes, basically runic tattoos from several different cultures. And that's about it.
So, let's see.
Oh, I look vaguely Italian.
Okay.
So very olive skin, like I should say more Sicilian than Italian.
Okay.
Like darker than like that Grecian Italian kind of.
Yeah, you got a Mediterranean tone.
Yeah.
So I think this is important for describing your look. Which what do you say your eyes look was?
Oh yeah, one of my eyes is technically a cybernetic replacement, but it is purely functional. What?
Because you can take artificial eyes without having cyber eyes. So
yes, it is a very obviously artificial eye.
Okay.
It is not. It is not a. My what?
Well, your regular eye. I think the eye description for your look is very important. I want to know which one of these adjectives describes your good eye.
Yes. No, it is very piercing, very analytical.
Okay.
Like
It's not on your list, but that makes sense. I like it. Piercing eye. Okay.
Yeah, it is at the same time it is kind, but it is also very like I'm seeing through you, but in a good way, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
It's a very fatherly look, ironically.
Fatherly eyes.
Yes.
Burned face.
Yes.
Yeah, slim body. Okay, you said you had a kind of a thin body.
Yes.
Okay.
Not unhealthily thin, but just like normal thin.
The slim adjective for body works.
Yeah.
Slim body.
Slim fit. Like not like I'm not known rippling muscles or anything, but I'm definitely in shape.
Yeah. And your implant is cybercoms, so not really.
My
really
ears look like they're rimmed in metal, basically.
Yeah.
Like it's a purely decorative thing, but it's rim. It's a rim around the earlobe or the ear outline. I don't know how to phrase that.
Yeah, just the tips of the ears and around the side.
Yeah.
Probably a little like under and down. Like you might see like there might be like maybe faint surgical marks going down from the just below your ear into the basic of the jawline, because that would be. You could do bone vibration there and pick up on subvocal comms there.
Also, there's the beginnings of surgery on the stump of my left hand.
Prep work.
Yep.
Okay, so
as if that wound was very recent.
Okay. So, I think we got all that stuff for what your job was. I forgot to do the description. So, Lucky is to your left. Claymore, what did you do on the Cross Nexus corporate espionage job?
You said that your infiltration was like nice and quiet and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I ran the not quiet distraction.
Yeah. I was about to say, you were the guy miles away causing a problem.
No, hey, that is a fair part of an espionage job.
You basically called me up, hired me. It's like, I heard you're good at making a ruckus. And I'm like, that I am. And it's like, I need you to make a ruckus somewhere far away from this place.
Can you bring the ruckus?
Bring the noise.
It's like, yeah.
And so, so I basically did a hit on some other cross-nexus facility and didn't really take anything of note, but made them very confused and caused them to give him a very big bill.
With your breach shotgun.
You broke some walls. I think you made a warehouse fall on top of itself. Or something.
You're firing some kind of like smart nanotech slugs, or you've got the 12 gauge frag grenades.
Oh
something.
god, that sounds scary as fuck.
So, guys, just so you know, 12 gauge is an incredibly versatile caliber. It's large enough you can put a lot of fun things in those shells, and they do, in fact, put everything in them. It's like 40 millimeter grenade. So,
So I
if Lucky One could choose to buy taser rounds for his gun to do stun harm or something dumb, too.
oh yeah, that's right. Alternate ammunition. I might consider that.
Yeah, you can acquire that as gear. Okay, so
Yeah.
you write down probably as Metatron +1 link.
Oh, +1.
So you
+1 link.
get +1 with him
link.
because you understand him professionally. Now, Squirrel gets to choose. Squirrel, did you take place in the Cross Nexus job? And if so, what did you do?
Nah.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. All right. Okay, so Claymore, please describe yourself to the people.
So-
I don't get to say it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, actually, I should offer you an option. Do you want to say whether or not you took place in the job against your own corporation?
Yes, I was like, I probably could have, but I probably should because that's bad blood. So no.
Wait, can't you work in? Well, you say that this
Actually,
yeah.
technically, yes, you could have been on the opposite side. It
Yeah.
just says, so it says player if was involved in the job, they take +1 links to that character. Were you
Yeah.
involved in the Cross Nexus job?
I think I was in the weird data. I think I was part of the data recovery team, or at least I was making sure to like find everyone that was on site to actually do the data recovery.
Okay,
like-
so yeah, you were on the opposite side during the Cross Nexus job.
Yeah.
Okay,
Where it's like,
doing recovery and.
oh, you're the
blocking
fucker that like broke the server for like 2 days. Fuck.
Well, you
Yeah,
wouldn't
wow,
know.
shit.
Well, technically, you might not know that. You would actually. Well,
Yeah.
I don't
No,
know.
that if you know the +1 link, it would mean that you understand that Metatron was the guy behind the Cross
Well,
Nexus
he
breach.
might not necessarily know that I was the guy that
At least
did
your
the
group was.
job, but you would know that I was involved.
Yeah,
So
your
you would
group
know
was
that
involved.
he was in the job, and that's why you understand his professional principles.
Okay.
You understand how he operates.
Okay.
Yes.
Like I said, the game is very explicit on this. Links
Doesn't mean
don't
you're
mean that you guys like each other or that you work together. Links mean that you understand how that guy works. Like legitimately, it could have been that. Not that makes necessarily sense for Claymore either, but like you could have done the train job, the train job against Rio Grande as, oh, Claymore was on the other side, and you guys had to shoot at him until he went away.
Yeah.
You
Which would be
understand.
terrifying.
But all right, yeah. So sorry, that's a good point. It did actually come up there, with Axe. Okay, now Claymore, describe yourself to the team at home.
So, my character's name is Claymore. He never gives any other name. He likes to make the joke that he's called that because usually his instructions is just to point him towards the enemy and let him go. And that's what he excels at.
Does he have one of those like a chest script tattoo on his front that says "front towards enemy"?
Yes. But he is a muscular black man with a weathered face and hard eyes. His skin is covered with scars and tattoos of various beautiful naked ladies, and he usually covers it up with some combination of military corporate wear. He has a long history of service in military and paramilitary organizations, but unfortunately, because of his track record of maybe causing a little bit too much collateral damage and racking up a bit too much of a bill, he is currently freelance. Question:
Are you a veteran of the Battle of Las Vegas?
Yes. Do I need to mention right now?
Actually, this is a good. I just realized I don't think we've ever talked about when talking about your backgrounds and stuff. I should actually specify where are you guys like from? Like, what's your background? Like,
I think Odin is from like one of the first batch of refugees into Pacifica, like near like beginning of the war era.
okay. So yeah, you were probably a kid when the war started, and then
And
maybe
like late 20s.
Yeah, and so now you're in your 20s. You may have seen a little bit of action at the end, but probably have mostly lived your adult life post-war.
I've mostly done logistics at most, logistics and some firing.
So what just to say what the group would know is that I am from whatever Italy has become. I am from Sicily.
Claymore doesn't actually straight out say what he's from, but he's very familiar with the Pacific Northwest, what used to be known as the Seattle-Tacoma area intimately.
So you're a Pacifica native. Like, does Claymore talk like a middle class kid, like a lower class kid? Were you an army brat beforehand, kind of a thing? Like, what's your background, kind of a thing? Not specifics, but just like general.
He talks
ethos
pretty.
kind of a thing.
I will say, from what you can tell, looks like Claymore might be mid-40s. He's seen some shit, and that means a lot of people says he's just looking for a place to die. He speaks crudely, thinks crudely, and tends to blow his paychecks on stupid shit.
All right, so yeah, so like you said, you've been in and out of military and paramilitary since the Singularity War, since World War III.
Yeah.
Got it. You were
So I
probably
guess-
doing work before then.
Just to clarify, then, if we're doing ages, I should have said I'm very young. I'm maybe 20, maybe.
And since you are employed at a corp and some kind of management position, is it safe to say that in our cyberpunk standards you are upper class?
Oh, me? I'm bougie as fuck.
Bougie.
I think is like corporate, so it's like middle upper kind of shit.
Right.
Honestly, like as an image, would we be like that guy like smoking like digital cigarettes in like in a boardroom or something?
Right.
like corporate party shit.
Okay.
All right. So now is the time, since you have described your character, Claymore.
Mhm.
Pick a corporation. Tell me what job you did against them and what you did in it that was the coolest.
Let's see here.
So currently, if you're talking about unmolested corporations, no job has been done against Disney, Warner, Northwest, or Pacifica Investments, or Stone and Sons.
Oh, I got a raid on Disney.
She's
Warner,
not to also.
I'm
technically, but I
considering
don't
a raid on Disney World, but that's
Like,
yes, my job.
Disney World.
No.
Wait, no. It's a smash and grab of like very ancient like fucking film reels, like actual film reels.
No. I was called to summit like. Actually, I could do a job against Disney, but I don't know. I feel that's too on the nose. I feel.
Found J.J. Abrams and broke his kneecaps.
He's still alive, yeah.
No. I participated in.
J. Abrams now is a third J.
I participated in a heist job against Pacifica Investments on behalf of another corporations who shall not be named because they were getting a little bit too uppity and need to be taken down a peg.
It's like, it's literally like a fucking bank heist or smash and grab on a bank. Or
Think of it as Payday 2, except we did not go with stealth from the beginning.
You just blew open a hole in the wall and took money and left.
So basically, this was a very high-profile job. Very high-profile job in which there was a pretty high body count, a lot of property destruction, and did accomplish the job of knocking down Pacific Investments.
You made their stock.
Yeah, the stock. Quite a bit.
You hit them right in the stomach.
Like I said, for a little bit of time, there was definitely this public outcry against this what's the term I wanted to say, this creature of mass destruction.
Like this fucking hit.
But
squad.
also, I think that, like, if we want to talk about it in corporate terms, that would also absolutely affect Pacifica Investments' business because you guys couldn't stop a fucking bank robbery in the year 20XX. What's wrong with you, loser?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally sent like an entire PMC. They just fucking died.
So, I start the clock for them. It's ready to go. So, Marth is to your left. How was Squirrel involved in the Pacifica Investments bank job? Keep in mind, as described, you can be on the other side as well.
You can be, but come on.
Etty is on the other side. He got the poor CEOs away.
Oh.
Okay, so you did the evac on the bank
Nice.
job. Okay.
No one likes Claymore. I cry.
Well, so
We get to go around the loop. So Axe is next. Axe was Odin part of the Pacifica Investments bank job?
Placement comms. I was the one keeping eyes from things from all distance from a bunch of drone relays and just telling him every time, okay, got another wave of people come in. Never mind, you're all dead. Okay. So using that drill. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
I
So
let them close to the trash
and
can on
ran
right,
comms,
Second Street.
Computers and comms. Okay.
all right, I was also
So-
involved. I don't
on-
know if this is on your side or against it. I'm I don't know if I'm directly on your side, but I'm against Pacifica Northwest. I basically ran a PR campaign about how stupid they were to get robbed, like a bank robbery done on them in the 21st century, and try to drag their reputation through the mud.
No, that's definitely That's
Well, like I said, the job.
We said that Claymore said that he did the job for nebulous corporate backing reasons. So for nebulous corporate backing reasons, you were part of the post-op campaigin.
Yes.
So you would write down Claymore +1 for your links.
What, do I get +1 for him being in my job or no?
His links are not both ways.
It's
Yeah, and it explicitly points out that you start with +1 links with people, right? It doesn't go any higher in Cyberpunk by default.
Okay.
Okay. So that means Pacifica Investments clock is significantly bumped up.
We have a
Everybody's part of that. Which also, though, to be fair, given the way links works, that makes sense. Claymore's not exactly subtle. Everybody at this table knows how Claymore works.
Yeah.
like I was like part of the job to be like make sure that he didn't get gunned down, even though that sounds impossible.
Despite their very opposite personality, Father Samuel very much appreciates how Claymore operates and very much knows that he has a place in things. It's like, I know what you're good at.
Yep.
Right.
It's why I think Odin now makes sure to have explosives prepared on site just in case.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So
Yeah.
now we move to your character. Marth, please describe them.
Maze. Okay, so name is Toby Barrett, codename Squirrel. His eyes are laughing, face is covered, body's compact. He wears combination of corporate/leather, and his skin is artificial.
Ooh. You got some cool.
It's sort of hard to know how young or how old he is due to the skin.
So you've got kind of like some implants, some replacements, some synth skin.
Yeah. He looks young. That's all I can say.
So your face is covered, you said? How do you cover your face?
Yeah.
Like a bandana, hat? What are you thinking?
Bandana. Probably bandana covering the mouth, only seeing the eyes. And actually, the eyes have shades over them, so just like full cover.
All right. He's hiding from the facial recognition software and the the streetlight cameras.
Yes. It's like everything's just covered. You can. It's like, hey, what's that thing?
All right.
Ever since I got this eye, cameras don't like me.
Okay. So, anything else notable you want to say about your character? Like, what's your background? You know, how?
Okay. He grew up in Pacifica, somewhere around the Portland area. And he was sort of in his younger years, he was sort of he was involved a bit in game stuff, but he was also wanted to get ahead of life, so
Oh, is that where you portrayed Rook? Oh, sorry.
On a particular job given out by Pacific Investments, he pretty much like, hey, you want this cool cyberware stuff? You gotta ditch your guy. So sort of playing them off against, playing more, seeing who took the bait first, and he took the bait, and like, yeah, I need to get ahead, get the job, get better paying life, get out of the slums.
Ah, I see.
All right. So,
is it just more of just?
Well, it might be the job, but so for the backstory part, you did a job against one of the corporations. You've got the list. So, what job do you do against whomst? What was your role? I'm gonna guess it involved driving cars, but you know.
Yeah, I'm going to say it was against. Okay, I'll just say it was actually the job they was a part of.
Okay.
And the job was against Northwest Industries, pretty much carrying stolen information back from them to Pacific Investments for them to know how to invest and go against Northwest, put pressure on Northwest Industries.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Insider trading.
Yeah.
All right. And so you transported the stolen data.
Yeah.
The stolen holographic data crystals.
Yes.
In a big shiny suitcase.
Yes.
That or an ice cream maker. That's a joke. In Star Wars, they used an ice cream maker prop to store stuff. It's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so by the way, I want to point out it is absolutely can be on the other side. I want to read the quote from Count Zero by William Gibson that is in the Step 9 links. You took Chauvet from IBM for Mitsu, he said. And they say you took Svenov out of Tomusk. Is that a question? I was security for IBM Maraket when you blew the hotel. Turner met the man's eyes. They were blue, calm, very bright. Is that a problem for you? No fear, Sutcliffe said, just to say I've seen you work. So, yes, no, absolutely. You could be like, I remember when you did the Pacifica Bank job, Claymore. Is that a problem? No, I've seen you work, buddy. Okay, so
I want to be the guy that people's like, I have no fear, and then they show Claymore one fear. I want to be that guy.
So, I fear no man, but that thing is no man.
So,
right,
Odin, how are you part of the Northwest Industries financial ripoff?
I think I hired the guy that carried the suitcase into his truck.
All right.
I think I networked the whole thing. Like I got some like burner people to how I get it out worked out.
All right. So you provided personnel,
and timing.
high level tactical shit. Okay.
Right.
Is there any particular reason why you would do this? Was this like a corporate job for Cross Nexus, or was this when you were just freelancing?
It was freelancing to like see the swing back into it because it was mostly just like a logistics job on the end of it.
All right, so you did some warm up work as a logistics.
I didn't even need to leave. I didn't even need to leave my fucking town for this job, so it wasn't that bad.
Okay. So we continue back around. Samuel, were you part of the Northwest Industries ripoff job?
Yes, I was. I was helping. Well, they might not know it was me. So two of my members in Northwest mysteriously left plans for the building where Squirrel could obtain them. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah. So pretty much the mysterious benefactor.
He was the inside guy. Okay. That absolutely tracks. All right.
And if asked publicly, I will deny all involvement.
Maybe in retrospect, Owen's the guy that basically like got the pickup on the plans and the shit, put it together. Yeah.
Okay, and now we ask the last man, Claymore. Were you part of the Northwest Industries ripoff job?
Does this plan need violence?
No.
It did not need violence. That does not mean that violence was not done.
Yeah. Does not exactly need violence.
Basically,
but...
the way it is we've outlined is Squirrel delivered the goods. He was handed off the goods by some guys that were paid for by.
I know what it is. I was involved. My job was to off the other guy that didn't get the job.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh, you're okay. You're the one.
I was the cleanup.
Okay, you're the cleaner. Okay.
You're the guy who did not get the job. Huh.
So like, you tried to kill Rook, I guess.
I tried to. I'm not gonna say whether I succeeded or not, but
you probably shot him full of something.
Yeah, he probably got shot full of something. Or maybe he had he had a car accident that he.
Yeah, it would be sort of anticlimactic to just say the guy who's on him is already dead.
No.
Yeah, no. He's definitely dead. But you caused him to wreck. You were the cleanup.
Yeah.
Pacifica called you and was like, "Hey, we need a guy to disappear," and you were like, "What guy? He doesn't exist."
I'm gonna go visit his grave right now. His grave was a burning car, but I didn't actually check the body.
It already been done.
Yeah.
Or you did check the body and he just comes back as a cyborg.
Or something. The Revenge Borg.
But okay, all right. We've got some pretty firmly spread out things going on. So this means that both Northwest and Pacifica are very hot to trot against you guys.
The irony is that like most of us, there's not really any trail for them to follow.
I mean, to be fair, Northwest does not know that I was directly involved. However,
but
two of their employees were to show up missing.
When their countdown clock hits 0, when you get to midnight, that's when they show up basically in the scene? Is it to
I know what the fuck happened, or yeah.
yeah, let's see. Hold on. What does it say about corporate countdown clocks? Corporate clocks, how close they are to noticing you. So when the corporate clock reaches there, that's when like they have opportunities to know about you guys and realize, wait a minute. Like if they hit midnight, that's when they figure out you were the guy behind it, right? Sandoval.
I feel like if I ever hit midnight with Stone and Sons, I'm just going to die.
Possibly that could be that when they realize you exist and that you are responsible for stuff, that's when corporate hit cards could show up. That's when they could show up with a guy who's like, hey, you need to do a thing right there.
We have to discuss.
And there's a retaliation phase as well, which kind of works on this stuff. So
It's interesting for like some of these clocks are more of like them noticing we existed, like finding any trace of a paper trail. Because for most of us, it was like there wasn't really much of a trace.
Well, like
no,
I said,
but things can come up. Yeah.
Well, also, remember, we don't think there was a trace.
Fair enough.
yeah.
Yeah, it's true. When the clock hits 0, that's when you find out that corporate super hackers figured out it was you.
Or maybe they knew the entire time and they were just waiting for the right moment.
Although I would be terrified if Northwest figures out it was involved.
Yeah.
Pacifica, I was a lot more public about, basically
Yeah,
just
you
calling
actually-
them shitheads.
You did a Slender campaign against them, so
like
yeah.
that one. I feel they know.
I mean, they know you were involved. That's the hitting 0 of like, wait a minute, are you saying there was a corporate conspiracy?
It just wasn't
No.
one crackhead shooting guns?
Yeah. Funnily enough, this does mean that, as per our backdrop, nobody has done a job against Disney, Warner, Stone and Sons, or Suzaku.
I'm telling you right now, if you had fucking picked Suzaku, I was gonna be like, I was against you. I killed many of your friends. Or your teammates.
I'm gonna be honest. I almost picked Suzaku, but the only reason I didn't is because Cross Nexus is higher alphabetically. That's literally it. No, because
Cross-Nexus, I think makes more sense for what we talked about with like your data sealing and stuff.
well, because also biotech and electronics are both kind of like those are the only two I could feasibly like have a benefit to going after.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Yeah,
Man,
makes
I
sense.
can't wait for Mega to offer us the Suzaku's up, and it's gonna be so weird because we have to worry if like Claymore was just gonna shoot us instead.
Well, no. Like, if you're working with Suzaku, Claymore's like, oh no, I love these guys.
Like,
Yeah, no.
It's when it's against Suzaku, I'm gonna be all like,
It's gonna be very interesting if we ever get a job against Stone and Sons.
Yeah.
That's gonna
Yeah.
be.
Considering it involves Claymore, it's gonna involve violence. I'm not sure if we're gonna be happy with that.
That's gonna be an interesting thing for the party.
Like, I'm technically not part of. I was not part of Cross Nexus that much, but like, honestly, let's take it.
Yeah.
Like talking about like corporations, I'm not part of Suzaku anymore, but I still have Suzaku allegiance, you know?
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah,
In my
no.
case, like,
Fair.
I'm still kind of legally tied.
If the colonel tells you to drop these guys, you got to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still figuring out my directive for Intimate.
Yeah. I definitely know
Well,
how my.
It won't be Rook because hate boner.
I definitely know where my loyalties lie.
If we ever like doing a raid on like a fucking Cross Nexus ship, if we ever meet any of like Odin's like old like fucking anti-pirate buddies, there might be some of us there.
Yeah.
being-
So, the intimate thing, right? That can also be an NPC. Like that can be like you have a relationship with somebody. Like maybe you got somebody back home who you need to look out for.
Yeah.
Which is why you needed to do all that stuff and get ahead in the world. Which means that if they're put at risk, you're like, but no, that's not how this works.
Yeah.
So, we can figure that out a little bit off mic as well because we have been going for like 5 hours.
Went longer than I thought we would go, like by longer.
Yeah, I thought a little longer too, but we had a lot of building to do. So let's see. I'm just double checking. Is there anything else I need to worry
In my
about?
experience, session zeros always go about 2 hours too long, or 2 hours longer than you expect, rather.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So,
Yeah, I don't
we
say
made
this is too long. I enjoyed it. I had fun.
We made a pretty cool
Oh
session.
no, same here. I just mean like if you plan for 4 hours, it's gonna be 6 hours.
yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm looking at some of our like high level questions. Did we ask anything? I think the only other thing is we did not necessarily define which urban sprawl we are in.
It's kind of varied because it could be
I mean-
cityscape, it could be like open, like open.
Well,
terrain.
I mean, literally the game is called the sprawl, so it should
Yeah.
definitely have a corporate.
My character is based in My character is based in San Francisco. Now, what I don't need to be on site at any jobs.
Well, you might be. I think you might need to be.
I could be on site.
I have easy access to travel. I'll say this.
Yeah.
I probably don't need to be like I'll probably be in the vehicle calling shots, but that's yeah. We'll see.
Okay, that's
Claymore's
what I'm
not a
just
hobo,
saying.
but you don't know where he lives. You don't tell anyone that shit.
You don't need to.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I already just said what I wrote down for the internet.
Considering Odin some things, he might have.
I'll let Mega come up with a name.
Yeah.
You actually know very surprisingly little about
Pretty much they're.
Metatron.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much all three of them were in the same group.
Yeah.
That sounds like one of them stories.
Although you can tell that he has, at least from what you can tell, he at least pretends he has money. If he doesn't directly have a shit ton of money, he dresses in very fancy clothes. Well, deacon robes, but he has a lot of jewelry.
I feel like one of these days, Odin is probably gonna hope to like have dinner with Metatron just to have a conversation for once. It's not like business, but that's another.
That's fair.
And
Oh no, I'm probably the most sociable person in our party.
And then Claymore is gonna be like, "Let's go get drugs and hookers."
And I'm gonna be like,
Okay, so we'll say that for purposes of the game design, this is
Oh no.
the San Francisco Bay City.
Cool.
Okay.
Literally, the entire city has spread to incorporate all of the bay.
Oh, that makes sense. Like San
Okay.
Francisco is already pretty much an urban sprawl.
Yeah, so basically, they ate Oakland, you know, they ate some of those suburbs to the south, and are just like full blown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, probably ate some of the stuff to the north because there's a
Yeah.
shit ton of that.
Berkeley is up there. Oakland.
Because seriously, like San Francisco is the most major northern city in California, and it's only like a third of the way up the state. It's ridiculous.
So yeah, basically all that area is the bay. That's all San Francisco Bay City now. That's all one unit in Pacifica, we'll say. Between like Oakland, San Francisco, San Jose, like all of it is there.
Well, honestly, yeah. If we had a bunch of population condensing and a lot of infrastructure building, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. Also, it does help that San Francisco is like it's pretty much the trade capital of the U.S. or one of the two.
Yeah, it's a major financial center in the U.S. It makes sense. The port is probably really important.
Oh yeah.
Which would explain why Cross Nexus is here. They're a major investor in the port city. I don't actually. Nah.
I mean, there's a minor Silicon Valley in San Francisco. It's not the Silicon Valley.
Hey, can we have like super trains that get us like up and down the coast super fast, so we can
Oh
actually?
yeah, no, that's probably maglev trains. If we need to go off site, we can definitely do that. But I'm trying to
because this isn't real California. They actually have good public transportation.
No, they made a big deal about making it actually work because fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Or
so
like
we've got a core city.
I can dream.
Well, yeah, but we have the fucking the Starlight route, which literally goes like was it a train that goes from like fucking top of Washington to like bottom of California? Just turn that into.
Oh no, I know. But...
So I should write down.
I imagine thing of Cross Nexus, like when they came in, they just made like 3 fucking train lines just to minimize traffic. As fuck, it was a mess.
Okay, so no, I'm high-speed maglevs are an important part of San Francisco Bay City's infrastructure. They run all over Pacifica. This is how Pacifica works: you can get anywhere by high-speed maglevs, which are obviously one of Cross Nexus's major business outlets. Is their transportation arm as they run the trains.
Perfect.
It also Pacifica. Actually, that's a good point. Does anybody know if the port of Seattle is bigger than the port of San Francisco?
It can't be. It can't be.
It's smaller.
Yeah,
It's smaller. It's like
Let's just say for the sake of it,
it's not a small part. It's like the port of Seattle is huge, but the only port that even compares to the port of San Francisco is the port of New York.
So San Francisco Bay City Port, once the entire bay is one city, they are the biggest trade port in Pacifica.
Yeah.
This is a major economic hub. Okay. We're doing let's do some last minute details about Bay City to let me figure out some stuff. Let's see. important areas of the city. I mean, we got all the stuff there. We don't need to work on that so much. Things we've talked about, are like kind of built up and consolidated. So there are like big like arcology towers, right? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Like big residential and vertical farming towers.
Do we have the tech for like, subaquatic homes?
That's probably in development. I don't know if we actually have it. Like, you can. It's not actually that hard to figure it out. I think that's more of a like high level thing that like Pacifica is investing in, like aquatic reclamation.
Probably just so like they can have homes and don't have to worry about land space.
Well, you already don't have to worry about land space. That's arcology. So you build up.
Fair enough.
You build vertically.
Okay.
Golden Gate Park is obviously still important. The Golden Gate and the park are in fact still there.
Great.
Probably
Okay.
has way more trees now as like a thing.
I mean, if it grew back, you know, it's already a park. Okay.
Fucking China and their giant ass ports. That's not the information I wanted.
Yeah, no, were you also looking at biggest ports and saw like 8 things in Asia?
The thing about it is like,
To be fair, that's not all China. Like, I think 2 of those are South Korea and 1 is Singapore. But
Singapore.
I'm trying to think. Was there? We didn't really talk about like our
Okay.
fashion aesthetic.
All right. So by the way, real quick, biggest ports is Los Angeles, then Long Beach, New York and New Jersey, Savannah, which is in Georgia, and then last is Seattle Tacoma Seaport Alliance.
well,
Yeah.
so the thing of San Francisco's port is there's a bunch of different ports. So it's actually really interesting. There's how many ports are there? There's
Okay, guys.
Oh, sorry.
The recording is very long. I don't think this matters. There's a big port. We've got it. We already said it.
off mic, yeah.
So I think it's fair to say that we've come up with a decent reason for all of our major corporations to be involved here, obviously. All of our characters have a reason to be here and a way to get here. Though, as we said, some of you are not native to this area. You may just be currently slumming it, or this may be the area where the job gets called to. Ecology Towers, Golden Gate Park. I'm just trying to look over some of these questions.
I should clarify. I do live here, even though it is very obvious that I am a recent move.
Let's see. We already talked about some of the different segments of society and stuff. You know, how things are separated. Like cyberware's coming in, stuff like that. Drugs are on kind of a cyber sweep. Actual organic, legit, non-synthetic drugs are, you know, for upper crust, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. We already talked about some ubiquitous technologies. I actually forgot to mention this. Is there any other like little cool tech ideas you want to see like common everywhere? We already talked a little bit about like real-time translation, stuff like that.
Hard light stuff.
Yeah, you already talked about like holographic and hard light stuff. You know, interfacing that way.
What is cool to me about?
Is there any other cool things?
Sorry.
Drones and cars are obviously like drones, self-driving cars. That kind of stuff is obviously everywhere.
Do
We've already
we
talked.
have we cracked the code on humanoid robotics?
So, well, we've got decent level cyberware. This is always something I've said. If you can build a perfectly human functional robot hand, that means you can build a perfectly functional human robot, basically.
Yeah.
Actually, what's the current laws on like AI now, considering the whole singularity we're happening over it?
Because
I think the way I want to say, and obviously you guys can have your input, but for the AI thing, I don't think anybody has any regulations about it because nobody wants to admit they've got it. Like,
Which is probably
none of the corps want to let out of the bag if they actually have AI stuff full blown. So nobody has like any major regulations, and if they do, they're all paper tiger regulations.
yeah, it's kind of why.
Yeah, totally. And then like if we have the robot workers, yeah, I want to say like we're pretty up there and we're like past uncanny valley with like human robotics. It's like they're too human.
So you have the physical android bodies, but they don't necessarily have the human intellect to put in them yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
We basically have droids, essentially.
Yeah.
Except not stupid. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Service androids are there. All right, got it.
Oh, fucking sex bots.
Look, let's be honest. That is probably one of the
One of the
things
first
that's
things,
going to
yeah.
drive the robotic revolution.
Fair enough, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Superpowered robot meter maids.
Like,
Yes,
it's not for me, but it's for a lot of people. And if there's one thing that I have learned over history, it is that porn drives industry.
Yeah, dude.
You have to pay for parking in San Francisco Bay City.
Oh God, you're
Robotic
all
administrator.
broke.
Or the robots will. No, you're not broke, but yeah, the robot thing will get there. Okay.
I don't know.
So,
Do you know the rates of parking in San Francisco?
no, it's
I
probably
mean-
that. Okay.
I mean, I think it's also minimized
Yeah.
parking now because now everything's self-driving, I guess.
Great.
Dude,
Is there a
people kill
luxury-
each other.
There are
over
literally
parking
parking garage ecologies.
Probably.
Oh my
not. There's just giant buildings to store parking.
spots.
Parking
People
and traffic management is one of those things that like traffic is a unique system to humans. It automotive traffic, it never gets better.
Never gets better.
If you build more lanes, that just means that people will drive more to fill it up.
Yep.
The only way to remove congestion is to offer alternatives to automobiles.
Which is why there's a lot of trains now.
Yeah, that's the way you have the maglev.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you probably got an elevated train for internal use as well, streetcars kind of stuff. That's how
I
it is.
know. Here's the weird thing. I wonder if Crossing is also weirdly part of the transportation like bureau for Pacifica.
Why not?
I mean, you're probably invested in it. You're probably backed in those guys.
Yeah, fair
You know.
enough.
That's they gave you the government money to build those trains that you own and you profit from. Okay. So, all right, we got arcology towers, we got parking garages. Wow, I'm very hungry. I can't spell garage. Luckily, Google knows it for me. I think the only other thing that we should think about, and we don't need to do it on Mike either, is they talk about stuff like, you know, kind of fashions, how people live their lives on the street, kind of a thing. So we actually kind of talked about this, like the automation and stuff. So is there like a high level joblessness problem? Like, are there just too many humans and not enough human jobs going around, or
How many people
You-
died in the war?
do corporations do a lot of make work shit? You know, yeah, a robot can drive a semi truck, but for every 5 semi trucks we have robots drive, we need, you know, 1 human semi truck driver
Uh,
supervisor.
Honestly, I would say there's a sort of a level of what's it called, supplemental income, basically. At least in far as Pacific is concerned.
That would make sense
'Cause
politically.
there's already talks about it, like in current modern day. At least in these
So,
areas. So I feel like
What the thing would be then is that corporations would, not necessarily maliciously, but corporations would have to drive you to spend most of your
w-
standard.
it's one of those things of like, well, you don't want to be like a pleb. Like yes, you can live off of your.
But all your
supplemental
cool
income,
friends
but-
have all these cool things.
Yeah,
from
but
this-
you need shiny things.
You're not nobody unless you have insert brand name item here.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so Pacifica has a supplemental universal basic income, but it's not enough to keep up with corporate marketing, and
No.
especially in a place like San Francisco Bay City, it's
Yeah.
not enough to keep up with your housing, right? Like,
Well, I feel like housing is more affordable than current San Francisco
I can see that.
because
We already talked about the like arcology space expansion. You can probably get like a capsule hotel or the equivalent of a storage container pretty cheap, easily.
but like most things in California, I feel like it's all about luxury. Like
There's like
The-
probably like a few luxury districts of different forms everywhere.
So the lower class and the unemployed can live comfortably, probably compactly, but can live comfortably in the city. But they don't want to do that. They want to live in the sprawling, ultra-rich district of.
there's probably plenty of propaganda campaigns, some of which I probably was involved in, that are like that demonize people that don't work.
Yeah.
Um,
You're not contributing to your society.
do you just want to be some kind of societal leech?
Oh God.
My usual stuff. Like, and obviously, again, there's probably not like, oh, we don't feel the need to like throw rocks at the homeless, but it's like, or the jobless. It's like, but dude, you could be doing a job though. Get cybered up. You can do. You don't have the skills to do a job. Don't you worry. Buy Chrome.
Well, I can say, well, honestly, from what I can understand, there's probably has been a big movement for robotics, but I feel like even though robotics will be fucking maybe a cost alternative, they might not necessarily be
effective.
Effective. Like
how much?
because like
bare
maintenance, maintenance and operation, replacement parts.
Well, yeah, and honestly, we're probably far enough in the future that vocational training can occur. Like, automation is a concern now because there's a lot of workers who already know how to do their jobs that are not done by robots.
Yeah.
But if you remove them and apply robot, then it's like, okay, they don't. These people are already old and they've already gone through education. Are you going to train them to be robot factory maintainers? We can be far enough in the future that like we've rebalanced it. There's probably, like you said, I like the idea of like, of course, a Pacifica Republic would be like, oh, of course you have universal basic income. Of course you do. Is that enough for you to live? No.
Well, it's enough for you to live, but is it enough for you to have all the things you want?
Is it enough for you to actually
That's more than living.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
it's like, so yeah, no, robots have not taken all the jobs, but maybe some of like
the grunt jobs?
a lot of the grunt jobs.
I would assume that based on how we've talked about this, robotic automation has allowed Pacifica and other smaller corporatized nations we've talked about to maintain like automation means you don't need to worry about migrant food pickers from Mexico. You don't need to worry about that issue as much. You can have robots pick fruit for cheap.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but at the same time, you probably still need people to monitor just in
You
case.
still need robot supervisors to make sure nothing goes wrong, and you need maintainers, but that's a different level of skilled. Same with like building cars. Elon Musk's Tesla, company can have robotic factories build electric cars, but they still need supervisors to like make sure all the things are done and to test.
And
It's
let's
just
say, can we also say that because of people's concerns, we do not necessarily have robots building robots.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Also, Tesla's headquarters were destroyed in a spatial explosion. Just sorry.
No, they probably got ate up by another
That's
company.
a low blow.
They're probably ate up by cross nexus.
But basically, with the fact that, like I said, I want to make sure there's cool 3D printing stuff.
Does that mean that there is like more, instead of like find work places, it's more of quick entry vocational schools all the time now?
I would vocational schools are probably a big deal, though. Remember, this is Pacifica, and especially we've noticed that Berkeley's one of the areas on the bay that would get eat up. So like,
So also do remember there are certain jobs that robots will not be able to replace.
yes, no,
Like-
especially as we said, because we're only on weak AI expert systems. There's a lot of managerial and a lot of highly technical stuff you can't do by robot.
Like, for example, psychology. Robots will never be able to do psychology. Or if robots ever get to the point where they can do psychology, they're not robots anymore.
Oh, that probably means, well, as an offshoot of that probably means climbing the corporate ladder is cutthroat as fuck.
Oh, yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
Japan levels of...
It's like, do you want to go back and fight with robots?
Well,
Yeah,
no, just because everyone basically that means the most primo jobs are all like corporate manager jobs.
Like managerial jobs, yeah, or like kind of like a fucking holy grail.
It's everything is like, obviously always. So I'm sure that like at your low level, there are probably I've already heard people complain about, and I don't know anything about animation, but I don't know anything, but I've already heard people complain about Cal Arts as like a style and like a specific like oeuvre of like turning out basically the same cartoonist artist, right?
Yeah.
So there are probably, like I said earlier, talking about like I think Axe brought up Hollywood. There are probably movie shops which produce literal factory cut films, which are like 90% CGI.
But then the rare cases of those films,
Fakes, et cetera, et cetera. Like, there's a lot of like corporate manufactured entertainment, but artisanal art is a skill that you can't replace with robots, and you can't replace with just raw cube farm work. So the fine arts will always be like super expensive.
yeah, because who else wouldn't? Because I feel like who wouldn't want to pay for someone to have subdermal armor in the BC, actually have an action scene with actual rounds being shot?
Oh yeah, no, there would be some crazy with cybernetics. You'd get some crazy,
Yeah, also like that's another probably lucrative fucking employment is media and arts.
Like fucking Claymore could be an action hero by being like he could just actually be shot in his action movie. He got shot.
Yes, Suzaku would like to film a fucking promotion ad. So Claymore, I need you to run across the sheet through explosions and get shot, and then get right back up and kill the guy. We only got one take.
and so like that's the kind of stuff where like that's the really highly competitive. So vocational stuff is probably much more common in the middle, but corporate stuff is back to being like, no, if you have the talent to ascend like above middle management, to the executive floor. That's like
you
real
fucking
shit.
go for it.
But also what probably means that is very common even more common now is temp work and like short range contractors, like say for instance Cross Nexus, right? They do transportation. They don't need full-time completely backed employees to run trains. You know, computers do most of the work and you need a human supervisor to make sure that. So like conductors and train supervisors are probably like temps or roving contractors
Odin
or
could
whatever
probably
they need.
tell you about like
know.
the various different like rotating people he worked with for years.
And again, not to throw too many stones, but there was recently a very interesting voted proposition in California where the people, probably thanks to corporate marketing, decided that Uber drivers are gig workers, not employees.
Oh my god! Don't! I'm gonna stab all of the California
like
voters.
I said, I won't go too far into it, but I
Alright.
can totally see that being.
No, I will, and I'll put the disclaimer: my views do not reflect Studio Omega. Fuck everyone who voted for that proposition. Seriously, you're stupid and you don't read.
Yeah, well, that's literally the government we're talking about here, right? Where corporations dictate people's thoughts and feelings. So, like, yeah, no, like, absolutely.
I assume like,
that that Hollywood has never done a corporate lobby, right? Like, Hollywood and media companies are all super liberal and great until copyright stuff gets involved. You know.
Oh my god, what's copyright now in this fucking?
The Sonny Bono copyright law has been extended another 4,000 years.
You're talking about like 3D printing and manufacturing being common. DRM is probably everywhere.
I feel like literally it becomes where it's like even the fucking higher ups don't even notice it because they just fucking block all of it because fuck, it's annoying.
But yeah, so like that's kind of part of our control too. Okay, so we've built up kind of our corporate things, thinking out that stuff, working out, hanging out. Obviously, Neo Starbucks is universal.
Was there like a fucking shadow war over trying to make Mickey Mouse not be copyrighted anymore?
No, that's the Sonny Bono copyright law. That's what I'm talking about. The reason that law keeps getting extended is literally because of two properties. It's because of Mickey Mouse, and it's because of the Universal monster movies, like Frankenstein, Dracula,
They can't just make
Wolfman. That's what everyone keeps saying, but
just
it's easier for Disney and Universal to just throw their giant money dicks around and be like, no, extend it.
Which is how we are in the situation we're in now, basically.
Yeah, which is why nothing can fall out of copyright for 100 and something years.
All right, so we talked about this everywhere, talked about all that stuff, got everything, got your previous jobs, got your backgrounds. I think the only thing to think about is like aesthetics and like what you guys already talked about your fashion, but like what does the world look like? What's going on out there? You know, I'm imagining actually kind of like what Cyberpunk 2077 does, right? Where it's like yeah, everything's cyberpunk, but also shit can be sunny, right? Like
I would say it's also San Francisco, so fashion is probably fucking weird.
Yeah.
Also,
well, like honestly, honestly, to be safe, it's like it's the Pacific Northwest and just general. We're all one big thing, and this means we probably have a hyper blend of Asian and
avant-garde
fashion. So who knows? Maybe at home you just chill in the fucking yukata and just be like whatever. But then you bust out your fucking leathers when you hit the streets. Who knows?
I was wondering a fucking fancy corporate party. Everyone's a fucking yukata.
Lots of flannels. Flannel is everywhere. Flannel is God.
Flannel is great. I love flannel.
I'm imagining like you'll have people wearing kind of like the ironic Japanese like school uniform, which goes back also to naval uniforms things like the sailor style, and then
oh man, we have a fucking Neo Harajuku somewhere around here.
But also say that they'll be wearing like imagine you run across the street and you walk past a buff dude wearing Sailor Fuku, but also covered in Native American jewelry, right?
Yeah. Once again, this is San Francisco, where it is the cultural mixing pot to end all cultural mixing pots.
So like there's all that kind of stuff. We're probably at a point where like it's we can say that for safety the retro culture would be the like the now basically the like 2010s into 2020s is kind of like the retro period where so if you feel the need to reference modern pop culture or fashion that can be like retro,
Have suits gone?
Help me out. What's the cutoff for vintage?
For clothes, clothes is
I think vintage is 90s right now.
No, for clothes, vintage for clothes is 20 years.
Okay, so we're past vintage into
Retro.
whatever was next that I don't remember.
Well, like I said, vintage. There's no real distinct difference between vintage and retro. Vintage is anything old. Retro is what's old but what is in right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And I've also heard retro phrased as something that is retro can be brand new if it's still in the style of like the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what would be are suits still in, or at least
Suits are always in.
Suits will never be out.
very
hundreds
bright
of
colors.
years.
I assume would
Like-
be very bright colors now.
Well, I
Probably
mean,
some-
yeah.
You might have different cuts and styles, but a suit is a suit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, also, it's
Like,
once again, it's
military corporate wear, that's probably like a style of like I'm wearing a suit, but I'm clearly wearing a ballistic vest instead of a waistcoat, right?
Mhm.
Like
That's
stuff like that. Like maybe like it's a style to be like, yeah, no, I'm wearing fucking armor. You can tell because my suit jacket and suit pants have built-in, knee and elbow pads, right? Like
Yeah.
that kind of like
it's also one of those things where like with the San Francisco thing, like yes, they are more accepting of like weird colors, especially hair. Hair will be any color you want.
hairs are like when some of our biggest names in entertainment are YouTubers who routinely dye their hairs, like. Oh, by the way, VTubing is everywhere. Sorry, Dallas.
Look, people.
Oh my!
This is a narrative that has been pushed by Despair and Robin
know.
that I am anti-VTuber. I just don't get it. That doesn't mean I hate it. I just don't understand it.
But also, I think in the soulless corporate pinwheel of entertainment, the idea that you have virtual performers provide mocap to a character, you can probably do much better.
I also
voice
do
to
want to
it.
call out.
It's like read where like they
I do want to call out. I was a VTuber supporter before Despair, because I supported the original VTubers, the Gorillas. Just saying.
Yeah.
They were the first VTubers.
No, the
no
first
one can convince me otherwise.
A lot of people are going to be fighting over who was the first VTuber, but I'll allow it.
I like are
We're-
VTubers.
Oh, I kind of want a media war on VTuber culture and them asserting their rights.
Well, no, I would just say from the
I mean,
standpoint
whatever-
of like
consciousness.
they are animated characters that have separate characters, like they had stories and backstories and personalities, and none of them are real. Like they were the first one I can think of.
No, that's
Unless
fair.
there was something that was older than 1998, which very much could be.
So in this case, would VTubers by this point be like people trying to ascend their consciousness into their avatars or some shit?
That is probably part of it.
Possibly like somebody trying or trying to make a fully AI performer who doesn't require any human element at all, whether that's through expert systems or actual
Yes.
AI.
Spoiler: I will probably have a virtual avatar.
I
that-
said in
for my
chat,
job.
Claymore is actually a secret cute girl VTuber.
Well, no, like
You think I'm
Well,
joking
just-
about this?
no, I'm not. But I don't think you're joking. But I'm just saying, because of my job and because of my appearance, they're definitely going to want me to have an avatar that might look like me, but it's just not horrifically scarred. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's Photoshop on crack, basically.
Metatron Kun.
Oh Jesus Christ!
No, not Metatron Cook. It's just Metacoon. I love it.
Now I'm just imagining a chibi version of Metatron for Persona.
I mean, yeah, why not? It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, by the way, Axe, I'm calling you LT, just all day, every day.
That makes sense.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, LT.
Okay.
All right. So I think that's all of our question stuff we've got that I think needs to be covered. We've done all our character stuff. We've done some follow-up. I will work on building up your initial mission setup and like how that relates to people and other high-level, stuff going on, corporations, plot hooks, etc. And we'll get into actual play next time. So does anybody have any final thoughts or anything?
No, I think we're having a lot of fun.
This
back.
is going to be a beautiful disaster, and I love it.
That's most Cyberpunk stuff, honestly. I like
Sick.
what we've made. 'Cause it's like this is like legitimately its thing, and it's like cool. That's pretty cool.
Actually, I should
Yeah.
write it.
I'll-
This basic.
Also, I don't want to say you should watch WandaVision if you like cyberpunk themes, but not necessarily cyberpunk aesthetic. But you should.
Well,
WandaVision is great. I finished the whole thing.
It's very apropos, I would say, to the themes of cyberpunk.
by the way, I've been looking at this recording. We've been going for 5 hours and almost 30 minutes, so we should probably hit before we actually hit 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah. Let's wrap up here. I think we got all our stuff.
All right.
We got all our final thoughts. Everybody's cool. Got your characters. We'll see everybody back next week for actual session 1, where these guys will get together and get a job and do the thing. Probably do the legwork phase. And I assume, knowing us, the legwork phase will take all night, and then we'll do the actual job the next session.
Oh god. Will we at least get XP in the legwork, I guess, somehow?
Are you going to follow your directives? That's how it works.
Yep.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay, so I'm ready to wrap up. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and all that stuff. So
Subscribe to Studio Omega. Do it.
If you made it this long, you're probably
subscribe
already.
to your corporate overlords. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
This session was brought to you by StudiOmega Corporation.